I think, fourth consecutive game. And he had played well in the prior 3, but like, Lalone, my guy, what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You're going to keep going with him until he struggles, and lo and behold, like
he struggles,
and now you don't have a planned start for your young goalie where you can get him, his family could be there, and he can mentally prepare for the game and drop in and have his moment. Instead, it's, hey, figure it out. Kind of does him a disservice. But they win the game, and it's a cool moment for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but I wouldn't say a disservice. You got an opportunity to play NHL hockey. You got an opportunity to get on the ice. It's all the young man's looking for.
And he made history. I think he should start the next game.
I wouldn't
try
be
to
opposed
spark
to it.
something here. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think
they need a spark at some point.
Again, they're not going to fire the coach, at least not anytime soon.
Not after a win.
No. What can you do to try to build a little momentum? Well, your goalie came in, and a cool moment. Dylan Larkin's game-winning goal and gives him the puck. Kind of a wholesome moment. Can you tap into any juice for this hockey team? Because they have not been able to pick up consistent wins. I'd start him against Philly on Thursday and see what happens.
Sure. Why not?
Why not?
I mean, he's not going to do any worse than those who have been in the net before.
And again, the Wings, I think the 3 prior games, Husso played well. They did not lose because of goaltending. They lost because they couldn't score. My point is, sometimes in hockey, you need a spark. And we've seen coaches get fired, and that typically sparks teams. Like, I think Boston's won 4 of 6. They're 4-2 since they fired their coach. St. Louis got a little bit of a bump. The Blackhawks won last night since they fired their coach. Like, I did get a message from someone saying, I'm kind of bummed they won because they do want to see change. And like, winning only prolongs the change.
There is never a bad night to win. There's just never a bad night to win. And if you want to see somebody fired, you want to see change. Okay, I mean, I understand that, but don't sit there and say, I wish they would have lost. There's never a bad night to win.
A loss would have been 6 in a row. It would have been to a team that had lost 6 in a row. I don't know that again, I feel like they've needed to spark this for a while now, and they haven't. And that's a completely different conversation. But for Cossa, he gets his moment. Now the Wings have a chance to try to capture a little bit of juice, a little bit of a spark, and try to capture a little bit of momentum. I did think in third period, all things considered, Buffalo's not a good hockey team. Winning does not make Detroit a good hockey team. But I did like seeing down 2 goals in the third period. They didn't lie down. Sider's laying big hits, and they're throwing stuff at the net and possessing the puck. They were much better in the third. But it only makes you upset, John, because it's a little bit like Michigan beating Ohio State. You're like, well, now you did it. Couldn't you have done more of this throughout the season so far? You guys are capable of being a better hockey team. You guys are capable of being a better football team.
Well, but here's the other thing, too, is, I mean, you mentioned you'd like to see the fight back. I think we all saw and heard the players after the last loss.
Yeah.
And they understand the frustration. They get it more than anybody else because they're living it. They're the ones actually losing the games. They're the ones that people are talking about. They don't want to be talked about that way. Not that they're listening to anybody, but they know what's being said when you don't win. And so I 100% expected them to come out and fight. Now, you'd like to see that fight. You'd like to see that fire, that energy every single night. Now that they've seen it, whether it's for a period, 2 periods, or an entire game, you would like to figure out how could they possibly have that same fire, that same fight every time they take the ice.
248-539-9797. Wings win last night. Snap a 5-game losing skid. Get Sebastian Cossa his first career National Hockey League win. Does it in relief. Does it in dramatic fashion. Does it in a shootout. Mm-hmm. And the Wings get some offense for the first time in a long time. Right? They're one of the worst offenses in hockey.
Yeah.
And they had to pepper in 5 goals to even get it there.
Greg, you had something?
I was just going to say that the Cossa being thrown into that situation is not unlike Jean-Claude Van Damme having to make a key save in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals between the Penguins and the Blackhawks in the movie Sudden Death. That wasn't a shootout, though. That was in regulation time.
Right.
I guess the most dramatic, that's the most dramatic you could have. A couple ticket texts, 248-539-9797.
Script.
Texter says, will the Wings ever make a real jump? When is it time to call this Eiserman plan a failure? This one says it was such a dang shame because the Wings are a good team on paper and they're stuck with a deadbeat coach. But yes, he better start Cossa the next game.
Oh, okay. Well, you don't play the game on paper, but were they as good on paper as they were last year on paper? Like, I mean, it's so frustrating that even after a win, that's the response. And one win doesn't gloss over deficiencies. It doesn't gloss over like you're the one buddy that texts you that says, I'm disappointed they won because I wanted change. Like, I understand that sentiment, but I will still say there's never a bad night to win.
I'm mad they won because I can't be more mad.
Right. That makes no sense to me. Like,
and the other point in this, and this is just the depressing reality of it, I don't think if they lost, they're firing Lalonde. There's no urgency from Eiserman. So, yeah, you can root for a loss last night, and maybe it makes you, like, feel good to feel mad, right? Sometimes it's good to kind of let it out.
Some
and
people
vent.
just like to be, it's like almost like they relish in negativity.
Yeah. I would rather them pick themselves up, pick up a couple wins, string together something, find momentum, keep themselves afloat, and figure it the F out. I mean, they were a point away from making the playoffs a year ago. Now, I don't think they did enough in the offseason. Patrick Kane has not been a plus to have him for a full season. He's been a ghost out there, and they don't have any defenseman outside the top pairing. But I do want to see him get going a little bit because the alternative is a wasted season.
Well, you got a 2-game East Coast trip, and hopefully Cossa is in the net against Philly on Thursday night. Then they come home for 3.
Yeah.
And I don't know what it takes for this team to click or for it to be a team that can at least hang in the wild card standings and be, down. What are they down at 3 now? And when do we start counting that? I started counting it really early because I just want them to stay close. Stay close so that when you get to January and February, that you haven't dug yourself this gigantic hole that you just you can't dig out of. So stay close, stay within striking range.
Yeah. I mean, the bullet point is like that did not make them a good hockey team. They still have very many flaws. They're still a bad 5-on-5 team, all this other stuff. But for a night, cool for Cossa, something they can hopefully build on. John, coming up next, this headline doesn't make sense to me.
I know where you're going with this. It makes no sense to me either, but it could be wildly entertaining.
Maybe you can help make it make sense for me or for the audience out there. We'll get to that coming up next. It's 97.1. And all right, guys, this time of year, you're getting great deals if you're looking to get a new vehicle. And Moran Chevrolet is closing out 2024 with awesome pricing all month long. It's their Red Tag sales event. Get off the sidelines, get into the game at Moran Chevrolet, where GM employees and immediate family members can lease a 2024 all-wheel drive Blazer EV for $199 a month. That's 24 months, $999 down. Where are you finding a car payment under $200 a month? Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Score your best deal at MoranExpress.com or on Gratiot, north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Check them out. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Is that what I think I hear? Are we officially into Christmas music season here?
I think we have been officially into Christmas music.
Wake up.
It's
Mr.
December
Costa.
10th.
Yes, calling the Costas. Don't miss Christmas.
I'm saying for the radio station.
We've played Christmas music before. At
No,
least
I
I've
know.
heard on other shows. I don't know if this is the first time Greg has dabbled into The Boss, which is my favorite
To answer
Christmas song.
Jim's question, I believe this is the first time we have had Christmas-related bumpers built into the log.
That's what I'm saying.
So yes, Jim.
We
Well
typically
done.
do this
Great
time
first
of year.
pick. That's my favorite Christmas song.
Just hitting buttons, man.
Just hitting buttons. Okay, well, hey, you hit the right button. Thank
Greg,
you.
I'm grateful for you. You knew what I was saying. These two over here are just trying to make me out to be. I know what I signed up for. Anyway, John, can you help make
what you
sense of this to me and to everybody else? Why would Bill Belichick consider coaching college football?
Well, because, and I smile, and I'm in wonderment in just thinking about it. But you use his own words, where he says modern college football looks a lot more like the NFL than it ever has before. And he was asked the question, and he didn't answer it directly. Why would Bill Belichick answer a question directly when starting to talk about either a job or football that he's not breaking down on the McAfee show or with the Mannings on the Manningcast? He also says if I was in a college program, the college program would be a pipeline to the NFL for the players that had the ability to play in the NFL. So he's only taking NFL talent, just to put that out there for future recruits. It would be a professional program, training, nutrition, scheme, coaching, and techniques that would transfer to the NFL. Now he's interviewed or at least had conversations with North Carolina. Is he hoping to make North Carolina the Alabama of the ACC?
There's a lot of work in building a program.
I mean, but by definition, that's what Nick Saban had, right?
Yes.
His buddy. They're cut from the same cloth. They're best buds. And he looked at Nick Saban and said, "You know what? You couldn't do it in the league. I could. You could do it in college. I bet I could do both."
Bill will be 73 years old when next season starts, and college football is a lot different than when Nick Saban charted the course and built Alabama into the program that it is today.
Yeah, but he's younger than Mac Brown was by a half year.
Okay. Like, I couldn't figure this out. I'm thinking, like, does his girlfriend go to North Carolina? Like, why would this be of interest to him?
Does she go? She's looking for admissions to North Carolina. So, hey, if my boyfriend is the head coach, who happens to also be 73, maybe I could, get into North Carolina and be an actual student while Billy is coach.
But we saw.
Do you think she calls him Billy?
Billy.
William?
Oh.
That's kind of painful to even think about.
It is.
Sorry, I brought that up.
I don't need pet names for Bill Belichick.
Billy?
At
Double B?
6 a.m.
BB?
BB. But, John, you brought up Saban. Saban got out of this game because of the headaches of modern college football, right? Like, Saban, part of why he stepped away was the headache of recruiting and re-recruiting your current roster and collectives and NIL, and he was always for the players getting paid, but the wild, wild west of it all, it feels like more of a young man's game, someone who's got the time to get into the minutia. Like, Bill Belichick doesn't need to be doing this.
How long does it take him to build North Carolina into the NFL program that he believes it will be?
Years?
All right, so let's just say it takes,
a lot of work.
years. But you can do it faster now than ever before. They're going to need a lot of NIL. They're going to need a lot of money. They're going to need a handful of big-time donors. If he wants to kick this off right and make it an NFL program to get NFL talent that is going to be streamlined to go to the NFL, then he's going to have a lot of money backing it.
You know what it told me? The fact that this is a story. He's not confident he's going to get NFL offers. Didn't get offered a job last year. Doesn't think he's going to get offered a job this year. Wants to coach. Will take whatever he can get. May settle for a college job. I don't think an NFL team, I don't know that an NFL team won't hire him. I don't think he thinks an NFL team will hire him. Otherwise, why do this?
I think it's stroking his ego just a little bit. I am coveted, and I do think that there is probably something between him and his best bud, where Saban with the Miami Dolphins, it was a disaster. He made guys cry, and now all of a sudden, Bill Bellichik, who had maybe the greatest NFL head coaching tenure that you've ever seen in the pros, wants to dabble in it just so he can say, well, I had more success at that level than you did at my level. I don't underestimate that aspect of this, where we've only seen, less than a handful of coaches have success at both levels. And I think Bill Belichick's ego is big enough to think, I can do it. I can be one of those guys that can do it at any level.
Bellichik to North Carolina, maybe. From one maybe ACC coach.
Maybe he's just not confident that his relationship's going to work out, and, there's a lot of fish in the sea.
From one potential ACC coach to an actual ACC coach, Pat Narduzzi is going to join the show at 6:35 this morning. Why are we having the head coach of Pitt? Well, they're in the bowl game in our own backyard later this month. So we'll talk to Narduzzi, the Nard Dog, coming up at 6:35.
Nard Dog.
That's right. But first, let's get to Heather with the news.
Please call him that. Hey, Nard Dog.
Strange.
Yeah.
Thanks to
it's worse than Billy.
BB. Yeah. Thanks to a quick-thinking McDonald's employee, the suspect in the murder of the UnitedHealthcare CEO was arrested in Pennsylvania on Monday. So the employee at McDonald's recognized the guy, right? Called police, and he was found with a gun, a mask, fake IDs, and a handwritten notes, right? Linking him to the ambush. The suspect, identified as 26-year-old Luigi Mangione, was originally charged and held on weapons charges, forgery, and other charges, but he was later last night charged with murder in New York. So now he faces a slew of charges in New York, including murder, 2 counts of possession of a loaded firearm, possession of a forged instrument, and criminal possession of a weapon. The family of this suspect released a very short statement. They kind of said that they're not going to comment on any reports. They say the only thing that they've heard or know is what's being shared in the media. So they don't know any more than anybody else. But they did say this. They say, our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. We are devastated by the news.
Lots of questions. Mm-hmm. I'm wondering if, this has been all over the news. Did his family see this picture and say,
had to have, right?
That's our son, brother, sister. I don't know what type of family he has, but
yes, I would say yes. Whether they saw it or a friend of the family saw it or somebody that knows somebody in the family, definitely. And you would have to imagine this has been everywhere, right?
I thought it was odd that he still had the murder weapon on him almost a week later, especially for a guy who had left Monopoly money and seemed to be a step ahead of everybody.
Well, and his whole manifesto and his whole,
I hate corporate America.
On corporate America, yeah. Then he gets arrested at McDonald's.
I know. All of it.
Come on.
I thought the same thing, when officers asked for his ID, he did still hand over that same ID he used, that fake ID he used to check into the hospital in New York. Everything he still had on him. You think if you were going to go through with this, you'd have
a better plan,
a little bit more of a plan in action. But anyway, they got him. The Lions' victory over the Packers last Thursday night averaged 17.29 million viewers, making it the most streamed NFL regular season game in history, which is pretty incredible. It was also Amazon Prime's most watched game since exclusively taking over the primetime package in 2022. So according to Nielsen, the audience actually peaked at 18.87 million viewers. This was during the first half, which is also a new high. So the previous record for Thursday Night Football was 16.23 million viewers. This was for the Cowboys-Giants game on September 26th.
Take that, Cowboys.
Boom.
Another loss.
Guess who's America's team?
That's right. And how awesome is it to? I mean, like, okay, these records are going to continue to be broken.
They are.
But and part of it is the Thursday night matchups have been so bad. This was an epic matchup with so much riding on it.
Pretty incredible. Jay-Z is denying these new legal claims that he and Diddy drugged and raped a 13-year-old girl back in 2000. Now, this woman, she previously sued Diddy, but she's now amended her original lawsuit. She did this on Sunday to include this new allegation that Jay-Z was also at this VMA's after party in 2000 and participated in this sexual assault. Jay-Z immediately called the allegations heinous in nature. He also claims that the alleged victim's lawyer refiled the complaint only after trying to blackmail him first. Anyway, he's denying everything. But now, whether or not these allegations are true, it may already be having effect on his wife's career. So Beyonce is planning a huge tour next year. She's supposed to do the halftime show at the Texans Ravens game on Christmas Day. But there's some speculation that this lawsuit could now kind of just like blow her plans out of the water. Even if nothing gets canceled, there's speculation that this is just going to kind of cast a dark cloud over what she has coming up. We'll have to wait and see how that plays out. I'm going to end on a positive note real quick. Taylor Swift's Eras Tour is over.
Oh.
It made over $2 billion. There's only been one other tour to cross the $1 billion mark. That was Coldplay's Music of the Spheres tour.
Oh. So, and she's still not the best pop star of this century?
No, Beyonce is.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Billions.
She, like she's done in the past, awarded all her crew, everybody who took part in the tour, bonuses. She gave out $197 million in bonuses to anyone who had a hand in everything.
That's amazing.
It's Heather with the news. Before the hour ends, 6:50. The Tigers have signed a baseball player. There are rumors of other signings, and Scott Harris with quotes. We'll get to that before the hour ends. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you, understands you, and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They're going to sit down with you, get to know you as best they can, and then build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And that plan is ever evolving. As we do in our lives, everything changes. I've talked about, hey, we're moving. And they have been, in fact, I've already had a conversation this morning, and it's only, 6:32. So they're available outside of normal bankers' hours, which makes it great. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of a 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Playoff field was set. Bowl games were set as well over the weekend. And our bowl game in our backyard, the Game Above Sports Bowl, new name, same bowl, features Toledo and Pittsburgh. We're going to be joined by both coaches today on the show. We start with Pat Narduzzi. And good morning, Coach. How are you?
I'm doing great, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good. It's great to have you back. How's it going to be for you to be back in the state of Michigan?
You know what? I love the state of Michigan. It's always great to be back in the Mitten State, and had a ton of great memories. At Michigan State, and then our last bowl win up there at Ford Field.
So, talk to us about your football team. You guys made a bunch of headlines, 7-0 start, ranked. Maybe started thinking about not you guys, but people started thinking about you guys at the playoff at that point. Finished 7-5. Just what are people going to get when you guys come to town?
You know what? I think we got a feisty football team. Again, like you said, we started off 7-0. Faced a great schedule. Near the end of the year. Beat two Big 12 teams early in the year, West Virginia and backyard brawl, and Cincinnati. And I don't want to say ran out of gas, but got banged up, guys. I mean, got banged up. Probably as bad an injury football team that I've been around in my 30-some years of coaching. So. It just became one of those seasons, and we had a chance to beat Virginia at home. We didn't. We had a chance to beat Clemson at home at the last second of the game. We didn't. I mean, with a minute to go in the game, we've got the lead. A quarterback draw hits us. I mean, it was, we got a really good football team. We just haven't been able to finish, for whatever reason. You name it.
So we obviously know the goal is to win this game, but with NIL, with transfer, with so much changing in college athletics and it not being a playoff, what's the goal for you, your program, and this team in this game outside of winning?
Yeah, it's to get that win. I know you start off saying that. Yeah. That's what it is. There's a lot of other stuff going on, and I remember 5 or 6 years ago they said players in the playoff era, whether it be 4-team or 12-team, would not opt out of the bowl game and go in the portal. Well, they're there. They're jumping in, right? I mean, I don't know how many thousand went into the portal yesterday, but probably an astronomical amount of guys went in. But, there's a lot going on around, the game of college football, as you know, and, we're trying to go win a football game. That's my goal. That's what I am as a football coach. I want to go play football and win.
What do you expect in terms of participation from your team in the bowl game? Obviously, some of it is portal, but also injuries. Holstein, your quarterback, very exciting freshman. Is he expected to play? And just generally, what do you expect?
Yeah, I mean, we still got time for there, but he's trending that way. We'll see as we get closer. That's a game time deal as we get closer in the game planning. And again, it's early December right now. We got time.
We'll get a chance to talk to Coach.
I expect to have not to interrupt you. I expect to have a majority of our football team ready to roll for that game.
Great.
I don't expect opt-outs. I can tell you that. So we're hoping to get as many injured guys back as possible, but we'll see how we go.
I know that the matchup is fresh, but what do you know about Toledo, and what do you expect from the Rockets?
It's a really good football team. Jason Campbell has done an outstanding job for many, many years. Won 11 games a year ago. And again, at his level, at really all levels of college football, every year can be a little bit different. They went out and beat Mississippi State early in the year. But really good football team. Talent, really talented at the receiver spot, running back spot. And again, defensively, they're going to come after you and pressure the quarterback. So, we got our work cut out for us. They're a good football team. And we will be prepared.
Well, I'm certainly glad that we had you on today because, Coach D'Antonio is going to the College Football Hall of Fame. You worked with him for a long time. How exciting is it for you to see one of your bosses and obviously I would think one of your friends going into the College Football Hall of Fame?
Yeah, no question about it. I'm really, really excited, and I'm excited, because of what a tremendous person and coach he is. Number two, I'm also excited that the reason I appreciate you guys having me on early this morning is that we had to get on early this morning because I've got a flight headed out to Las Vegas to see Larry Fitzgerald and Mark D'Antonio be inducted to the Hall of Fame. So we got a great one at Pitt being inducted, and we got a great one in the state of Michigan being inducted as well. So I am blessed to be able to go out and see both of them at the same time.
He's Pat Narduzzi, Pitt football head coach. The Panthers are playing in Detroit December 26th, 2 o'clock against Toledo in the Game Above Sports Bowl. Coach, we appreciate your time this morning.
You got it, gentlemen. I really appreciate you having me on so early, and hail to Pitt.
Yep. Safe travels, Coach.
Safe travels. Yep, thank you. And we'll have Jason Candle on a little later, Toledo's head coach. And this bowl game, John, it's a new name, but people are used to going to this bowl game around the holiday season.
Yeah, is this still the TJ Bowl?
Yes, TJ's still involved with it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
He was talking about it off air yesterday when he was here.
Our professional sports owner is involved. Does he actually own this bowl game now?
Yeah, right.
I think he does.
The Game Above Sports brought to you by TJ Lang Bowl.
Yeah.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel's got a bowl or used to have a bowl. Why can't TJ Lang get a bowl game?
Pop-Tarts has a bowl. I mean, it's just like TJ.
The TJ Lang Bowl.
Yeah. He's a Pop-Tart.
What does that even mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're not gonna toast and eat TJ Lang after the game, though, are we?
No, we're not going to do that. No, but yes, he is involved, and it's going to be a fun bowl game. A couple of good teams, and I, hey, it's bowl season.
I was going to ask you, bowl season in the age of the college football playoff, how does it change to you? Like as a viewer, obviously, like Michigan's going to a bowl game around the new year.
Yeah,
but what's your level of interest in bowls?
Still interested. My interest, or the reason I'm watching, is completely different now, though. This is basically a competitive spring game. If you're not in the playoffs, it's a competitive spring game. And Coach Narduzzi can talk about, hey, we don't expect any opt-outs. They'll probably have some opt-outs. They're going to have some guys enter the portal. It happens to every single program. And so you have no idea what team is actually going to be fielded. Like Michigan has had, 10 guys enter the transfer portal as of now, like that, at least that we know of. There might even be more that we find out today. Alabama, I haven't followed their roster to know what opt-outs they'll have versus guys that are entering the portal. So what does their roster look like? To me, this is just more of a preview of what you might possibly see, minus the incoming freshmen for next year's season. So it's basically, to me, a spring game that they're going to keep scoring in, and they'll be advertising for.
For everything you just said, it's why the bowls are kind of like wallpaper. Now, if there's one in your backyard and you want to go and watch a football game, that's cool. But generally speaking, they're kind of like wallpaper. And you pop in and out, especially if you're off around the holiday, last couple weeks of the year. You're going to have it on in the background at your house. Or if you listen, you want some football on a Tuesday night or a Wednesday night, there's going to be bowl games. Yep. That's kind of how I view it. I think there's always headed this way. The playoff has actually made it so more games matter late in the year, but it can't fix what is the current setup of college football. The month of December is a month of turnover. Coaches are leaving, portals opening. Yep. Guys are going to either declare early for the pros and start that journey, or they're going to transfer to another school. All of that, John. So it does, like from a betting standpoint, because that's part of how I view bowl season too, it's really difficult to get a handicap on who's playing and what edge you have and who. Yeah.
That's got to be a folly.
It's
a fool's folly.
We do the best we can. Anyway, 248-539-9797. It's the Game Above Sports Bowl. It's the bowl in Detroit on December 26th. That's Pitt and Toledo. Coming up next, the Tigers. Winter meetings.
Oh, answers?
Well, one answer. They did add a pitcher. We'll get to that coming up next. Some of the rumors, some of what they're talking about doing, the latest, the quotes from Scott Harris next. It's 97.1.
Hey, why not dive into the best pool in history? That's Stadium Swim. We just heard Coach is heading out to Vegas. Maybe you want to join him. And that's Circa Resort and Casino. You can catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen. Who doesn't want to watch bathing in a great pool or poolside, watching all these great moments at Stadium Swim? And they've got swim-up bars, Insta-ready selfie walls, one nonstop party. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy daybeds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports, and it's poolside. Located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Oh, the winter meetings are here. Gather round.
Jack Frost nipping at your nose.
John, I want to just kind of summarize where we're at with the Tigers, and then we'll draw conclusions from there.
Okay.
They have made a move.
Oh, all right. What did we talk about yesterday? It's the winter meetings. This is when it's going to happen. Lay it on us.
Alex Cobb.
Oh, the corn guy.
1-year deal. He's 37 years old. He's a project arm, okay? Pitched against the Tigers last year in the playoffs. You may remember him. He wasn't anything special. But with Fetter, fine. You can roll the dice on just about any 1-year player who's had success in the league, and I can get down with it. As the first move, underwhelming. It won't be the only move. There are some other rumors to get to. Paul Goldschmidt, also 37 years old.
Wow.
Is a name that apparently the Tigers are interested in. Current first baseman, former MVP for the Cardinals, but it's been a couple years, plays going the wrong way. John, I don't know what to make of Paul Goldschmidt, but then I want to present to you what Scott Harris said yesterday as well.
You wanted a veteran bat, right?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. Thanks, John. Here are some of the quotes from Scott Harris. Colt Keith and Justin Henry Malloy will take ground balls at first to add defensive versatility, but added Colt Keith won't play third base this year. Okay. Jace Young will compete to win a job in spring training. He will get playing time at third base, second base, and DH in the spring. On Spencer Torkelson, quote, he was the number 1 overall pick. He's immensely talented, just like these young guys. We got to stick with him. We got to keep finding ways to get a little bit more out of him, end quote. And on the offseason as a whole, he says, quote, we seduce ourselves into thinking the winter meetings is the finish line. In most off seasons, it's not even the halfway point. We have a long way to go in the offseason.
So I agree with that. Like, there's a long way to go. I do think this year, and because so many guys are represented by Scott Boras, and he got burned a little bit last year by waiting too long, I think it's going to happen quicker this year than it did last year.
We've already seen some of that, yeah.
But, I mean, he keeps hedging his bets, right? It's, the winter meetings, it's not even halfway, so be patient. It's, we want to get more out of Spencer Torkelson, but we're going to have, we're going to have Colt Keith and Justin Henry Malloy take some reps at first. It's, hey, Javi, once the surgery is, and he's healed up, we want to see what he can do, but if he doesn't get healed up, I mean, there's always, it seems like there's a but. There's always a big but to go full Pee Wee Herman. Like I just want to have a couple good new bats, because I do think that the young core has developed. And he said when it's there, the finances will be there and they'll move forward. I don't know. I mean, explain to me why now's not the time.
My conclusion is they have a small market mindset. Am I wrong?
I don't know, because I want to see what happens by, let's just say, the first of the year.
Okay,
league meetings are going. When do the league meetings wrap up? Another couple of days. I want to see what happens in the coming weeks. And I'll give it a couple of, 2 weeks, maybe the first couple of days, because of the holidays, right? No, not a lot's going to get done on Christmas. Not a lot's going to get done on New Year's. But I do think things will happen quicker. The good bats are going to be gobbled up earlier this year than they have previously. So you can't wait. If you wait, they're all going to be gone. And I get stuck on, and maybe all Tigers fans are stuck on this as well. He said, once the core is developed, once we have a core of young players, and I believe that they do, and I don't necessarily think Spencer Torkelson is a part of that core, but that the finances will be there and they will spend. Why is now not the time?
I think we're going to get some spin about how guys wanted too many years, term. So like Willie Adames just signed a 7-year deal with the Giants. Good power, good shortstop, could also play third base, left side of the infield. It's a 7-year deal. He picked the Giants. I don't even know if the Tigers were involved. because, well, they have to make sure that Javi's healthy coming out of spring, so why would they want to commit to someone on the left side of the infield? I just think we're going to get a lot of BS and excuses for why they don't pursue the high-impact players available in free agency. That's the vibe I'm getting, that they have a small market mindset, that they are going to do this on the most economical way possible, another word for cheap. They're going to try to get the most out of these young players, and they're going to lean almost exclusively on their development for next season. Do I think they'll add a couple guys? Yes, but I think they're going to be guys who are past their prime or projects or pieces or little affordable options because they have a small market mindset.
I was listening a little bit later yesterday, and I don't remember who said it, but there was a report coming from the meetings that the feeling was the Tigers were a little gun shy after the Javi deal to go with so long a term.
But that's so odd to me because Scott didn't make the Javi deal. Like, Scott's his own general manager. Scott Harris, team president, shouldn't be at all gun shy from a previous mistake that he didn't even make.
I mean, those were my same thoughts as well. Like, this is not on Scott Harris. Javi Baez is not on Scott Harris because he's here. Javi Baez is on Scott Harris because he's still here. And is that a mandate by ownership? I don't know. Is that a decision that Scott Harris is making? I mean, if they're simply going to wait it out for Javi Baez, because he's on the payroll no matter what, whether he's here or not, you're going to have to pay him. But you have to make contingency plans. You have to have something ready if that doesn't work out.
My fear all along with this Javi spin, which was, well, we got to give him a chance to be healthy in the spring, was that's going to stop them from making real moves because they have to, quote, let it play out and see what happens. And I think it's going to be an excuse because he shouldn't be on the 26-man roster next season. Well, healthy or not.
Even if you're banking, and I don't know that he is, banking on Javi Baez being the best version of Javi Baez, it doesn't mean that you can't improve at other positions. You can still add a bat at third base. You can still add a first baseman and not have to get other guys to change positions to see if they fit there.
But it certainly doesn't sound like, I stress sounds like, because this could change any minute.
Sure.
But it doesn't sound like they're pursuing a high-impact first baseman bat. When you hear, we got to get more out of Torque, Colt Keith's going to play a little first, take some ground balls over there. Same with Justin Henry Malloy. That says we're going to piecemeal this with young players. Maybe the answer is Alex Bregman at third. We continue to point to him as a guy that makes a lot of sense. World Series pedigree, knows A.J. Hinch, the glaring need at third base for this baseball team. Jay Shung going to play a little more second in this scenario. Maybe that's the solution that ties it all together, where they do go get a high-impact, veteran-proven bat. They spend real money on this baseball team following a run to the ALDS, a game away from the ALCS, where they desperately needed a clutch knock or two. Like, that would make all the sense in the world. All the quotes, all of the like, I feel like they're bracing us for another small market offseason.
Well, and are you viewing Cobb as, all right, he's a guy that Federer could get the best out of?
Sure.
And then you sell him at the deadline? Like, is that what we're setting up for? I mean, that's kind of how I read that.
We'll get some phone calls in the mix. There's ticket text. Your response so far as the winter meetings continue. It's 97.1.
Wings fans finally got to see their presumed netminder of the future as the lone put Sebastian Cossa into the crease after the first period last night to help the team get into overtime. Then he stopped 2 of 3 shots in the shootout, a 6-5 victory for the Wings. They get 2 points for the first time since November 27th. Dylan Larkin called it a huge win for their hockey team, especially needing to come back from down 2 in the third period. Lions-Packers was the most streamed Thursday night game in Amazon history as the nation watched Detroit get to 12-1, but despite an 11th straight win, Dan Campbell says they have a lot to clean up this week on offense. A coach says they're ready to take a deep dive into stopping Josh Allen, who he calls dangerous with a big-time arm and physical ability to take off and run. You can hear more from Coach as he joins the show here on 97.1 The Ticket in about an hour. The Tigers' first move of the winter meetings was to sign a veteran pitcher. Alex Cobb gets a one-year deal from Detroit after a solid stretch with Cleveland last year. 37 years old, but a 2.76 ERA in 3 starts. Also, the Tigers interested in 7-time All-Star first baseman Paul Goldschmidt, according to John Morosi of MLB Network. The 14-year veteran had 22 home runs last year, but is just 2 years removed from an MVP season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tigers add Alex Cobb, 1-year Band-Aid move. Hey, give Federer an arm to work with. I'm not going to complain, but it's the other stuff. Where are the bats? Paul Goldschmidt rumor, he's 37 years old, on the decline. All right, not the high-impact guy we were talking about. Plus the backdrop, the quotes from Scott Harris about, hey, we got to get the most out of Torque. We're going to move, but we're going to play Keith a little more at first and Henry Malloy a little more at first, have him take ground balls over there. It doesn't exactly sound like they're going to make a high-impact move. And then the whole thing about, hey, not a lot of urgency when you say we always seduce ourselves into thinking the winter meetings is the finish line of the offseason. It's not even the halfway point. No, but Scott, this is where most of the high-impact guys will be signed. If you're not active at this point, you're going to get the scraps at the end. It's a small market mindset. That was my takeaway.
There's really no argument against that. If that's all they end up doing is guys that are over the age of 35, and it's 1-year deals, it's a Band-Aid here because we're hoping that we get more out of Spencer Torkelson. We're not going to spend money. We all saw the graphic. You had a pitcher in the postseason that was making more in 1 year than your entire lineup.
Yeah, I prescribe to a little bit probably more conservative approach to this than Jim does, especially. I don't have a problem with some Band-Aids, and I hate, they should not be a small market team, okay? They shouldn't be run like the Tampa Rays, as one ticket texter suggested. But how they can't see that they don't need at least one big-time power bat in the infield is criminal to me. Like, to me, that would have done wonders on last year's team. Like, I think a lot of times teams do sloppily spend money in this league, and you get committed to deals. They're not as bad as Javi. Javi's one of the worst in the history of the sport. I think you can find analytically players that match up with other players, and you can save money doing that. And I have no problem with that. But how they can't see that they need to add a true power bat to this lineup, and it's probably moving on from Torque. That's what I don't get. I can stomach Javi and Sweeney platooning. I can stomach that if you add a power bat somewhere. This team desperately needs a 30 home run traditional power bat to bring those runners home. That's what wins you 92 instead of 86.
And I think there's one argument for this, but it's not Torque. Is there a bat in the lineup that opponents would fear?
I don't think so.
Maybe Kerry Carpenter.
Or against righties.
Right. You can get him out of the game by switching your pitcher.
Right. But I think that's what you need. You need a bat, obviously more the merrier, but you need a bat that opponents would fear.
248-539-9797. We'll get phone calls, ticket text. Let's start with Stan in Shelby Township. Stan, good morning.
Good morning, Jim. Good to talk to you and Jan. I don't think, and by the way, I'm not a hater. I'm just a baseball guy, right? I do not believe the Tigers are going to do anything with positional players in the offseason. I believe they're set with the way that they're going to platoon. And I believe that, like Torkelson, as bad as the first half of the year he did have a 669 OPS overall, and he's too young to give up on. However, I will say that, I feel good about the team. I think they're going to move forward. And John said something last summer that I thought was interesting. In spite of him being a national champion at Michigan, he said every year with the Washington team, he thought he was going to the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
Never made it, but still, that was their mindset. What's the mindset of these young guys that not only thought they were going to play well, but they actually did. Is that a positive effect going into 2025, or is it something that you can't even consider?
Well, so there's any positive momentum, especially for young players, it's something that they can build on. So for Spencer Torkelson, we saw it at the back half 2 years ago, but he wasn't able to build on that, capitalize on that, and take it to the next step. That's where you have to have execution. And I could create a scenario where we were going to go to the Super Bowl every matchup, every season. The problem was we were unable to execute and get that done.
Yeah, Stan, I think that's the issue here is the players can want it. They can believe in it. You can have good, quote, good guys in the clubhouse. John didn't play in the Super Bowl. And I'm not saying that to rub it in. These guys aren't promised anything, Stan. And if anything, I think Torkelson's a great example of you could have a hot stretch but not be a good player. I don't agree with your assessment of him. He's got 1,300 at-bats. He's got 1,300 at-bats. He's just not a very good Major League Baseball hitter. I don't know what more you need to see. I don't know what more the Tigers need to see.
Well, let's take first base. You do realize that in free agency there was, Alonso, then Walker, and then Goldschmidt is the third best first baseman available. Mm-hmm. These big bats just aren't available. Third base, you have Bregman. Then you had Suarez that re-signed with the Diamondbacks.
But Stan, you're describing bats who are available. But hold on. You are describing guys who are available in Alonso, in Walker, and Bregman. Those are three names that we've all discussed as additions that would make this baseball team more competitive next season, would make them a better baseball team. Why are those moves that are off the table for them?
Because the one thing I hated, the one thing I didn't like about the teams in the past was with Cabrera since 2017. I hated that he was always in the best shape of his life and he was always overpaid and he never produced to the amount of money and he was a drag on the organization. I don't think you can sign players past the age of 33.
Well, then you're never going to be a big player in free agency. Yeah. And the teams that win the World Series.
And that eliminates Goldschmidt.
Well, they're 37 years old. And Cobb, who they just signed. I think he means like a big money deal. But, John, the teams that win the World Series, with only one or two exceptions the last 15, 16 years, are teams with top 10 payrolls. If you're not willing to commit major money to a player or two to push you over the top, you're never going to be in consideration to win the championship.
You got to pay to play. And it's not just spend to spend.
No.
That's not what we're calling for. But when there are bats available, that will make you better. You may have to live with, and maybe that's part of budgeting down the road, hey, for 5 years, we're going to get some of the best that this guy has to offer. But for the last 2, we're going to have to eat some salary. And you work that into the budget.
Texter says, waiters work in restaurants. Don't wait. Make a significant move, Scott. 37-year-old Project Arm. Are we grooming him for shuffleboard? Brian in Madison Heights. Scott Harris also used, and I did see this, used the phrase, contracts are bigger and longer than expected excuse, just like Eiserman did after his bad, disappointing offseason. Costa, I don't agree with you much, but you nailed it. The Tigers are a small market mindset, and they're set on being cheap. The sooner we accept the Tigers are a small market team, the sooner we can move on and not care anymore, reads another ticket text. And one says the Tigers are a medium market team being run like a small market one. I genuinely don't care what they do. I'm checked out unless they do something of substance. Corey in Livonia, you're on 97.1.
The more he talks, the more I hate him. And I'm talking about Harris. He's so arrogant. And, last year it was, wait till this offseason because Cabrera's coming off the books. And then we get Canna, and we get Flaherty, which we trade. The people that we were stuck with Maeda. This year, we have a unprecedented playoff run, and then people are thinking, he might spend some money. And he's taking all this goodwill and he's dropping a big deuce on it. Because he thinks he's the smartest guy in the room, but he's proving that he's a penny pincher. He does the bidding for his owner. And to me, the stink goes all the way to the top. Chris Illich is not his father, of course, but Chris Illich is only worried about the dollars and cents. He does not care about the Tigers. This is just how much money can he make. He's looking at more how to tool for the fans with these overpriced seats to watch a team that's not going to do anything. I mean, seriously, you have a playoff team, and you're looking at a 38-year-old pitcher and a 37-year-old first baseman? What are you doing?
Yeah,
I don't understand it. It's so...
Corey,
Tigers should not be in this position.
They shouldn't
Yes,
be.
we shouldn't be the Yankees, but we shouldn't be the Athletics.
Yeah, and I think that
We're
the whole
somewhere in the middle. We should be where the Cardinals are.
Sure, I think that's a reasonable goal. I mean, it's a straw man when everybody says, well, what do you expect us to be, the Yankees? No one has ever said we expect them to spend like the Yankees, the Mets, or the Dodgers. Period. Flat out. Nobody's ever made that claim.
I think they're going to add another starter. I wouldn't be concerned about that right now.
You're saying pitching.
Pitching, yeah. But the troubling, to me, the most troubling report that came out yesterday was that they don't want to go more than a year with Walker Buehler. Why? You won't give him 2? Why? Somebody else will.
Yeah.
Didn't they lose out on somebody last year because of term? They only wanted to go 1 year instead of 2 or something like that. Whatever.
It all blurs together.
To me, those are the troubling things. Why that doesn't make any sense to me. If you watch Walker Buehler pitch in the postseason, he looked like he's coming back to himself. Will he ever be truly that? No, but it's worth the risk to give him the extra year. Why won't you do that? Those are the little things. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's not like going and hitting a home run and freezing. Like, I actually think you got to be a little careful in this market right now. Like, I would home run with Alonso right now. I think he's the perfect fit for this lineup. That's just my opinion. But I do think you need to tread carefully because Scott Boras is on a revenge tour right now in terms of getting money. And you got to let this market play a little bit, but their unwillingness to give that extra. You could have Walker Buehler yesterday if you would give him another year.
Let me just put this in perspective to people. Juan Soto signed the richest deal in the history of baseball yesterday. It was a 15-year deal, $750 million, 51 annual. The Tigers could have signed Juan Soto and still had a below-average payroll. They could have signed 2 Juan Sotos. They could have signed 2 of the richest contracts in the history of baseball.
Would they have given him a suite?
Who knows?
Because the Yankees apparently wouldn't, and the Mets did, and that's what sewed up the deal.
My point is just to give you an idea of how below average the Tigers are, how unwilling to spend the Tigers have been. That's an issue.
Well, seriously, if they went and got Buehler for 2 years and he blew out his arm in the spring, I wouldn't criticize it.
You couldn't kill him for it. No. 248-539-9797. Get some good stuff later in the show. 8:02, Dan Campbell. 7:35, I can't believe John's doing this. Jason Candle, Toledo football coach, joins us next. They're playing the bowl game in Detroit. It's 97-1. Let's talk about your teeth. Some of you have skipped going to the dentist. You've just fallen out of that habit, and for one reason or another, you just haven't been back. Maybe it's stressful for you. You don't want to go back, but you know you need to. At Brightside Dental, there's no judgment. They're not going to lecture you about flossing 3 times a day or make you feel bad because you haven't made your routine checkups and appointments. They just want to get you back in and take care of you. Use your dental benefits before the year ends. They're there. You got exams, cleanings, the basics. But if you want something for your smile, they got braces going right now. Deals, $1,500 off braces for new patients. Invisalign for as low as $59 a month for 60 months. 9 Metro Detroit locations. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. College football playoff field is set. We got our 12 teams. We also got all the bowl game announcements, which means we know who's playing in our backyard in the city of Detroit on December 26th. It's Pittsburgh and it's Toledo, and we're joined this morning by the Rockets head coach, Jason Campbell. Jason, good morning.
Good morning, man. How you doing today?
Great.
Good. You coming north again. You've been here a bunch of times for this bowl, also for the MAC championship. What's it like for your boys and your team to come north?
Well, unique experience, right? I mean, it's not every day they get a chance to play a postseason game in your backyard. You know, we're 45 minutes to an hour away from about everything that's going to happen that week, and you know, a really unique experience for our fan base because they can get in the car and get to see a bowl game, which that doesn't happen very often. So our kids are excited, obviously playing a great opponent, and you know, first class operation up there in Detroit with how they operate everything, and looking forward to it.
I know it's not the Bahamas or Boca Raton, but it is a big recruiting base for you guys. Is that kind of how you view this? Is this part of your footprint?
It is not the Bahamas for a couple of reasons. Customs and doing all that song and dance and getting in an airplane and flying back out of there. That is one thing we won't have to do. But, yeah, I mean, I think very unique that, you know, the history of Toledo football has been, you know, fed with great players from, you know, the state of Michigan and state of Ohio and this local footprint, you know, and to be able to play there, you know, it's all about exposure, right? And, you know, you never know what a young man is going to grab an uncle's going to grab him and say, hey, let's go watch a football game the day after Christmas. So hopefully we can parlay those moments into something special for those eyes to see, and it leads to future Rockets.
We've seen, well, future Rockets don't always have to come through recruiting, come through the from the transfer portal. Teams also lose it. What are the conversations like in regards to just simply recruiting your own roster about opportunity, and especially not just opportunity awaiting next year, but opportunity in this bowl game?
Yeah, I mean, a great question, right? I think that's on the forefront of every college football fan's mind right now. Like, what's their team going to look like? How, you know, who am I cheering for? You know, who's going where? Who's coming in? That kind of thing. I think for us, it's pretty simple. I mean, we have honest conversations with our kids. We always have. We've had double-digit draft picks come out of here since I've been the head coach. We got 2 more guys going to the Senior Bowl this year who will be draft picks, potentially a third and maybe a fourth. You know, I think we've been able to paint a picture of what success looks like for our young men. You know, no man's success has any bearing on anybody else's, but, you know, you can do it from Toledo, and that's been proven. You know, Quinyon Mitchell was picked in the first round last year, and, you know, with the draft right there in Detroit, you know, so I think there's been plenty of examples of, you know, how it can be done. But there's so many things out there that these young people are exposed to, and you really just got to sit them down. You got to have, you know, like you said, honest conversations. And if it's right for us, it's right for them, then we make an agreement that this is what it's going to be like going forward. And if not, we have those hard conversations. But it's a fluid situation. You know, that's not comfortable for the traditionalist fan and or for the traditionalist coach or, you know, anybody that's associated with college athletics. But, you know, that the toothpaste is not going back in a tube, so we got to live it and we got to own it.
For someone who's out there who's on the fence or they don't have plans yet, if they go to watch you guys, you got a couple good receivers, you've already beat a Power 4 team this season, what would they be getting if they sit down and watch Toledo football?
Well, I mean, I think you're talking about 2 programs, you know, us and Pittsburgh, that are both built on toughness and, you know, going to play really hard for all 60 minutes. You know, we've got a good group of guys that, like I said, I think you're talking about 3 or 4 potential pro players on our team, and Pitt's got a bunch of the same. So hopefully a very competitive football game for all 60 minutes and one that would create a really good experience for a fan to come watch.
He's Jason Campbell, head coach, Toledo Rockets. They're playing on December 26th in Detroit, the Game Above Sports Bowl. We appreciate your time, Jason.
Have a great day, guys. Thanks so much. Go Rockets.
Thanks, Coach.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, a suspect in the killing of UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson has been arrested and charged with murder. 26-year-old Luigi Mangione was arrested on gun charges originally in Pennsylvania after a McDonald's employee recognized him. He went there to eat some lunch, get some food. Well, he was found there while he was eating with this black, believed to be 3D printed gun. Other things on him as well, fake IDs, a mask, as well as a 3-page written note that basically suggested he was angry with corporate America. Of course, authorities now say they're going to go through his writings very thoroughly, right, to try to understand more of a motive if it's in there. And obviously they're going to talk to him about that as well. It's all the details are wild.
Like so many questions. Did he want to get caught? Because he has a lot of evidence on him at this random McDonald's.
Just traveling with all the evidence.
With a manifesto and the murder weapon? Like, I don't know. And I also want to know what got him to this point. You mentioned corporate America. I know a lot of people are unhappy with health insurance. If you really internet sleuth it, he may have had back issues. I don't know.
I saw things about his back too. I don't know for sure. I know nothing about his back, but I know he had books like in his account about chronic back pain. Okay, whatever, right? We've all got something.
Sure.
Oh, yeah.
Going on. And most of us have health insurance, and maybe you don't go and murder somebody because of it, right? You take it out another way. Maybe you file a lawsuit. I don't know. There's other things you can go do than decide to murder somebody, right? There's something that happened, and everything you read about this guy, right, came from a very wealthy family. He was a very smart guy, went to an Ivy League college. His friends are saying he was such a great guy. This is so shocking. He seemed like, from what you hear so far, he had lots of good things going for him. And then something happened, right?
I guess.
I don't know. Obviously it did.
Yeah.
Something snapped. Crazy. The home and the car of University of Michigan Regent Jordan Acker was vandalized in the early hours of Monday morning, and he posted photos on his social media showing his wife's car was vandalized with spray paint, graffiti. It said, "Divest, Free Palestine." He also said that 2 bricks were thrown through the windows of their home. And this is not the first time that he or his family have been a victim of this attack. I mean, it happened at his office. It's happened before. He said this was the 3rd time that he and now his family have been the target of these types of attacks. Yeah. Let's talk. Do I have time for this one? I do.
Yeah,
okay,
do.
I do have time. Let's talk a little Jason Kelsey, right? He's always got something interesting going on.
Last night.
So he found himself trying to kind of walk back this attempt at humor during Monday Night Countdown, where he jokingly called Arlington and Dallas, Texas, the, quote, butthole and armpit
he was spot on.
of America.
Don't walk it back.
So he made the joke as the show was covering the Cowboys versus the Bengals, right, at the game at AT&T Stadium. So let's hear how it all went down.
So I know Mina Kimes said something before that on the Simpsons broadcast, which was bizarre.
Which I was going to ask you about because I didn't see it, don't know much about it. So they do like this alternate cast,
This
right?
is the first time they've done this Simpsons cast. They did a Toy Story thing last year or the year before, right?
Which was attractive to, like, I watched it with Teddy and Jack.
Okay.
And so Teddy had no idea what was going on. Still has no idea. But it was, he likes Toy Story and liked the colors, liked everything. But the Simpsons one, I'm not sure even who they were marketing that one to. It was bizarre.
So, okay, I saw a couple clips on like social media, like highlights.
Yeah.
I couldn't imagine sitting down and watching the game that way. Clearly, it's
really
not for me.
bad.
But then I do wonder, who is it for? Because while the Simpsons are still on television and have had a historic run, they don't feel culturally relevant. I don't feel like kids are watching them. They don't get discussed.
I don't think so.
So it's just an odd decision.
Yeah. Odd all around. Anyway, he made the joke and
and
made
part
sure
of the
everyone knew he was
context.
joking.
Yeah, I mean, he was joking. We all know he's got a sense of humor. Part of the joke is he was a Philadelphia Eagle. He was in division, right? That's the same thing I think about Dallas as a team.
Yeah.
Have some fun.
Yeah. Finally, this could affect you, maybe. AT&T is eliminating its landline phone service in almost every state in its service area, including right here in Michigan. So earlier this year, AT&T did say that its copper wire phone lines are antiquated and require costly service that is not as effective as wireless broadband networks, which I can understand that. So they say the plan is to get rid of landlines by 2029. So they're giving people plenty of time, they say, to make the big shift so customers can decide what they want to do. There are people that do rely on landline phones. According to this survey, 6.7% of Michigan customers have both landline and cell phone, and then only 2.5% rely on landlines.
Well, that 2.5% is going to have to
figure out what they want to do. They could switch companies because there are other companies that are still going to offer landline service, right? You could jump over to a different one, a different provider. Or AT&T says that they have a new product named AT&T Phone Advance, and that's a landline alternative. So it's $45 a month.
Not many people, even businesses don't have landlines anymore.
Poor Gator.
I can't even remember
He has a landline. Stop.
Does he really?
I don't know if he currently does. He had one fairly recently, like shockingly.
Why?
Has a landline. I don't know.
What does he need one for? It's not like he lives in like a really like crazy. I can see people who maybe they don't have good cell phone service where their home is. They rely
not only
on
that,
landline.
but who even wants to have two numbers? Because once you leave the house, you have your cell number.
Do you guys still remember your landline number, by the way, like growing up? Because I still use it for my CVS phone number, and I haven't had a I haven't had a landline.
Really?
I think I do remember it actually.
It's just weird. No, I remember a previous cell phone number, but I don't remember.
I remember friends' numbers.
Really?
Yeah. I got a weird
I can't even remember the number for my kids.
It's Heather with the news. Dan Campbell at 8:02. Coming up next, is John really doing this in the winter at this time of year? It's 97.1.
Hey, tackle the NFL action on FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if you simply win. FanDuel Sportsbook app gives you everything you need to place live bets on the NFL, and it's all in one place. So when you get a hunch in the middle of the game, as we all do, you can check out the latest stats, view live play-by-play, and everything else that you need, all on the same page where you're actually going to place your bets. Visit FanDuel.com/Jansen today, and you're going to get started with $150 in bonus bets. And I mentioned all you got to do is win. Place a $5 bet, win it, and you get that $150 in bonus bets. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen to join today. Never waste a hunch and make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, 'tis the season. Good morning. 97-1 on a Tuesday.
Yep.
Dan Campbell coming up at 8:02. Red Wings won last night. Sebastian Cossa gets his first NHL win. Comes in relief. Wins in the shootout. Dylan Larkin fishes the puck out of the net after scoring the game-winning goal and gives it to the rookie goalie. Kind of a cool, wholesome moment, if you will, last night, John. This time of year is, well, Christmas time.
Yeah, holidays.
It's also
Everybody's settling in.
Also the time that you are moving.
I am. Yes. Great
What is
decision.
wrong with you?
We like adventure. We like stress.
Yeah.
Yes. We thrive on that. As soon as the football season gets over, why not move? So yeah, we are moving, and we will move into our new place before Christmas. And
When
so
you say before Christmas, like right before Christmas?
yeah, within a week of Christmas.
Crazy.
And so a couple of questions. One is, what's the worst time of year to actually move? And I think we've kind of nailed it. We are going to be, we set up for Christmas because we didn't know if we were going to be moving before or after. We kind of actually thought it was going to be after. So we set everything up, and we knew as soon as we set everything up, boom, there it goes. So we do have Christmas decorations up. I didn't put lights on the house this year because even if it was going to be after Christmas, right? I didn't know what the weather was going to be like, and I didn't want to be on a ladder in a blizzard. So we do have Olaf up out front. It's a Jansen tradition. Yes,
Yeah.
the inflatable.
Oh, did you scoff at that?
I don't like
Is it
inflatables.
tacky? They wouldn't fly in her HOA.
Right. Yes.
I don't know. I've never seen one in our neighborhood. Maybe there is something in the HOA. If I ran an HOA, banned.
No inflatables?
I don't like them.
Even for little sweet Teddy, who loves Olaf,
I know, I'm
you're
sure
going
Emily
to
would
be
like
the
it
mean
too,
lady
and
that
Brooks.
comes to the door and says, "You must take that down, young man."
Yes.
Pretty much. That's what she would do, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, not me, obviously.
So you
but
didn't put
yeah.
up the
Okay.
full
You were
lights.
talking
Anyway.
to Teddy.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So we are going to be moving the Christmas tree. And Lisa and I have talked about it. Like, what's the best way to move this tree? And so she's going to take all the ornaments off at one point. We're going to keep the lights on. It's a pre-lit fake tree. All right. So
How big is it? How tall is the tree?
7 or 8 feet, right?
Okay.
It's a little bit taller than I am. So yeah, 7 or 8 feet. And so she could take the ornaments off. We're going to leave the string lights on
Okay.
and obviously the pre-lit. I'm going to put it in the back of my truck, secure it appropriately, and then I'm going to be the guy driving down the road because we're only moving a couple of miles
You'll
away.
lay it down, or you?
No, I think I'm going to have it stood
You're gonna
up.
have it
Yeah.
standing up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not? I mean, let's go
even
full
better.
on. Yeah. Because how many times do we see these? There are certain cars decorated for Christmas, which blows my mind. I am going to be decorated for Christmas for about 2 or 3 miles.
I guess I get it because you're not moving far. It's not
Right.
a long drive.
Yeah,
You
no
can drive,
highway involved,
Right. You
yeah.
can
It's all
go
back
a little
streets,
slower. I mean, I like it. That's what I'd want to do because I
Yeah.
hate setting up the tree.
Yeah.
So
And
you've already
well,
set
yeah,
it up. You'd have to take it down and then reset it up.
Yeah. I'm gonna pick it up, put it in the back of the truck, secure it, drive down the road, and drop it off at the new place.
How do the kids feel about moving right around the holiday?
Oh, they're good with it.
Okay.
Yeah, they're fine with it. I mean, Lucy will be home this coming weekend, so everybody's got time to plan and pack and all that
Okay.
stuff. So, but in the process of packing everything up, this is the first time I've not experienced this because we moved a handful of times over the past decade, and sometimes we'd be in a place for 2 years, sometimes it was 3 years, where I go to box everything up and pack everything up. And then I noticed in a storage area, got boxes that I never even opened from the first move. And I am big on labeling things, but there were a couple that were not labeled. And so not having missed anything for 2 years, I was kind of curious as to what was in the box. But at that point, I thought if I didn't miss it,
You just threw it away.
don't donate it. Just took it to Goodwill, donated it.
Stop. You don't even know what's in there?
Nope. And so it was, but how long? I know you've been in your house for a long time, so it's been a while since you've moved. Jimmy, when was the last time you moved?
Coming up on 4 years.
Okay. Any boxes unopened?
No.
No? Okay.
Oh, I bet we have one. But they're labeled in the basement. They're probably like old home videos that have never been
Yeah.
opened or, family photo, like just
Right.
random things.
But even to this day, like there's nothing that I'm sitting there going, I wonder what happened to this. And then I
but
could
what
trace
if
it back to
was
that.
something really awesome that you just forgot to label or like something really personal. that you
well,
donated
if I haven't
now.
missed it, then it wasn't that personal.
I know,
NFL
but
mementos.
but somebody else could have their hands on them now.
Oh, great. It's really not worth much.
I know I have one box when we moved back in 2016 that I didn't open. It's my old sports memorabilia stuff that I don't put up in the house anymore.
Right.
That I had as a kid. I got one box of stuff of goodies that I just keep.
To me, that's a little bit different, though, because I have boxes that I haven't opened. Like, I have the girls' American Girl dolls in their beds, right? So it's labeled. I know I'm not going to open it up until, if they have kids, if they have girls at one point and they want to have, their moms.
Yes.
American Girl doll. Okay, that I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about the mystery box. Like how many? Because I ran into this issue, obviously, a couple of moves ago, and talking about it at that time in another radio life, there were a lot of people that had boxes that that have been in their storage or on shelves in their garage that they haven't opened for years, and they have no idea what's in it.
Well, it's a great time to get rid of stuff, though. That's why.
Address it to yourself and open it up on Christmas.
I could have done that. Wrapped it up, give it to the kids.
Yeah.
Hey, look, some of Dad's old drawers.
Sweet.
What a find.
Yeah. What's the? So a lot of questions in this one. Any old boxes? How long have they sat in your storage before you actually wondered what was there? And have you moved boxes that you just never unpacked and you were in a house for a year or two or apartment, doesn't matter, and just keep moving boxes? Because I refuse to move something that I moved originally.
We also have a bunch of people with advice for the best way to move your Christmas tree. Apparently, this is not unique, so we'll get to that as well. All that and more coming up next, 97.1.
Hey, you guys, Heather here. These days, online scammers are everywhere. Whether it's a fake missed delivery text or an urgent bank alert, these scams look more convincing than ever. But the good news is you can protect yourself from online scammers without being a tech expert. That's where McAfee Total Protection comes in. It's designed to help you live a worry-free life online. Worry-free means you don't need to wonder if that text message is a scam, if you can, click on that link that's attached, or if new threats will pop up on your PC, or if you're safe from identity theft. It means you can go ahead and manage your finances and shop online without fear, because McAfee provides award-winning protection you can rely on. You can trust McAfee to help keep your devices, privacy, and identity safer. Visit McAfee.com/online protection today to get award-winning online protection for just $39.99 your first year. That's McAfee.com/online protection. Cancel anytime. Terms apply.
Lions head coach Dan Campbell joins us at 8:02, about 10 minutes away. Good morning, 97.1.
Is this referencing my Christmas tree? No, just another button.
John is moving right before Christmas because why not, right?
Yeah.
And you shared this imagery of you moving a Christmas tree
in the back of my truck, the BBT.
And I was picturing it laying down, but you're going to keep it.
No, I think I might leave it standing up. Yeah,
which makes more sense because then the branches don't get all smushed.
Right.
And,
yeah, I don't want to break any lights.
Right.
And we did talk about, instead of, like, some of them are glass bulbs, so instead of taking the strings off, we might just unscrew the light bulbs and take those in a package over and then rescrew them back in. Some of them, not all of them.
There are people who've done this and they have tips for you. And then you also brought up that you had a box from a previous move.
Oh, yeah.
That you didn't even open. You just donated it. You're like done with it.
Yep.
People have thoughts on that too. Let's start with Roman in Ann Arbor. Roman, good morning.
How's it going, guys?
Good morning.
So, John, I have a pretty genius idea. You don't have to take the ornaments off. Just saran wrap the piss out of it and send it down the road.
You know what? That's a great idea because, you get those big rolls of saran wrap from like Home Depot or Lowe's that...
And you probably got some bubble wrap laying around because you're doing your move. You don't want to take off every ornament and put it back on. That's probably worse than the move itself. So, hey, maybe save yourself some time, saran wrap it, a little bubble wrap, and you're on your way.
That is a great hack right there. Might have to do that. You might have just
the
saved us some work.
ornaments off.
Oh, yeah. We don't want to break
Those
any
ones.
of the kids' ones.
You take those ones off.
But the rest of them,
Hey,
you're
you
right.
guys have a great rest of your day.
Thanks, Roman. You too.
Yeah, because it's going to be so tedious otherwise.
Yeah. But we do enjoy setting up the tree. It's the taking down after Christmas of the tree, which we're going to obviously somewhat do before.
So
and
you have
then,
to do it twice.
Yeah.
Unless you saran wrap all around that tree.
Yeah.
Eric in Canton, you're on 97.1. Eric, what's up?
Hey, fellas. Great show. So they make these tree special bags that you can put a Christmas tree in. I don't know if you looked into that, John, but definitely saran wrap it because the wind will beat the hell out of it, and you'll be sorry that you did it if you don't cover it in some way.
Okay.
And they look on Amazon. They got. But then as far as boxes, we had a house. We lived there for 20 years. Every few years, I'd go in the basement and look at these particular boxes. And I think I need that. I'm going to hang on to it. We moved about 4 years ago. I brought the boxes with us. Once a year, I go down there. I think I'm going to hang on to this. I just threw it all out.
Did you look inside?
Yeah, I mean, I knew what was in there, but it was like old magazines and collectible stuff, and it was like, I think I'm going to put this up on the basement walls one day, and
never
got around to it.
I finally threw it out a week ago. Ironically, you guys are talking about this
after 4 years.
Well, no, more than 20. He said he had it at his old house too, though, right?
20 years in the
20
old
years.
house. I look at it every once in a while. That's cool, but I'll use it one day.
What kind of magazines?
I collect music. Collectible magazines and just different memorabilia that I thought it was worth something, but the internet now, everything's so accessible that maybe one day, maybe 30 years ago it was worth something, but not anymore. Like baseball cards almost. But so
appreciate it.
Figured I'd call it. Yeah. Merry Christmas, guys.
Thanks.
You.
Merry Christmas to you. Yeah. You were thinking it was a different collection.
I'm just asking the questions.
For the articles. That's why he likes the music magazines.
Yes, the articles.
Magazines. Ticket texters. Put saran wrap around the tree with ornaments on it. Sean in Orlando. This is apparently a thing people do when they move a Christmas tree.
I'm not sure I want to. I mean, the more I think about it, I'm not sure I want to. I'm okay with the Christmas tree being in the back of the truck because, again, it's not far. I'm not going on any major roads. I'm not going to have to go fast. I'm not sure. I'd rather just have the tree out instead of
What about just putting like a tarp over it? And then, using your ties
I think
to hold
the
it down.
The tarp would be more of a hazard, catch more wind than the tree will actually
you'd really have to make sure you had it all down.
Yeah.
Texter says, what a coincidence. I just bought an old Jansen U of M jersey at the Salvation Army. It looks authentic. And there are people who are with Heather on the inflatables. Says she's spot on. Inflatables are for trailer parks.
Oh, come on.
Not my words.
This one says they are
but you insinuated.
I just said I don't like them.
Come on. Next time you see Teddy, you're going to tell him that you don't like Olaf.
says, sorry guys,
Make him
inflatable
cry.
Christmas ornaments in your front yard. It's the tackiest, ugliest, stupidest S you can decorate your house with, kids or no kids.
There's a lot of people in our neighborhood that actually, when they walk, they make it a point to walk by our house, and we will see kids taking pictures next to Olaf.
Is it one of the ones that like shakes? Like it's cold and it waves?
It shakes when the wind blows.
But there's ones that like shake.
Oh no, it doesn't
Like it's
have the fan
like
underneath
it's like-
it. Yeah, no, it's not an auto lot. They're
awful. I
Where you
hate
have the
'em.
Gumby. No, it actually is a great inflatable.
Okay.
This one,
believe
another
you.
one says, I agree, beautiful at night, but a used sock during the day.
Or something else used. Yeah, it just crumples up on the ground and
No,
looks like
it stays inflated all day.
not all of them, John.
Well,
not
not all of
everybody
them, no.
keeps theirs inflated
Oh, well,
all
we
day
do.
long.
We do, but we did send out the change of address because we had to make sure that Santa got it.
Smart.
So that Santa knows that we'll be
True.
at a new residence, so he knows which chimney to go for the kids and especially for Teddy.
John, we had to move apartments during Christmas one year. In order to move the tree, we actually just made it super simple. Shrink wrap, one of those industrial rolls for like $16, just all around the tree.
All around the tree. That's still saran wrap. Yeah.
Yep. Heather, with her dirty feet, thinks she's too good for the inflatables.
Right. Yeah. The unwashed.
I don't care for them. Not my style. To each their own.
I
Good for
hope.
you, John.
I really hope you're never in charge of an HOA because that's going to be a tough neighborhood to be in.
So, $1 million question is,
Oh, she also hates Charlie Brown. I forgot about that. Thank you, Twitchers, because Heather hates Charlie Brown. Do you even like Rudolph?
I do like Rudolph, like the original Rudolph.
Yeah.
Is that what we're talking? Like the
Frosty the
clay.
Snowman,
well, it wasn't
Rudolph.
clay. It was like, but yeah, like that.
Yeah,
whatever
that
it was.
design, yeah.
Yeah, I like Rudolph.
Emily wants one. Do you get it?
No,
Wow.
We go to Home Depot
You'll do
and
a
look
lot
at
of things
them.
for your kids. You won't get them an inflatable.
no.
That is true disdain.
We do
I
like
actually
looking
respect
at
it.
Home Depot. Like we go and we look at all of them, and that's where I've seen the ones that like jiggle and shake. And then there's like they do. They
Oh,
like,
boy.
It
Yeah,
looks like
Heather's
they're
going
like,
full jazz hands in here.
Stony.
Yeah. Who wants an inflatable Stony
That's what it's
for Hanukkah?
like.
Seriously, I don't personally care for inflatables, but we did them for our kids, and now that our kids are older, we don't have inflatables
You
anymore.
should see the light display, like all the Christmas lights we have up. Emily loves that. Like we turn down
Yeah.
our court, and our house is like, because they're so. It's like
Yeah.
Clark Griswold's.
Yeah, but
Huge
so,
dinner house.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
that's
have to
cool.
admit too that we have Olaf up because I love to see Teddy run to the window and talk about Olaf, run outside and play around Olaf. I like him too.
Well, good, John.
It makes me feel very Christmassy.
Well, good. Good for you.
Texter says, hey, John, when you move, have Costa dress up as an elf and hold the tree for you while it's in transit.
In the back of the truck.
Here's how John
I'm
should
not sure Costa's big enough. He might get blown over too.
here's how John should transport the tree.
Colin could hold the bottom of it.
By the way, you sent
Yeah.
out Christmas cards, Heather?
I did
We
send
got
out-
them, and Kelsey's
did?
first response was, Colin looks taller than I thought. First thing she said.
He wasn't even standing. we were all sitting down, so that's good.
I think in her head, he has been made out to be
Yeah,
like an
yeah,
elf,
yeah.
like a
Tiny,
Christmas elf.
tiny man.
It's like, no, that is like an adult man in this photo. Where did you get him from? That can't be Colin. Anyway, this one says, here's how John should transport the tree. Take the fake tree down, throw it out, be a man, get a real one. Mike in Royal Oak.
Well, we do like real trees, but this is, we have a 3-year-old in the house, and I'm not gonna deal with that.
And this last ticket text says, can't wait for Daddy Dan. We'll talk to Dan Campbell next.
Yep.
It's Lions head coach 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. A pair of unanswered goals in the third period led the Red Wings to overtime in Buffalo and eventually win in a shootout 6-5, ending their 5-game losing streak. Top goalie prospect Sebastian Cossa made his NHL debut, saving 12 of 14 shots after taking over in the second period, and yes, he did say there were some nerves. Dylan Larkin and Lucas Raymond each scored in overtime. Sider, Kopp, and DeBrincat had goals in regulation, including 2 for Kopp, who scored for the first time since November 6th. Army coach Matt Drinkle has been announced as Jim McElwain's replacement as the head coach of Central Michigan football. The Black Knights went 11-1, won the AAC championship in their first year in the conference. Lions coach Dan Campbell said the team's injury situation getting much more positive as the long week continues. Would not give a new timeline on Aiden Hutchinson, simply that he is progressing. He'll also be joining the show right here on The Ticket coming up in just a couple minutes. And Monday Night Football, the Bengals beat the Cowboys 27-20 to wrap up Week 14. Joe Burrow throwing 369 yards and 3 touchdowns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
John, I saw something yesterday, that Packer win for the Lions.
Yeah.
Not that they plan on losing any games, but they could lose any of the final 4 games and still be the 1 seed. That was a huge win on Thursday.
Yeah, it was. I mean, yeah, Dan said it last week. It's worth a game and a half, 2 games.
Playoff mode.
Mm-hmm.
We're ready now. We got the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell. Let's go to it. Dan, good morning. Appreciate some of your time as always.
Good morning.
Let's start with that locker room speech. Felt like you were on another level there. Shorthanded, dramatic finish. Just what were your emotions like as you guys wrapped up that win against the Packers?
Yeah, I mean, I was pretty fired up. We were all pretty fired up. I mean, that was, that's a hard fought game. We knew it was going to be hard fought. It was going to come down to the end. We knew where we were at team-wise. Nobody made any excuses. We were in the grinder there. I mean, whatever that was, 3 games in so many days. I mean, we were, and so to be able to pull off those wins, that being the last one of that kind of tour we were on against a division opponent at home under the circumstances just made it that much sweeter. So, I mean, I couldn't be more proud of the guys. I mean, you talk about, fighting through it and pushing and giving everything they've got, and the coaches getting them ready. It was a hell of a win.
When everybody's talking about the 4th down tries, and let's just talk and focus on the last one that sealed it. It allowed you to set up for a field goal, no time left on the clock. What type of experiences do you draw from when you're making a decision like that?
I think everything that I've been through, as a coach, a lot of those come in. Things that happen in New Orleans, certainly things that have happened here. And then you think about, how the game has gone. You think about where you're at, where your guys are at, where you feel like you're best suited to finish the game out. If you think you can win the game and you don't have to worry about anything else after that moment, I'm going to be drawn to that more times than not, And look, it's not always going to play out like that. And it doesn't mean I'm always going to go for it in that situation. But, we were under a yard, and I felt like that was the right thing to do in that moment.
Shouldn't more guys go for it on 4th down? Like, why do you think you are the outlier that you are right now with the aggressive decisions?
Oh, I don't know. Look, here's the obvious. What happens when we don't get that? That's the obvious.
Right.
Guys are afraid that if they don't get it, they'll get skewered. Is that maybe part of what
we're moving to the next house? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's why. But it's, hey, to each his own. And there's plenty of philosophies that have worked in this league, and you can win a lot of games doing it your way. And I just lean more this way. And it doesn't mean we're always going to be this way, but that was right for that game.
How much of it is just, it's simply, obviously it's your call to make, but when players come to you, because I was this way as a player, Russ Grimm, we had a 4th down that we wanted to go for. We were down in Indianapolis, and we called timeout. I'm jawing at him, hey, we could get this, run behind me. I'm sure Penei Sewell is probably saying the same thing. All of those guys are. I know Jared Goff is. How much does their confidence level play into your ultimate decision to go for it or not?
Yeah, I mean that. Of course, that plays into it. You know, if I feel compelled to do it, and I look out there and Sewell's giving me puppy eyes, then no, I wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
But Sewell would never do that. First of all, but you know, if I don't feel conviction, you know, somewhere else, then no, I'm not going to do it. But that's not the case here. But we've been doing this now for a while. Our guys understand what's at stake and the way that we play more times than not. And it's not all the time, but they understand, you know, they've been put in the fire enough to where, you know, they understand these fourth downs, and we play pretty good under pressure. You know, we do pretty good in pressure moments, and you know, it's a credit to our players and our coaches. So they're ready for it. And, you know, it's just a matter of, for me, making sure that I do give them the best opportunity to still have success, you know.
I can't picture Penei Sewell with puppy eyes, for the record.
No, it doesn't exist. You get my point, though.
Yeah. No, I did.
Somebody looks at me like, oh, I don't think I can block this guy.
It's never going to happen with him. Let's talk about the Bills, right? This is a huge game. Super Bowl measuring stick. Like, how do you look at this game as you guys prepare for it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the next one. It really is. I mean, that's how you look at it. It's an excellent opponent, you know, who just went out to the Rams and put up a heck of a fight, you know, high-scoring game, and came away with the loss. And they've been playing really, really good football. And so, you know, they're going to be motivated to get back on the winning track. And, you know, they play really good defense. They've got weapons on offense. Of course, Josh Allen makes the whole thing go. I mean, he is his biggest weapon that you're going to find at the quarterback position from a run and pass standpoint. So this is, you know, this is going to be one of those. This is a top-notch opponent, man. And look, we've been in it though. I mean, that's what Green Bay was. Green Bay's a dang good team.
This might be an impossible question to answer, but you know, when you're thinking about Josh Allen and the weapon that he is, and you're right, I mean, he's the one that stirs the drink over there. What concerns you more, his arm or his legs?
Yeah, I mean both. Look, I think what's hard for him is the obvious, right? I mean, he can push the ball down the field, he can sit in the pocket, find the throw, but then, you know, if you want to play a certain type of coverage and cover down for a minute, there's those times where he's just buying time to where the coverage will clear out so he can take off. Like, he's smart enough to understand all those. He knows exactly what he's doing, and he'll just wait for that lane, and then he takes off. So I think of course, you got to be able to cover down, tight coverage, because he's an accurate passer. But then, you know, you turn your back on this guy, and he's right through the defense for 20. So we're going to have to be so disciplined in our rush lanes this week. You know, we're going to have to really close it in. We can't have guys sell out to go get a sack. We have to be very disciplined and cage him in as best we can.
Is he the MVP of the league, at least so far? That's kind of the way most people talk about him.
You know what? I haven't seen every game of him versus everybody else. I mean, I can't imagine he's not certainly in that debate. I mean, he's played. This is as good a season as I can remember out of him, and he's had good seasons every year. But I think he's doing an excellent job taking care of the football, playing within the system, and then when they need him, you know, to become Superman, he shows up, and that's why he's in that debate.
You've had so many guys step in, guys that weren't even on the roster, practice or otherwise, to start the season because of the injuries, especially on defense. Who is it that you feel has really stepped in and I don't know, maybe surprised you or played the best that has had to step in for an injured player?
Wow. Shoot. Well, I mean, look, probably O'Connor. I mean,
yeah.
You know, what he did the other day, once we got him up and going, and that's why he's here. This is why we wanted him on our team. And even though he was on the vet squad, we knew we were going to need him at some point. And And once we were able to get him going, he's been a valuable, really backup piece for us, role player. He's really helped us out. Well, then we have these injuries, and he essentially starts for us in this game. And, I mean, he was highly productive for us. He run and pass game. And, he played the nose, he played the big end. There's a number of things he did for us that he really showed up, and he just battled in there. But sheer will, he's got a quick first step, he's strong, and he gets on them, he gets on guys. So, I mean, he would probably be the one player, and a lot of those guys came in and helped, but I thought O'Connor played really, really well.
Buzz on social media, you guys are going to wear the black jerseys against the Bills. Can you confirm that?
Who said that?
Social media Buzz.
All right, well, social media is always right.
Reliable sources.
I figure we got the coach. We can get his thoughts on it. But, yeah, you guys haven't made the decision then, or it's just not public?
I think the decision was made back in May. There's a chance we'll have black or blue or gray or white.
Thank you for the clarity. Hey, Dan, before we get you out of here, did John text you about what came up on the show last week?
No, I'm not going to bother him during the season.
No.
Dan, the people think you're hot. Have you noticed that?
Oh, come on.
Don't do this.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. That's all. This is an off-season conversation where maybe I can make you feel comfortable at that time, but no.
Dan, we appreciate you as always.
All right, I appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Lions head coach Dan Campbell, thanks. It's 97.1.
Hey, are you searching for the perfect holiday gift for friends and family? Give the gift of unforgettable experiences with the YMCA. Y gift certificates are available at all 7 Metro Detroit locations and can be used for individual and family memberships, personal training sessions, swim lessons, access to wellness centers, youth sports, and even overnight or day summer camps. This holiday season, choose the timeless gift of fun, fitness, and community at the Y. Visit ymcadetroit.org or stop by any Metro Detroit YMCA location to share the joy and health and connection.
Really cool moment at the end of the game with Dylan Larkin scoring the game winner, the captain giving the puck to Cossa, who filled in and picked up his first NHL win. It's never happened before in NHL history where a player has come in relief to make their debut and win in a shootout. Again, the shootout hasn't been around forever. But Cossa, cool moment for him. Doesn't fix all the issues with the hockey team, but they did come back in the third period, got a win for their rookie goaltender. May talk a little bit of Red Wings later, some Tigers free agent updates. We just had Dan Campbell on. John, what stood out?
I like the fact that when you have so many guys that are stepping up to fill we went into that game and there was a lot of people, whether they voiced concern or not, you couldn't possibly go into that game sitting there thinking, hey, they've got 12 guys that have been major contributors on defense that are unavailable. The starting defensive lines, Darius Smith, Broderick Martin, Pat O'Connor, Miles Adams, you go down the list and everybody's kind of like, who?
Yeah.
I love it when a coach gets to talk about a guy that has put in the work, has been patient, because it's really hard in today's sports world at any level, especially at the college level, but in the NFL I do want to ask him at some point a follow-up to that. Are guys staying on this vet squad, this practice squad, because they know they're going to get a chance to get called up and they're going to be a contributor on a team that has a chance to win a Super Bowl? Like, are you getting that advantage now?
Probably, and they're putting him in position to be successful. I think you also loved it because you stumped him for a second there.
Yeah, he was kind of stumped. Like, who do I talk about? I mean, because there's so many guys that played well.
I thought he was going to say Pat O'Connor because one, I do think it's a great answer. I mean, the story's great, local player, but they asked him to do a lot.
Yeah,
because McNeil got hurt. I think there's probably more on the fly that he was asked to do than they even installed for him, and he graded out well. He played a ton of snaps. They were very depleted on the interior of that defensive line, and Pat O'Connor, great story, stepped up.
Here's the hard conversation that's going to happen at some point is when these guys have to go back to the vet squad.
Yeah, can't all stay.
Because when Pascal's available, Reeder's available, McNeil, Owens Enrique, if Hutch comes back, you're going to be looking at guys that have been contributors for a long time. And there's going to be tough roster decisions that have to be made. Those are next to impossible conversations. Hey, we wouldn't be here without you. Thank you, but we're stuck at 53.
Yeah.
Here comes Hutch, and that one's easier to understand.
Yeah.
Than some of the other ones. But I mean,
but for them,
that's the business of football.
For them, it's great tape, right? Their career is going to benefit from playing here, making an impact, and making plays. And you never know. Guys are going to get hurt still. I mean, they're still playing football games, violent game. You never know. Your phone call away. But it's really been a testament to, and it gets thrown around too often, culture.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a culture win on Thursday when they beat the Packers.
It is. And just to follow up even a little bit further, like if you get a call from one of the other 31 teams to be on the regular roster, like that, there is a tough decision to be made because for a week, you're going to be making roster money.
Yep.
Versus vet squad money or practice squad money. But you also don't know how long that will last because it's a new scheme. Do I fit into that scheme? Is their guy going to be coming back and then I'm out? Then am I welcomed back here, or did they fill that spot? Now they like that guy. Like there's a lot that goes into that conversation and that decision. So it's not just, hey, I can make NFL roster money for a week. Is it 2 weeks? Is it 4 weeks? Where's that cutoff? And everybody wants to play. Like, you don't want to be on the sidelines. You don't want to be in the stands, but it becomes very difficult for a lot of these guys that have now made major contributions.
And we asked him the tough questions, like stumping him with the player who stepped up most, or Josh Allen, tougher through the air or on the ground. Do you realize that everybody thinks you're hot? The tough questions that Coach needed to answer today.
I know. Yes, that was
Please
an
don't.
uncomfortable moment.
Please don't. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, the big news for sure, 26-year-old Luigi Mangione has been charged with murder following UnitedHealthcare CEO Brian Thompson's fatal shooting in New York last Wednesday. He was arrested in Pennsylvania, spotted at a McDonald's. Employees recognized him, called police. He was found there, had a bunch of evidence on him. He had the gun that they believed was used in the shooting. He had fake IDs. He had a 3-page handwritten note kind of detailing his hatred for corporate America, maybe more motive in there that they haven't released. They said they're going to, go through all of that. his family has spoken out, not saying a whole lot, basically saying, we're reading everything that you're seeing in the media, but they did say our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer our prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. We are devastated by this news. Some friends are speaking out. We talked a little bit about this back pain that he had. His friends are saying he kind of went radio silent after he had this back surgery. Who knows?
Yeah.
We may never actually really understand.
I don't think anybody can really understand why somebody would do this.
You shouldn't be killing someone in cold blood over it. I have noticed, though, a lot of people online have said, like, this broken healthcare system, that part of it does resonate with a lot of people.
It does, but does it make somebody go
I said that on the front end.
Right.
Doesn't mean you can...
Right, exactly. Sure, it does. Yeah. But, come on. Right?
Yeah.
So back in February, the city of Farmington Hills announced that the plans to redevelop the land that included Marvin's Marvelous Mechanical Museum were moving forward. And in the months since, fans of the arcade were really left wondering, well, what was going to happen of this, special landmark? Well, on Monday, the owners announced that they are going to close their current location on January 5th, and they're going to move to a new location in West Bloomfield. And the new location will be inside the Orchard Mall on the northeast corner of Orchard Lake Road. And they say this space is so much bigger. They're going from like 5,300 square feet to 14,000. So they're going to have a lot more room. They can have some like private party rooms, as well as just spread everything out a little bit more. So they're really excited for the new space, as well as people who really loved that location. Well, as the temperatures warm up, police and firefighters are reminding everyone to stay off the ice if there is any left. Over the weekend, a person actually went through the ice while they were skating in Riverview. This was on Reflection Pond at Young Patriots Park. This person had to be rescued. Thankfully, they're all right. They did lose some of their hockey equipment in the water. But, I mean, it seems basic. It seems like you should know when to go on ice and when not, but they're saying, hey, you know what? The temperatures are warming up. They're 40 degrees. You should stay off the ice. They did make a post, police on Facebook. They say, while we love to see our residents out and having fun during these cold winter months, please do not put yourself or our first responders at risk by traversing unsafe ice. Police say they're going to put a sign up at that particular pond when it is safe to go out and skate again. So just be safe out there, people.
And use common sense.
Yes, I know. It's easy to say, but it happens clearly. So,
well, especially when, you don't get to do it all the time. And in the last couple of years, you haven't had a chance to do it because it hasn't been cold enough.
Right. The countdown to Christmas is on, right? And that means it's time to make sure you get your hands on the perfect gifts, right? Especially if you have kids. Yes. They all want specific gifts, and you got to make sure you can get your hands on them before Christmas. Well, there is a list to make sure you know what you're getting of the most dangerous gifts out there. This is all from Watch, World Against Toys Causing Harm. It is a group. They say they're releasing a list of the 10 worst toys, and their goal is to help families make informed choices and keep kids safe. Like I said, there's 10 of them. I haven't heard of any of these, but my kids are still pretty teeny. I've heard of one of them, which we already have at home. Number one, the scariest, or not scariest, the most dangerous toy is this Toy Colt 45 pistol. They say it has a threat for potential, it says potential for tragedy from realistic toy weaponry. So, So that's number one. Number two is a bristle hedgehog. They say that the hair, this like fibers on I think it's like a stuffed animal, has a potential for ingestion.
Is that what most of these are? They can eat it.
Choking or potential eye injury. Transformers. Earthspark cyber sleeve. Potential for eye injuries. The one that we have at home already is kinetic sand. This kinetic sand sense where it kind of smells like different ice cream flavors. Yeah. You just teach your child not to put it in their mouth, right? Like there's certain toys you have to watch your children play with and teach them how to play. You also make sure it's age appropriate.
Right. And you know your kids best, right? You look at the box and it says 3+. Some 3-year-olds can handle it.
Yes.
Some can't.
Yes.
But what if the kinetic sand is telling you to eat it? Then what do you do? Like ice cream in the aisle.
When it's talking to you.
Yeah.
And
it's
well,
then you see some type of therapist.
Yes. You just avoid it. Use your use all you can.
It's just a good reminder for parents with toys around the holiday.
Sure. Check out the list if you're concerned. Merriam-Webster just released its word of the year. All the dictionaries are doing that right now. Polarization is their word of the year. It is defined as division into two sharply distinct opposites.
That's their word of the year?
That is their word of the year. They say they chose it based on search volume and because it was widely used across the media landscape, especially in articles about the election.
Thanks, Stafford.
Yeah.
Right.
They also had several other nominees, including Totality.
Oh,
remember that
yes,
one? That one
yes.
was fun because of the eclipse.
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
Fortnite
Path of Totality.
Yes, because of Taylor Swift. There was also other words like pander, resonate, weird, democracy, cognitive, but they went with polarization.
All right. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions, Bills. Huge game this week. Have you taken a look at what it's going to cost to go? It's 97-1. And just like that, Bills week is here. Lions and Bills, game of the week. Game of the year? Could be a Super Bowl preview. And the ticket prices reflect that. We'll have some time this week to break down the game. But, John, just the sticker shock of all. Have you seen what it's going to cost to go to this game this week?
I haven't looked personally, but I know yesterday on Twitch, I was reading some of the comments, and here's one. And it just said, good morning, have ticket prices come up in the discussion. The ticket prices have gotten to a point, in my opinion, that the enjoyment of the game is completely offset by the cost. And they followed up with the comment, the seats I sat in for Thursday are now $1,300 a piece for Buffalo. And with the fees and everything, that's estimating about $3,000 an afternoon for this individual and his son.
I mean, that's multiple months rent, mortgage, whatever, to go to one football game. Now, we knew this was going to happen. When the team's good, demand goes up. When they're this good, the best they've ever been, and the city's as hungry as it's ever been, we expected prices to go up. But, John, I took a peek, just one app, secondary market, and the good deals are in the $800 and $900 range for the lower bowl. The cheapest seat I can find is pushing $600 to get a nosebleed 300 level end zone. This game is the game.
Oh, yeah.
And we wonder, have you guys had to go without something to go to a Lions game this year? Have you given up something to go to Lions football games this year? Or have you been priced out? It's something we talked about when the ticket prices went up, and we understand why they went up, but we want to hear from Lions fans.
Yeah, I mean, there's no chance I'm paying $3,000 to go to a single football game. Like, this isn't a playoff game. I understand it's a big game, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. And it would be way more than $3,000 because you're going to pay for parking.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to pay for food and drink.
Well, you just did this.
I just did it. And you guys, for dinner, well, I had a pretzel, and I didn't get the cheese because it was extra. And I had a box of Mike and Ike's, and I got a water.
Wait, Mike and Ike's and a water?
And I've spent over $20.
So you got Mike and Ike's instead of cheese on your pretzel.
I did.
That's a tough decision to make.
I know, but I thought it was the best one.
For you.
Yes.
Yes. I don't know if I could eat I could eat the pretzel if I had
didn't eat the
mustard.
whole box of Mike and Ike's, but I got Mike and Ike's and a pretzel. And it was not very good either. I needed the cheese.
See?
Tough decision. On the pretzel, the Mike and Ike's?
No, I just ate them. I ate the pretzel, and then later on during the game, I snacked on some Mike and Ike's.
Did you get some to count? One for me, one for you?
No, he didn't eat any.
Oh, really?
Did he eat anything at the game?
He was probably pretty nervous.
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
But he had drinks.
Okay.
He ate before.
He drank his dinner.
Yeah.
But that adds up too, right?
Oh my gosh. He got a drink. It was like a whiskey on the rocks or whatever it was, a double, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I think he spent about $40 on this one drink that he got.
Don't spill it.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Walk carefully.
Precious cargo as you walk to your seat.
Yeah, it's crazy what prices have done. And I'm curious because we're a fan base, obviously, that travels. Mm-hmm. And we talked about going to Indianapolis because it was going to be probably the most affordable drive-to game, more affordable than actually going to a home game. Is there a concern that because, the tickets are going for so much, that there might be an infiltration of the Bills Mafia?
Well, there will be some Bills fans.
Sure, there'll be some.
But I don't think they're going to come in here and pay these prices and outdo us. You made a face. You actually think we're riskier?
I think it's riskier for a fan base like the Bills because they are rabid like they are here in Detroit.
Yeah.
And if you're going to pay for the rest of your season tickets, or at least a large portion of it by selling tickets to some of the best games, is that risk there?
248-539-9797. Have you had to go without something to go to a Lions game? And what's the experience been like as you try to get to the hottest tickets in town? Like, John, we talked about this, that it's kind of like your favorite concert playing every single week or, every other week. But are people, I know concert prices are going up, but are people shelling out thousands every week for a concert? I mean, this football team has captivated the city. I just wonder how it's impacted people's wallets.
Or you're going to pick and choose. All right. Is it the Bills? Or, I don't know that if the division and the 1 seed comes down to the Minnesota game.
It's a bigger game.
Yeah, it probably goes up even more.
At the same time, that game could be meaningless. If the Lions win the next 3 games, they are locked into the 1 seed, regardless of if they lose to Minnesota.
Yeah, now you're playing the game. If you're selling your tickets, do I wait? Do I sell now?
Imagine. I mean, you go to that game and they don't even play the full game. They rest starters in the second half. I mean, that's
a glorified preseason game.
And again, they got to earn that.
Yeah.
But this team doesn't lose, so, I mean, we have to at least discuss the possibility.
Well, they have lost once.
Right. They've won 11 in a row now?
Yes.
Yeah, 12-1.
Mm-hmm.
They feel invincible, John.
They do. They do, but it's still the NFL, and it's Josh Allen.
It is. Let's get to Robert in Southfield. Robert, good morning.
Hey, how you doing, guys, this morning?
Good.
You know, who's getting rich off of this? Is it the owners? Is it the players? You know, one of the things that I'm really getting disgusted about when watching football, you know, is all these players with gold chains around their necks. You know, it gets a little bit too much. How do they allow this? That's my question.
Robert, with all respect, what do you mean allow? Like the NFL is a $1 billion business.
Is this a football game or a jewelry show?
Well, guys can buy jewelry if they want to buy jewelry. Why does that bother you so much, Robert? I'm really curious.
Because it's turning into a fashion show. You know, the way they...
Well, when Joe Burrow shows up, it's a fashion show.
He looked like a
rainbow?
Yeah. Like one of those like rugs or carpets at like a preschool or kindergarten.
Or the 70s.
I mean, if you really think that it's applicable that these guys walk around with all this gold around their neck during the game, great. But this is not how it used to be.
It's been that way for a long time. I played against guys. Yeah, it's been that way for decades. I played against guys that had gold chains. That was what they did. It was part of who they were. Would I ever do it? No. I mean, I don't wear them when I'm not playing, but it just would be awkward and uncomfortable to me.
There's never been a photo of an iced out John Jansen, Kirk Cousins style on a plane
not,
coming
not
back
even,
from
not
the
even
game.
for Halloween. No.
But to the point, John, when you played, Robert,
when John played, there's certain guys who don't do it. There's certain guys who don't do it. I admire them. I really do.
Okay.
I mean, okay. If you think that it's something that should be done, oh, great.
Well, Robert, I mean, it's if there are going to be always things that guys do on the field that irk people. And I'm not going to tell you, if to be okay with it or not. You can watch it and view it however you want. I'm just telling you, it's some guys are going to do it, some guys aren't. Some guys are going to wear fancy shoes, some guys aren't. It's just it's part of the NFL.
They're just expressing themselves.
And I know the conversation was, the ticket prices. I mean, let's be clear. The salaries that these players are being paid are not funded by ticket prices. It's funded by the broadcast deals and the all of the money that the NFL brings in.
Yeah, the TV deals make up the largest portion of the revenue. But what I was trying to say is when you played, there's this guy named Deion Sanders.
Right.
He had a little bit of jewelry.
Yeah.
This isn't a new thing.
Yeah.
And listen, if it's not your thing, it's not your thing. It's not your style. You don't wear the jewelry. But I'm not going to vilify an athlete because he wants to have a little style and wear some jewelry.
It's what they do. I mean, you look at Justin Jefferson. Like he likes to wear his necklaces. He's got the grill.
Yeah. All right, let's get to Ron in Sterling Heights. Ron, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Well, the reason I was calling, I got just two quick ones. First thing about the ticket prices, just to keep it on topic. If you can't afford it, I love football, but I don't know how a working guy could take his son down there for $3,000 in an afternoon. Way too much. The second thing I wanted to say is you guys were talking about ticket prices and, this is the middle of the road and this is a good seat and this is a bad seat and this is the cheapest. But I happen to be a tradesman that worked at Ford Field during the renovation. And if you want to look at the price of a ticket, look at the price of the ticket for the most expensive. Now, the suites have 20 seats. And the per-seat price when I was there, and the Lions weren't that good, were $5,000 a seat. And that was just for a regular game. Now, I'm sure there are a lot more than that. Maybe you should check and see what you can get one of those suites for, and maybe we could all go in on it.
As I say, if I check that price, I have a heart attack.
A ticket?
Yeah, right.
You get the first quarter. I'll go for the second quarter.
Right. And I don't even think that included beer and wine. So,
Tack
But
that on,
check
too.
it out. Well, I would like to be interested because I'm sure you could find it looking on your phone. Now, I happen to be in the car, but
Yeah,
I'm sure that there's a price, and I'm wondering what that is this year.
To go to the game in a suite. Yeah,
Yeah.
most of that stuff is not posted. I'm sure you can find it if you really dig.
I don't know. I mean, Heather's got the whole
I don't think this is a suite.
No.
Maybe it is, but it's $9,000.
Well, that might
for
be.
a ticket, or how many tickets did you put in for?
It's section 327, row 7 each per ticket. I've looked for 2.
That's
$9,000.
$9,048. I don't know where that is. If it's,
That's more than
Is
like
that a
Super
suite?
Bowl tickets are going
there
for right
suites?
now.
it's what it says.
I'm just this is my shocked face and voice. I'm not trying to attack you.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I thought this was a
I'm
suite,
not
but
touting
apparently
what you're
it's
reading.
not.
Yeah.
As a ticket texter puts it, do I see the bills or do I pay the bills? That's a question for a lot of Lions fans.
Yeah.
This is a hot ticket this week. Your experiences as the prices have gone up and the team's gotten better. It's 97-1.
Hey, don't let the cold start creeping in this winter. If you need your furnace service today, do what I did and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They've got all the best equipment, the best prices, and they offer same-day service. When it gets cold inside, you don't want to wait. You don't have to wait with Mastercraft Plus. They offer that 5-year warranty so you know you're covered. Save a bundle with their winter bundle, up to $1,500 in savings when you buy a new furnace, AC, and generator. Call for details or visit mastercraftheating.com.
We'll update the Tigers free agency news. 9:02. We're talking
Christmas music just makes you want to sing.
Yeah, it does.
Just sing along with it.
Just makes you happy.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
You're good. I thought you were going to start singing it.
No, I was singing it under, low enough to where I'm just singing along.
A John Jansen Christmas karaoke special?
Oh, yeah, CD to come later. Digital download.
Available shoptheticket.com.
Yeah.
No, we will update people on what Scott Harris had to say. The Tigers made a move, and we'll talk about kind of the theme of how this offseason is going. The Lions.
Yeah.
Ticket text, phone calls, ticket prices. This Bills game, if you've taken a look,
steep.
Arm and a leg.
Yeah.
You had a guy message us on Twitch yesterday saying $3,000.
Yeah, for him and his son. And it is directly correlated to now lack of enjoyment of the game because you're so concerned about the how much it cost.
Ticket texter said $3,000. That's what I just paid for a cruise to the Bahamas with my family for one football game. Now, I'm not seeing $3,000 on the secondary market, but very easily you could spend $2,000 or more with fees and everything.
Yeah, I was going to say, wait till those fees are added on.
Yeah.
Those get you.
You guys just went to a game.
We did.
You did not pay $3,000, at least.
No, we did not.
Whiskey on the Rocks? Was Colin at a Lions game or the set of Mad Men, John and Lake
Orion? Pretty
Orion?
much all he drinks.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, not
Whiskey
all
on
he
the
drinks.
Rocks
He got
is
a
good,
beer
yeah.
later, too. But, he is a whiskey drinker, and he just wants it on the rocks.
Yep.
Texters,
Best way to have it.
$350 a piece for Section 124 against Seattle. It was worth it. It just stinks how many fees are added onto these tickets. Go Lions.
Yeah.
It's a huge theme. Let's get to the phones. Mark on a cell. You're on 97.1.
Morning, guys. How are you?
Good. You?
Good. Thank you. So, yes, I have 6 seats, and for years and years, I could just go to all the games, give tickets to my friends and family, and turn around and pay again next year. Now I can't do that anymore. I go to, I use 2, sometimes 4, but I always set at least 2 just so that I can recoup some money so that I can retain my tickets. For this particular game, I listed mine for $500 a piece, and these are not nosebleeds. These are excellent seats. I ended up meeting a guy in a parking lot at a bank, and he got the money out of an ATM machine, and he was very, very happy because, neither one of us had to pay the Ticketmaster fees. So I just can't justify listing a ticket for $1,000. Let somebody else enjoy it. Everybody's working hard out here to get by. And so that's just the way I went about it. It puts some money back in my pocket and, helps with Christmas, and it helps me maintain my tickets for next year. Which brings me to a quick question before I hang up with Jim. Can I ask you a question, Jim?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, did you end up selling your free passes for the Lions training camp?
Now you're seeing what those might be worth, huh? No. We didn't actually have passes to sell.
Oh, you were just making that up.
That was a topic. It was,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you did, you would have
If
sold
we
him.
did, it was a hypothetical.
Yeah.
I wasn't lying
If you
to
did,
people.
you would have sold him.
Don't need to dwell on that. Texter says, flying from Alaska for the game, tickets were double what my plane tickets cost.
Wow.
Wait, what?
Coming from Alaska.
What?
Wow. That's awesome. Thanks for listening.
Is
I
that
hope
the only reason they're coming? Just for the game?
Maybe a family holidays.
Family schmamly.
Yeah, exactly.
The Lions are playing the Bills.
Yeah.
And people have pointed out this is Bills fans' fault. They travel well. They plus Lions fans equals a combustible game. And John, I wonder, are some people going to not go because of that? To your point, now I'm thinking about this more. Are we not in danger of being overrun, but a larger than normal contingent of opposing fans? The combination of them being maniacal, us going, this is an arm and a leg. I got bigger fish to fry. There's bigger games coming up.
Well, I think there's a chance there might be more Bills fans than originally expected simply because of the ticket prices. But in terms of those, it's not even a consideration for us. If you look at the ticket prices and they're over $1,000 for a seat, there's no way in hell I'm doing that to go to a game.
Texter says, all my son has asked for Christmas was tickets to a Lions game.
Oh.
He has had nothing else on his list.
Oh.
He said, there's no way I can make it happen. $3,000 for a family of 4, even $1,500 for him and I. I just can't make that happen. Nick in Livonia.
No.
That's a tough one. I get it. And everybody has their limits. And it just sucks that It's the cost of being good. That's really what it is the Lions are the best team in the NFL right now. Everybody wants to go see them.
Texter says, I don't have sympathy for people trying to get tickets. I had season tickets for years and got laughed at and ripped on. Now I'm reaping the rewards in my affordable seats. Sorry to the bandwagon fans who have to pay top dollar now. Signed, Chris. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, hey, got in while it was good. Or while it was cheap, not good. Yeah.
And a lot of people are reacting to the jewelry caller we had.
Oh, yeah.
I definitely won't be going to games because of the amount of jewelry players are wearing, Andrew and Livonia. Stop worrying about gold chains and go back in your porch and yell at kids who are on your lawn. Jewelry guy sounded like a moron. Is he living in the 50s? Wake up and smell the coffee, buddy.
Yeah. We had one on Twitch. Jim McMahon had style. Like, I mean, we had the sunglasses for Jim McMahon. The headband, is that as far as it's supposed to go? Is the headband with Roselle on it?
He's okay with that because he's white.
Says maybe Clint Eastwood can cast him for Gran Torino, too.
Matt, where you from?
Steve in Madison Heights. Well, we got our crotchety old dude quotient for the day.
Exactly.
Complaining about jewelry? Really, guys?
Yeah. I did not see that one on the bingo card today. That we're going to get somebody calling up when we're talking about ticket prices of the amount of gold jewelry that a minimal amount of players, it's not like every single player's bedazzled.
I mean, seriously, that guy's still out there.
One of them.
I don't like those tattoos.
Right. That's why Max didn't come back. It's a fan that didn't like the tattoos.
Let's get to Matt. Matt on a cell. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm down here in New Orleans. So I was listening to you guys talk about the ticket prices. So I saved my money. I bought a Super Bowl ticket. And then another thing, the Saints fans down here, I was wearing my Detroit Grit Lions hoodie, and the people down here do not like it. They don't appreciate my hoodie. They don't like it.
Well, hey,
very rude.
In February, reserves will be on their way. So hang tough and be tough, and that we will have plenty of Lions fans join you at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not taking it off for anything. I don't care. It's like 70 degrees here, and I still wear it. I'm rooting for my team proudly.
Maybe you can explain to them what grit means.
Yeah, I did. It means hard work and tough work. And I was watching it at a bar, and one dude was like, yeah, you probably shouldn't wear that in here. I was like, well, if you don't want me to wear it, maybe your team should be better.
Yep.
Can I ask you what you paid for the Super Bowl tickets?
It's like $4,700 after all the little stupid fees. It's not I ain't sitting by like the 50-yard line. I'm up in the nosebleeds. But
you're in the building.
But you're in the building. And that's for one, right?
Yeah, that's just for one ticket. I'm paying for myself because I'm down here for work. I work for Google, so I'm here for like the next 6 months.
Okay.
So I'll be here for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras, so I'm going to have a great time.
Good for
Go
you.
wild.
Yeah.
Time of your life, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I know. Never
Stock
been
up
to
on
Mardi
beads.
Gras, never been to the Super Bowl.
Bucket list items, baby. Good stuff, Matt.
That's right.
What did you say, John? Collect the beads?
No, stock up on
Yeah,
beads.
stock
no.
up now.
Oh, yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Don't want to run out.
Lions fans, you guys are welcome to join us in the 9 o'clock hour. Your experience with the rising ticket prices. Have you had to give up stuff? Have you been priced out? How are you coping with the fact that these are must-see games, but the price is astronomical? We are going to get into the Tigers a little bit in this 9 o'clock hour. The latest from Scott Harris, some quotes, and kind of a look at what they're doing this offseason. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Seeking to end the bleeding of a 5-game losing streak, the Red Wings lost their lead in Buffalo 3 times last night. They were down 2 in the third period, but eventually found a way to win by getting to a shootout and taking the 2 points from the Sabres on the road 6-5. Captain Dylan Larkin acknowledged this was a big result for them. Now, Larkin scored the winner in the shootout and gave the puck to Sebastian Cossa, who made his debut with the team after Ville Husso gave up a few in the opening minutes. Cossa stopped 12 of 14 shots. Newsy gave him credit for stopping some really good looks despite the lack of volume. As bowl games are set to be played, Michigan stud defensive tackle Mason Graham makes it officially official that he is declaring for the 2025 NFL Draft. His new agent Drew Rosenhaus believes that he will be a top 5 pick when all is said and done. And Alex Cobb is set to be a Tiger. The team grabs another veteran pitcher this offseason who was solid in limited starts for Cleveland last year. At first base veteran Paul Goldschmidt also on Detroit's radar, according to John Morosi of MLB Network. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Tons of quotes from Scott Harris on this offseason. We'll get those to you shortly. John, this next caller talks about a sacrifice you got to make if you want to go to Lions football games.
A choice you got to make.
I wonder if people are deciding going to a Lions game or taking a vacation. Cam, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good morning.
Hey, so my daughter was like, and me and my wife do pretty well for ourselves, but my daughter was like, hey, Dad, are we going to go to a Lions game? And we go on cruises like at least like 5 of them a year. And I was like, do you want to go on a cruise or do you want to go on the Lions game? I like a Lions game is one day. We're going to be on a cruise for 7 days. She was like, well, I think we should go on a cruise instead, but it would be nice to go to a Lions game. I'm like, it would be.
Well, so yeah, I mean, it's a decision.
You're doing really well. 5 cruises a year over here.
Wow. How much vacation time do you get?
I own my own business. So, like, to be honest, all you got to do, like, for us, we just, like, set, like, $20,000 to the side, and then that's, like, our vacations for the whole year.
Good for you guys.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah. I appreciate you guys.
Yeah,
thanks.
You too.
I mean, some of the prices we're talking for these Lions games, yeah, good for him. You're talking about couple $1,000s to go to a game. I mean, that could be a vacation for a family, right? I mean, that's a real. We asked, what are you giving up? I mean, maybe you only plan one trip a year, and it's, do you want to go to a Lions game or do you want to go somewhere tropical?
Yeah, I mean, we had a Twitcher. I'm trying to find the exact. He was talking about 300 or 3,000 for a Lions game would be the equivalent of 10 months of his lease.
Wow.
I mean, that is lease. Where this has gotten, though. You're talking about...
Where are you getting a lease for $300 a month? Good for him.
Well, I don't know. It's
whatever they said. That's fine. All right.
But it's... I mean, you're talking rent. You're talking mortgage. You're talking groceries. You're talking keeping the lights on.
That's what someone said. The bills or the bills.
Yeah.
Kevin, you're next. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
I've been wanting to go to a home game this year, but the prices have just... they were just so shockingly high. I've decided that I'm going to take advantage of the Bears being down and go and see the Lions play at Soldier Field and go party at Ford Field, Chicago.
Okay, there you go. Are you going with anybody?
No, it's just me, but I guess I'm going with 30,000 other Lions fans.
There you go.
There it is.
Uh-huh.
There it is, Kev.
How are you preparing for what are you planning on wearing? And I'm not talking about fashion. I'm talking about it could be chilly.
Yeah. Well, I did the same thing last year, and we were at the very, very top row of Soldier Field. So
windy.
we could see Lake Michigan, and it was probably 20 degrees. So I'm going to layer up as much as possible. It's not going to be as bad as seats as last year, but we're going to layer up, and I'm going to keep warm by yelling "Go Lions" and "One Pride" all game long, pretty much.
All right, good for you. Have a great time.
Yeah, fight the good fight.
Will do.
Appreciate it, Kev.
Yeah. It's going to be cold.
It is going to be really cold. Texter says, my dad's a season ticket holder. He could sell his seats for Sunday and pay for next year's seats, but he doesn't want a Bills fan to buy them, which is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome. That's very awesome. Don't let him in the house.
Don't. All right, update on the Tigers. And I'm going to just read through some of the reports, signings, and quotes.
Anything new this morning?
No.
No.
But within the last 24 hours, all of these quotes and signings have been made, so this may be the first time you're hearing of it. The Tigers have signed a pitcher, Alex Cobb, 1-year deal. He's 37 years old, appeared in 3 games in the regular season last year and faced the Tigers in the postseason. It's a Band-Aid, Fetter, another arm to work with. I'm not going to flip out one way or another.
Yeah.
Paul Goldschmidt's a name that they've been linked to. Also 37 years old, former MVP, but that's a couple years ago. Plays on the decline, plays first base. When you take that with the quotes from Scott Harris, I'll read those to you. The vibe I get, small market. Scott Harris talking about this offseason says, we always seduce ourselves into thinking the winter meetings is the finish line of the offseason. In most off seasons, it's not even the halfway point. We have a long way to go. Yeah, but this is where the big impact players get signed. This week, next week, the week after. Sure, you can piecemeal this on the fringes later in the process on the margins. This is not an offseason that you're supposed to add on the margins. You are one win away from the ALCS. Go add an impact bat and take the step forward.
Well, and I'm hoping he is aware enough. Like, okay, we don't have the same insight as agents, as team presidents or general managers. However, one of the things that we saw last year, and we heard it, we saw it, Scott Boras, power agent, not the agent for everybody, but got burned a little bit, held out a little bit too long, maybe lost some of his guys some money. So now what have we seen? We've already seen some Scott Boras clients get signed. I think it's going to happen quicker this year. And now that the dominoes are starting to fall, I think now's the time to be in the market.
That quote was from Evan Petzold. Our site has some more quotes from Scott Harris. It says, there was a youth movement that swept through Detroit last season. That youth movement is not over. And the headline is, Tigers looking to improve offense from within. There's some more notes from Evan Petzold of the Free Press that say, Colt Keith and Justin Henry Malloy will take ground balls at first base to add defensive versatility. Keith will not play any third. Jace Young will, quote, compete to win the job in spring training, according to Harris. He'll play some third, second, and DH in spring training. And on the subject of Torkelson, quote, he was the number 1 overall pick. He's immensely talented, just like these young guys. We've got to stick with him. We've got to keep finding ways to get a little more out of him. So it sounds like Band-Aids, internal development, win with the young guys, keep the payroll down. It feels very small market.
Well, I mean, when you add in there, I mean, especially the Spencer Torkelson is still relatively young. He's had plenty of opportunity. I don't have a problem if he's in the organization, but if he's your answer going into the season, I have an issue with that. But if your backup, it always seems like Scott Harris is hedging his bets. Like, oh, well, we need to get more out of Spencer Torkelson. Okay, that seems obvious. But we're also going to have Colt Keith and Justin Henry Malloy take some reps at first just in case. Well, we're gonna see how the surgery goes for Javier Baez in the rehab, because you loosen up that hip and hopefully it helps his eyesight and he doesn't swing at balls in the opposite batter's box. And we'll see if we can get something. If not, we'll make that decision when the time comes. Well, when is that decision actually going to be able to be made?
Yeah, and I want to stress, Detroit is not a small market from a baseball perspective or otherwise. This is a great sports city. You saw it at the end of last season. That place was packed. There was vibrant energy. We've seen 3 million people go through the gates when this team is challenging for a World Series. This is not a small market operation in terms of like the fan base and the support. But the way they're running the team feels small market. It feels like they're cutting corners and trying to keep costs down when they are a much more competitive team. They were in the playoffs last year. They were in the ALDS. They were in a Game 5 win and advance to the ALCS.
Well, just think about the emotional swing of last year where at the end, right? Let's start with that. You win and the fans will show up. They'll show up with a passion. What are we talking about with the Lions right now?
Yep.
It's the demand for tickets. Fans will show up. Now, I know it's a little bit different in football because it's 1 every 7 days, and there's only, 8, sometimes 9 per season versus, 81. But if you win, you will show up. And then earlier in the season where they weren't playing well and they weren't even able to be watched on TV, did anybody care at that point that they really couldn't watch the Tigers? No. So if you put a product out there that people want to see, one, they'll pay for subscriptions if they need to watch the Tigers, or they will actually pay for tickets to show up and go to games.
Texter says, Alex, do this like young guys can play everywhere routine. They still don't have a third baseman, an everyday third baseman. Alex Bregman played for A.J. Hinch and won a World Series with A.J. Hinch. He's a proven veteran righty bat. You need those guys. He's available. He is a free agent. You're allowed to bid U.S. currency for his services. Your payroll is laughably, pathetically low. Why is, I mean, they still may do it, John, but everything else from their presentation of this offseason says expect nothing and get less.
Well, that's where you start to draw the questions of what are we seeing versus what is Scott Harris seeing? I really believe that there is a good young core, that they gave it that year to develop, and it was a bumpy ride. It really was a bumpy ride. There was a lot of doubts along the way, but by the end of the year, you could see that core starting to produce.
Yeah, I don't know what Scott believes. Like, okay, let's say he is so smitten on these young players. He thinks they're all going to be like dynamos, all-stars, cornerstones. Why not add more around them and try to win right now then? I'm just very confused by, if you believe in all these young guys, then like help them, nudge them, win with them, as opposed to doing this the slow way and relying on them solely to all turn into all-stars. Like, this ticket texture puts it well. Because of our miracle season, Harris may do nothing. I was hoping it would light a fire under him instead. That's Brett and Monroe.
That was the hope. That was the hope that I thought as well, especially going into the season when he talked about when the core is developed, the finances will be there and we will spend.
Scott Harris doesn't want to pay players that want to wear jewelry.
Ticket text. What, it's baseball? You want to talk about wearing jewelry? You see more of it in baseball than you do in football, for sure.
Absolutely, you do. 248-539-9797. As you try to get a sense of how this offseason's going, winter meeting's underway. It's 97.1.
It is the wintry driving season. Again, where reckless drivers are, gosh, they seem like they're everywhere, and they can't seem to keep their own cars under control. If you get injured in an auto accident during this or any time of year, you need an injury attorney who's going to be responsive to your needs and aggressive against the insurance company. The injury attorney that you need to hire is David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now and speak to David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Wings get the win in the shootout. Cossa gets his first win.
Awesome.
Really cool for him.
Yeah.
Might be worth seeing if they can spark something, keep him between the pipes on Thursday when they face the Flyers.
Yeah, why not?
Sure. All right, we're talking a little bit about the Tigers in this offseason, and it just everything we have heard publicly screams small market.
Who's we?
We, the collective
I know.
Tiger fans. Everything we're hearing screams small market. And it's a damn shame because this team was a win away from the ALCS, has real young players that they've helped develop, and they just aren't supporting them with real impact players. This is the time when it's supposed to happen. Soto this week, Willie Adames this week, already off the board. The quotes that we're hearing, well, off-season's really just getting started. The payroll question. We want to do it with guys' internal development. And I just saw this from Will Birchfield, and there's more Scott Harris quotes coming, I'm sure. Quote, Harris is counting on mainly the lineup that, quote, performed as one of the best in baseball in the second half. Quote, it was a very young team, very athletic team, built to exploit matchups. We were in the top half of most overall offensive measures, top 10 in a lot of them, end quote. I messaged Birchie, and I just said, am I stupid? What category? Yeah, and he's like, I'm trying to find them. I'll get back to you. Yeah. John, I don't know. I mean, the offense, we all watched it. The offense, even with platooning, they got the most they could out of this team.
Right.
But even in the postseason, in the biggest spots, they didn't deliver. I mean, I can dig up the stat. Wasn't it like 1 of 21 runners in scoring position in games 4 and game 5 to advance? Like, how do you watch that as someone who is more invested in it or should be more invested in it than the fans and not do anything about that?
Well, and here's the thing. How many times did we talk about AJ pulling the right string at the right time, whether it was on the mound or at the plate? And it worked for, was it the last 45 games, 50 games? Can that work for 162? No. It just, what we watched last year, and the reason it was so unique and it was such a talking point was because it was the first since 80 years ago. Do we now think that A.J. Hinch is going to pull that rabbit out of his hat 2 years in a row?
Yeah, a once-in-baseball miracle. All you got to do is do it again.
Right.
And John, there's this assumption that all these young players are going to get better. And I happen to believe in quite a few of them, but they're not all going to always get better. Like the idea, Spencer Torkelson 2 years ago ended on a tear.
Yeah.
Last year was sent down to AAA for the second time in 3 major league seasons. He has almost 1,500 plate appearances. He's not very good. They even acknowledged postseason he has to be better. And now the quotes today are, we got to stick with him. Why? Why do you have to stick with him? I understand you don't want to send him to the streets, but you need a better plan at first base. And I don't know if it's, Malloy's going to get some ground balls and Keith's going to get some ground balls. We're going to get the corpse of Paul Goldschmidt. There are real options out there if you would like to spend real money.
Yeah, and Spencer Torkelson in the organization, I have no problem with that.
That's fine.
And there is always hope that at some point maybe the light bulb does go on.
Sure.
But to go into this season following what happened last year where, if Spencer Torkelson was a major part of that offense in the last 45 days, you could say, okay, but how many times did he get to the plate and nothing happened? How many times did he get to the plate with runners on base and nothing happened? And I was going to ask you this in the last segment. I'll ask you now. I asked it earlier. Is there a bat in this lineup that anybody fears?
No. The best would be Riley Green and Kerry Carpenter specifically against righties.
Okay, so if you want to make the players that you have even better, and give a manager like A.J. Hinch the ability to pick and choose around a batter that somebody fears.
An anchor.
Now you can start making Riley Green a little bit more of a weapon. You can make all of these guys, Parker Meadows, can be a little bit more of a weapon.
And I don't think there's one guy that they, quote, have to get or they effed up. I really don't feel that way. But for all of the options to be bad, for none of them to, you know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you go, okay, Willie Adames, we think there's holes in his swing. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. We don't like him. Bregman, AJ gave us personal intel. We don't think he's going to age well. I'm not saying that's true. I'm just saying they could come up with a reason for all of them. But if all of them get ruled out, that says something about your mentality as an organization, that all of them had too many flaws for you that you can't sign them and make this baseball team better. That's a you problem. That's a you problem. That's not a them problem. That's not a free agent bats problem. That's a you problem.
Well, but it makes no sense because if those guys have flaws and they're going to be highly compensated for what they do, then do you have a blind spot for your own guys? Because none of them are perfect.
I don't know. I'll stress this as we wrap the conversation. The offseason is not over. Many of the impact bats are still available. Every quote we hear is not encouraging. Every quote screams small market. It screams no real additions. It screams we're going to roll back last year and hope to hit lightning in a bottle twice. And it's disappointing. We'll talk to Dan Campbell coming up at 9:35. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, the family of Luigi Mangione, the man who is charged with murder of Brian Thompson, that's the UnitedHealthcare CEO, says that they are devastated by his arrest. In a statement released Monday night, his family said that our family is shocked and devastated by Luigi's arrest. We offer prayers to the family of Brian Thompson, and we ask people to pray for all involved. They really said that at this point, they can't say much more.
Right.
There are reports that are coming out that say in the weeks leading up to the shooting, this guy became estranged from his friends, from his family. His mom actually reported him missing on November 18th. One of his former classmates believes that he went dark after undergoing a back surgery several months prior to the shooting. And another former friend says that he went crazy, that's in quotes, after this back surgery.
So that would be motive, right? Would be that he was so disenfranchised with healthcare and his experience.
It sounds like in this manifesto that he also had on him, this 3-page handwritten note. From what I'm reading, it has not yet actually mentioned Brian Thompson by name.
Right. Okay.
Like it wasn't his
does it
name.
mention UnitedHealthcare?
It does mention the insurance company.
Yeah.
Yes.
In corporate America.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah, he's going to be caught at McDonald's.
Well, that's the thing that was so weird
with
about it.
With all the evidence you could possibly want on him. The gun
The
that was used.
the silencer.
Yeah.
Just very...
The clothes, the mask, the fake IDs.
Did he want to get caught? I don't know. These are questions that pop in my head.
Maybe he did to get his full message. I don't know.
I mean, I'm sure he didn't want to get caught, but I'm sure he knew that it was inevitable that he would get caught, right?
But then this... Again, I'm not trying to give a criminal advice, but don't have the murder weapon on you days afterwards in public at a McDonald's when people were looking for you, plus the fake ID you used when you were in New York. Anyway.
All of it. You will never understand it. No. CMU, Jim, has found its next head football coach.
Hey.
Central Michigan has hired Matt Drinkle, the offensive line coach at Army, to be its next head football coach. How do you feel about that? Do you know anything about this guy?
I was talking to John off air about it. Offensive line guy.
Yeah.
Disciplined, 6 years at West Point. Head coach NAIA before. A little up-tempo, power spread. Listen.
Sounds like a guy that'll give you a chance to win and bring some discipline to the program. They won't beat themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Let's get to some fun. I guess this is fun for us, not fun for this woman. There's a woman in New York, 76 years old. She doesn't drive anymore. She's surrendered her license, sold her car, right?
Still young.
But whatever,
Okay.
New York,
Yeah.
who knows, right? But she keeps getting traffic tickets in the mail, over and over for running red lights, speeding, parking violations, all sorts of things. And it's all because of what her former license plate was. She used to have a Star Trek vanity plate.
Okay.
Okay.
Beam me up.
It was I look at
76.
Greg because I know nothing. It was NCC 1701.
That's the registry number of the Enterprise.
There you go. That's what it was. And apparently now you can buy these fake Star Trek plates online, and people are actually illegally using them on their own vehicle.
And she's getting tagged for it. That's awesome.
So all the tickets, and it's from all over the country, right? It's not just from people in New York. It's from everywhere. Obviously she's scared that all of this money is going to go to collections. It's going to be all on her. And the DMV says, we can't help you. This is now you got to talk to law enforcement. This is nothing to do with us. Yeah.
Nothing to do with the DMV?
No, they're saying
who else would it be?
You got to contact police.
Yeah.
Contact police.
Yeah.
Anyway, now their story's gone viral. There has been several people, some lawmakers, some pro bono lawyers that are going to help her out. So hopefully she's not going to owe a boatload of money.
That's a nightmare.
Yeah, huge nightmare for sure. Finally, a Christmas song came to life last month when a grandma got ran over by a reindeer.
I saw this. It's funny now. At the time, you're like, whoa.
I know. So this pack of rogue deer just knocked this woman, a couple people, off their feet. They were running in a turkey trot in New York, right? So this happened last month. I wanted to share it. I just never got around to it. And of course, it was caught on camera. So the incident went viral, and now people are listening to the song, right?
Did they take her BAC? Did she have too much eggnog?
Let's hope not. Should have taken the BAC of the deer.
Yeah.
Anyway, she went spiraling down onto the ground, taken to the hospital by ambulance, but is going to be okay. So that's the good news.
Good for her. Back
Yep.
to the turkey trot next year.
She'll probably avoid it next year.
Probably. Heather with the news. Coming up next, Lions head coach Dan Campbell. It's 97.1.
You guys, I have a really cool story to share with you. I was talking to Dr. Berkowitz from Michigan Hair Restoration, and he told me about this wedding that he was just at. He said it was an awesome wedding. It was downtown, but one of his patients came up to him so excited to introduce Dr. B to his fiance. And he continued on to say that it was his hair restoration treatment with Dr. B that changed his life so much that he was able to go online and meet her. He had all this new confidence. And then a little while later at that exact same wedding, another one of Dr. B's patients came up to him with almost that exact same story, but this time they were already married. And this patient was excited to introduce Dr. B to his wife, who he wouldn't have met if he didn't go to see Dr. B. Pretty cool. And you guys, what's really cool is your life is waiting for you on the other side of your hair loss treatment. With a full head of hair that you can run your hands through, who knows what you'll have the confidence to do. So go to MichiganHairRestoration.com today to schedule your consult with Dr. B. That's MichiganHairRestoration.com.
Holiday push is on. Still waiting for those singing chops from you. You just keep it in your head.
Yeah, well, there's no words to this one.
Convenient.
Yeah, well, it is. Very convenient. There are words, just not to this version. So it's not built for my vocals.
You can't do a sing-along. Anyway, thanks for listening this morning. We had a lot of fun with Dan Campbell. You just heard the conversation with the coach, asking him the tough questions, like, do you know people think you're hot? And stuff about Josh Allen, the Bills, his defense, all that stuff. What stood out to you? You said awkward.
Other than if you're asking him if he's hot. We know the cruises you like to go on.
Just don't do this.
Why would I not?
Or how did Dan say it? Please don't do this.
Yeah.
You're not the only one, and there's a ticket text asking, is that your way of asking Dan on a cruise?
Yeah, I know. I stole that one because he read it to me at the break.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry, see.
That's right. That's right. The most interesting thing that I think he had to talk about, and I know coaches love to talk about players that step up in key moments, but Pat O'Connor, we all saw it. We've seen what he's done in a Lions uniform, and the hard part is, and maybe he's not one of those guys that has to go down when other guys get healthy, but a lot of guys have stepped up and had key reps, key times in games that when DJ Reader, Ali McNeil, Pascal, Onwuzurike, Iffy, Mose, go down the list of guys that are hurt that might be back, and Zaloni, that will no longer be on the 53.
Yeah.
That's the really hard thing about when you have a team that everybody cares about like this. And you could tell that Dan cares about every single guy, whether you're on the practice squad, the vet squad, or the 53. Like, there's going to be tough conversations and decisions have to be made in the near future.
They're good problems to have, though.
Oh, sure. But I just love the way that he talked about Pat and what he meant for this team on Thursday night.
You love that you stumped him a little bit, too. He's like,
well, so maybe I stumped him a little bit, but it was also, he's got a lot to choose from.
That's a good point.
Who's he going to single out?
So if you missed the conversation with Dan, Odyssey app rewind. We also talked about John moving right before Christmas, including moving the Christmas tree from one house to the other. That'll be in the rewind. We did talk about the Tigers quite a bit today. Sprinkled in a little Red Wings. You mentioned guys stepping up for the Lions. How about Sebastian Cossa?
Yeah, it was great to see him finally. And it was one of our, fact or fiction before the season with 4 goalies. Well, we got our 4th goalie, and comes in at a tough spot. It doesn't get a chance to, do all the things that you would like to do for your first opportunity on the ice at the NHL level, but came in, gave up 2 goals, but responded with a third period that was great and a shootout.
Couldn't be more
more difficult
than going, hey, mano a mano, game on the line. Yeah, I thought they did him a disservice because
by giving him a chance to play?
No, by not having him start the game and by throwing him into the fire like that. That is a lousy way to make your NHL debut. It's a credit to him that he was able to rally, settle in, and give him a real chance to win that hockey game. But they called him up kind of as an emergency backup. They got a couple injuries, and I don't think they ever planned on starting him. But Husso had made 3 starts in a row, had played well. But the 4th start, eventually you're asking for a sluggish start, and Husso was very sluggish in that first period. There were 5 total goals. He gave up 3. And now you're going to Cossa trailing on the road with no proper warm-up. Just, hey, knock him dead, kid. And he did. So I was happy for him. I love that the captain, Larkin, recognized it and gave him the puck at the end of the day. I would like to see Cossa start on Thursday. And it's not a shot against Husso. It's just maybe you can catch a spark here. Maybe there's something that he can help them tap into.
I'd love it. And there's no stat for this. But I would love to know how many times an intended franchise goalie made their debut that way.
Can't be often.
No, it's not. It's a guy you call off the street or something like that. Yeah, you have those. But a guy who's supposed to be part of your future to come in that situation, again, I think it was a bad look. And I don't understand why he didn't start the game last night. Unless he was never intended to start or play, period. Unless you had a game like that. It's just, to me, it was a little bit of a red flag and a sign of things to come.
What do you mean by that?
You want young guys? You want them to play? You're going to have to wait longer than you think because you got a guy that you called up that's part of your active roster and you throw him into a blitzkrieg instead of letting him start naturally. I think it's a joke.
It's deeply frustrating because I would tell you, I think the best players on this hockey team, many of them are Eiserman first-round picks. I think Edvinson's having a really nice year. Sider had a really nice game, scored a big goal, had a big hit, couple big hits, right? Those are Eiserman picks. Cosa's an Eiserman pick. Casper, I think, has acquitted himself as a first-round pick. The problem is, like, that's the slowest way to do this, and you're supposed to add pieces around them along the way, and the roster around them is laughably pathetic. And that is a reflection of Eiserman as much as his own draft picks are.
Like, I truly wonder if Lalone could have started him last night if he wanted to.
What do you mean? Like if he wanted to, he would have been vetoed? Because
Possibly. I just wonder.
It wasn't the right time to debut him?
I mean, this is kind of the equivalent of Justin Verlander being thrown in to a starter that got bombed in the first inning to make his debut. This is like a guy that's supposed to be part of your future. It's just weird the way that happened.
It was kind of done carelessly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, there's not been a lot of urgency from that front office, from Steve Eiserman. I mean, a lot of teams would have already fired Derek Lalone. There have been 3 coaches fired this season. He's not going to get fired after a win last night, but they were on a 5-game losing skid, and it doesn't solve the problems that they eked one out in Buffalo. Like, urgency would be maybe riding a hot hand with Cossa. I don't know that there's a promise that he's going to start another game. They probably didn't intend to play him at all, to your point.
You know, they scored last night 1/9 of their 5-on-5 total goals the other 27 games last night. They had 45 of them going into last night, and they scored 5.
Maybe they got to figure it out.
Or maybe they played a team that was playing Matador defense.
What? Find out Thursday if it has any staying power.
You text last night. It was funny. You says, this thing going 10-9. One of you guys did it. Who
Yeah.
was,
No, it was Mickey Redmond on the broadcast.
Oh, yeah, he said it, and then we were texting about
By
it.
the way,
That's right.
Mickey was on one. He was having a great call. A lot of personality, a lot of fun, leaning into all of it. It was a great Mickey Redmond broadcast. Anyway, Doug Karsh is in studio. Doug, what's going on?
I think reminds me of my Uncle John. St. John, New Brunswick, Canadian through and through. Used to say things like, holy jumping.
Holy jumping, eh?
Never. When I hear Mick is like a comedy. Mick would be like a Canadian James Bond or something. He's just the coolest.
The call he had on the Raymond goal had time to pour the coffee, put in the cream, and get the sugar and drink it. Like, It's just Mickey.
He's good. He's really good.
Anyway, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, we got some Lions stuff, of course. Jared Goff at 10:30 is on the headline. We'll recap the best of what Dan Campbell told you. Story in sports I don't believe. Updates from the winter meetings. Red Wing game last night. College football news probably leads the show with the Charles Brantley and Mason Graham news. All that straight ahead.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
It is the Carson Anderson program, and Gator is out today. Doug Carson flying solo with you through until 2 o'clock, and there's plenty to get into today, including headlining the show, of course. Lions quarterback Jared Goff, the quarterback of the 12-1 top seed in the NFC as it stands right now, Detroit Lions. Jared Goff will join us today at 10:30 as he usually does. So that to look forward to. Kang is behind the glass, battling what do you got? You got cold? Is that what it is?
I got something, man.
Yeah.
I think everyone's getting something at this point in year and time, right?
Yeah.
I
well,
think you said something earlier this week, maybe.
I'm not feeling great, but I mean, like you said, everybody's got something. We power through. And of course, those with small kids. We know how Gator feels about kids. He calls them petri dishes. And kids bring stuff home with them, don't they? So you got to deal with that. Red Wings went a wild one in a shootout last night, as you heard during the update. Dylan Larkin sealed it with the shootout goal in the fourth round, grabbed the puck and gave it to Sebastian Cossa, who came in after the first period when Husso gave up 3 goals. And there was good and there was bad. And look, ultimately, Red Wings, that was a wild ride. And, the truth is there's a lot of pressure on them to start playing better. A lot of pressure on the head coach, a lot of pressure on the GM for them to start playing better. We'll get into the Red Wings a little bit. But there was news this morning from the world of college football. And you see this stuff, and I do recognize that college football is challenging its fans to adapt to change quicker and greater than perhaps any sport ever has. We will start with the news out of East Lansing that Charles Brantley, the Michigan State cornerback, is going to the portal for, I believe, the 3rd time in his career. I talked to Evan about it. He said, yes, 3rd time in his career. The previous 2, he came back. Look, what is this? Is this fishing for a better NIL deal? Whether it be fishing from, the Michigan State collectives or fishing from elsewhere. Who knows? When a guy goes into the portal, it doesn't mean they're leaving. And Brantley is one of the great cases of that. But when we talk about how the sport is challenging its fans, if you think of professional sports, and that's what the college game has morphed into, is this version of professional sports that is woven throughout, played amongst our universities. All the rest of the pro sports, none of them have a system where every player's on a 1-year contract. And that's essentially what we have in college sports. And it's really almost semester to semester. You can transfer and go play spring ball somewhere and then transfer again and go play in the fall somewhere else. I think it's challenging to the fans to get used to. We've grown so accustomed, and that doesn't mean that it's wrong. I mean, I'm trying to fight the urge to become the guy with the rotary dial phone. I've used that analogy all the time. But it's challenging fans in a way that your rosters can be completely overhauled year to year, for the better or for the worse. But it's also sort of cutting off the ties between the fans and the athletes. Because if everything's going to be these relationships are going to be that short, I mean, it's tough. It's tough to build a loyalty and build a, your brand, if you will, of a university. When you don't build anything anymore. It's just 1 year. It's year to year. Everything's year to year. Coaches used to come and say, "I've got a 4 or 5 year plan." Who's got a 4 or 5 year plan anymore? Everything's 1-2 years. So that was the news out of East Lansing. Out of Ann Arbor was news that Mason Graham is declared for the NFL draft. He will likely go in the top 10. He is eligible. 3 years removed from high school is when players are eligible. That recruiting class from 3 years ago also has Will Johnson and Colston Loveland and Kenneth Grant. The other 3 are expected to declare. If Michigan fans are going to hold out the slightest of hope, I would think maybe Kenneth Grant, perhaps Colston Loveland. I think Will Johnson is likely moving on. But this is one of the parts about NIL that actually can be cool, is you can recruit an NFL guy to stay. And, I don't know that they have a shot of recruiting back any first rounders. I think recruiting back first rounders by giving them a huge NIL deal probably isn't realistic. Recruiting back guys who have draft opportunities is realistic. Happened with Blake Corum a year ago. I'd heard a story about a negotiation that took place. Blake was as good as gone, and Blake had hurt his knee. A negotiation took place, sat down with some people. They put together a deal, said, yeah, I'll stay for that. And he came back for what turned out to be a great senior season, 15-0, won the national championship. And, I don't think any of those first-round guys are likely candidates to be recruited to stay with NIL deals, but you never know. But maybe the not first-round guys. Can NIL convince a Josiah Stewart? Can they put together something that's worth his while to stay in the college game and try and work his way into being a first-round pick? Can they put something together for Rod Moore? Rod Moore will not be a first-round pick. Rod Moore would probably get drafted, but the safety who was going to be the leader of that defense towards ACL didn't play this year. I would think that they would be putting together a lucrative package. I'm just trying to think of other guys that might get drafted, whether it be an Ernest Hausman, who could take a look at that, or I don't know. I don't feel like there's a whole lot of tweener guys this year for Michigan, but that's one of the sides of NIL that I think the college football fan would like. Suffice it to say that these are all part of the new challenges. No fan base has been asked to adapt more to changing rules than the college football fans. And I can understand if you don't love it and don't embrace all of it. I do ask when Saturdays roll around, is it still not great? And I think the answer is yes. And me personally, I'm very much looking forward to the on-campus first-round games. And so that's a week from Friday. There'll be the one game, Indiana, Notre Dame, and then the week from Saturday, we'll get 3 games back to back to back. So there's positives and there's negatives. Everybody does their own personal evaluation of how vested they are in the sport and how much they care about it. But that was news today. If you want to respond to either of those stories, Charles Brantley at Michigan State to the portal, doesn't mean he's gone. And Mason Graham to the NFL, which isn't a huge surprise. He's probably going to be a top 10 pick. I would imagine Will Johnson the same. Kenneth Grant and Colston Loveland probably mid to late first rounders if they declare. They might not be in the first round, but you never know. Anyway, just some thoughts on the news of the day. 248-539-9797.
Mason's agent, Drew Rosenhaus, though, expects him to be drafted in the top 5, Doug.
Yeah, he came out and said that?
I mean, they're in quotes from Adam Schefter, so I'm assuming yes. Which is good. I mean, listen, you want your agent to do the best for you, of course. I just feel like he's promising top 5 here. Well, I guess he said expects, and he'll blame somebody else if it doesn't happen because that's what agents do, right?
Yep. Yeah,
and Mason's a great player. Don't get me wrong, but
it's interesting to put that high of a declaration on someone, because if he doesn't go in the top 5, who didn't do their job?
Exactly.
I mean,
that's why I was like, why would you say that?
I don't know why he'd say it. Now, is it possible? Yeah. I mean, what's funny is when I read Mason Graham evals, it says top 10.
That's a safe bet, you know?
Yep. I mean, it's at a position of premium along the defensive front, not edge rusher, but the tackle position is very valued. And he's got plenty on tape. Boy, was he good in that Ohio State game. All right, 248-539-9797. If you want to get into any of that, we'll take your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump, Evan's either posting him or has already posted the Champ and Chump of the weekend, as voted on by the people. Go to 971theticket.com. Let me see if I can do that real quick and see if indeed the Champ and Chump of the weekend have been posted. This is, like I said, it's voted on by the people. It is not posted yet. It'll be up there soon. So check that out. We'll let you know when it does go up. Got some Lions stuff, like we said, we get to a little bit later on. And Jared Goff, Lions quarterback, today at 10:30 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. I was looking at some of the feedback, and we'll get to some of your feedback in a minute. I feel like something I should address, because a lot of these questions come in. We are encouraged to take vacation time around the holidays. So there's going to be some shows where you will hear just Doug, and some shows you will hear just Gator. Gator is fine. Gator has some time off to use. He has more time off to use than I have to use. But I just wanted to point out everything's fine. This happens actually every December. And this is going to be a different December in that there are many Decembers that we will go from like December 5th to January 3rd where we'll be doing solo shows. Now, we won't see each other. We won't do the show together. And I will also agree with the feedback that comes in. Yeah, we like to be together. We enjoy doing the show together. But with that said, Gator will be back this week, and I will be on with him.
People think he's on a real bender right now.
Do they?
Trust me, if you know Gator, he is not on a real bender right now.
No, he is not on a bender. But he will be back this week, and I will be here all week. So this year's a little different, but there's nothing unusual going on. All is good. All right. So a ton of feedback coming in, and let me get to it regarding the news today in college football. Mason Graham to the league, and Charles Brantley to the portal, which doesn't mean he's leaving. He's done it twice before in his career and came back. First from Scott, hell yeah, college football's like hot dogs. I love it, but I don't want to know how it's made. From an unnamed texter, colleges are going to have to get out of the minor league football business. Okay, so one of the things that makes college sports so great is the tie-in to the schools. And because of that, it drives elite passion. But with that said, the models used around the world are club sports. In a lot of different sports. I remember Gary Danielson said this is the model we should use. But I think when you get strictly to minor league sports, there's very little passion about minor league sports. Minor league sports are great entertainment, but it's lacking the passion. And I think if you go to more of a minor league sports model, I'm not really sure that it'd be anything close to as entertaining as it is now. I get that people don't love the changes, but when you start getting into, I've heard some people say, "Oh, why even have them go to class, or why even have a tie-in with the university, or just call it what it is, minor league sports." You start getting into that, I think you start moving away from the fanatical and yet part that makes college football so great, and college sports, college athletics in general. But. That's just my theory. 248-539-9797. Matt writes in, college football is trash, completely ruined my favorite sport. Well, it's too bad, Matt. I would say that if you find that it's impacting your Saturdays, I got it. I mean, then I would say that for you, it has ruined it. For me, some of the off the field stuff has done a lot Sunday through Friday to try and make me damage my interest, but then Saturdays roll around. I still love it. Still love it. From an unnamed texter, Chuck Brantley's hit the portal the past 3 years. I don't care if he stays or goes at this point. I think you'd want him to stay. From Jeff, this is Brantley's third time to the portal. Let him walk. Always hurt. Unnamed texter, the NIL and portal has changed college sports to the point where it should be considered another professional league. Think about Indiana and Colorado in football, along with Michigan in basketball, and their instant turnaround and success. How does this happen? Programs are not the priority any longer. Building a team to win now is the priority. At least professional sports contracts don't allow their players to leave whenever they feel like it. Makes it very hard for college fans to stay loyal any longer. So there's two things about that. It's hard to hold college athletes to rules that college students aren't held to. Any old student can transfer as much as they want, go to as many different universities as they want. But, I mean, I got to tell you, I think Mike Gundy had a great idea, and that is that the recruiting process is a negotiation where you can be offered up to a 4-year contract. And the contracts are binding, and the players and the schools are both bound to them. So if you're a player and a school offers you a 4-year contract and you say, I want to go to the league, I want a 3-year contract. And the school says, well, we're not interested then. Then you go find a school that will give you a 3-year contract. If you only want a 1-year contract, well, the school will take you for a year. That's up to them. But this goes both ways, right? How often are recruits guys that don't pan out? I mean, you see a lot of names that are going to the portal. In the back of my mind, I can't help but think, were they asked to go to the portal? Were they told they need to go to the portal? That's a part of this I don't know that everybody's given thought to, is now players are being told, yeah, you're going to the portal because you're not playing here. But if you have binding contracts, and that's what I say, they go both ways. You don't have to sign anything you don't want to. If you want 1, 2, 3, or 4-year contract, then fans know what they're getting. Coaches know what they're getting. Like it makes roster management easier, right? Because they know, all right, I've got this guy for 3 years. What does the player get out of it? Well, the player gets a commitment from the school. They will not be asked to go to the portal because they can't, because the contracts are binding. I don't know that there's anything wrong with this. I'm sure there's something I haven't thought of, but it was a Mike Gundy idea, the head coach at Oklahoma State, and I kind of like it. Because there is a predictability to it. You do know what you're getting in. You, as a fan, as a coach, as a player. And, I think it'll lead to a little bit more. Certainly it will lead to more commitment. But I think the commitment from the schools to the player is something, you don't hear that sort of ugly side of it when a player's told you're never going to play here.
Yeah, it's a great point about contracts going both ways, Doug. And also that means the general manager in college football, the president of the sports, not just the president of the school, but the president of the football team.
Well, they're now, schools literally do have people that are being hired with the title general manager.
Yes, like I know it happens in basketball a lot. Adrian Wojnarowski is the general manager of St. Bonaventure.
That's right.
So yeah, you're going to need GMs with new college football.
Yep. And so just something to keep in mind, and something I don't know that there's anything wrong with it. I can't think of the downside, but I'm sure there is one. I haven't come up with it yet. But just something to think about. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback if you want to continue down this road. Obviously, we got the best team in the NFL right now, so they've been a lot of fun to talk about. And we'll talk with the quarterback, Jared Goff. If you have any questions you want to text over that you'd like to get in with Goff, I got plenty that we can bring up, but I don't mind taking suggestions of fans. Is there anything in particular that you want to know about? Huge game coming up with Buffalo this weekend. There is speculation, and I've seen this. As best I can tell, it's not locked in stone that if the Lions go 3-1, they've clinched the NFC's 1 seed, because a tiebreaker with Philadelphia is strength of victory. And if you work through all the other scenarios, Philly would need a lot. Going 3-1 goes a long way towards clinching the NFC for the Lions, because their current strength of victory is so much better than Philadelphia's. It is so much better than Philly's. It was plus 12. I think it was plus 12 going into the weekend. Lions just beat a team with 9 wins. That takes it up to plus 21. And Philly beat a team with 3 wins, so it takes it back down to plus 18. So they're 18 games clear of Philly. So now that you have to start predicting that all the teams you beat, the outcomes of their games to know. So I don't think it's locked in stone. 3-1 is awfully likely because of their strength of record, strength of victories, tiebreaker that they hold over Philly. So just something to keep in mind. We'll talk with the quarterback, Jared Goff, next here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Happy holidays, everybody. Doug Karshgater out today. Just a reminder, you can stream the show using the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. Then you can listen to this program and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket anywhere in the United States. Also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. That is where you see who the champ and chump of the weekend are, as voted on by you, the people. Go to 971theticket.com. And it doesn't look like Evan's posted it yet. So I got to get. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's posted. So go ahead. See who the people select as champ and chump of the weekend. Again, stream the show. Stream the show with video. Go to twitch.tv and youtube.com. Both have large followings. We do appreciate all of you that like to watch the program. And that includes streaming chat. Those that participate in that. So Lions taking on Buffalo this weekend. Big game. Look, it's one of those games that doesn't have quite the playoff ramifications because when it comes to tiebreakers, a loss to an AFC team would not be the worst thing in the world, although it would be good to stay one clear of the Vikings in the division, because that Viking season finale, the Vikings' goal is to get there. The Lions' goal is to clinch it before then, right? I mean, the Vikings are doing everything they can in their power to make that game relevant. The Lions, in the meantime, are doing everything they can in their power to make that game irrelevant and try and eliminate everybody as soon as they can, clinch the division, clinch the top seed, and all that goes with home field throughout the playoffs. It's a big goal that's looming out there, and let's talk about it with the quarterback. Jared, as always, thanks for being with us. You just get me today with Gator out. And we start with the extra time off over the weekend. How was the extra time off?
Yeah, man, it was great. It was good to get a little rest. It felt like, a real mini bye, and came at a good time for us. We had gone, a pretty good stretch there of games in a row, and it was nice to get a few days off and get your body back.
Is it just rest, or are you doing Christmas shopping? Are you watching football? What does Jared Goff do at the time?
Yeah, a lot of rest, but yeah, I did knock out some Christmas shopping, and we got a little bit of free time on your hands, and it was good to get some stuff off the checklist for sure.
Yeah. So I know Thursday's kind of in the rearview mirror, and you guys are on to Buffalo, but revisiting that, Dan Campbell seemed particularly pumped in the postgame locker room. I think a number of people made that observation. Was that game, did you feel like, given all that you guys have had to deal with injuries, really important to him, meant a lot to him, and did it maybe mean the same to you and everybody?
Yeah, I think so. I think, it was a big game for everyone. I think he's always fired up. But, yeah, it's a division game. It's at home. In a lot of ways, it was set up in every way for us to have a letdown, and we did the exact opposite of that. We came out and played really well, and our defense held strong, and those guys that had just got on the team, followed suit. And it was a cool win for us with the circumstances, and certainly a good one to get against a division team.
The fourth down decisions have got a ton of attention, and I argue that the fourth down decisions do more than just keep the football and move the chains. I think it's a mentality. I think it's part of your culture. Is that true? Is the way he coaches, does it benefit the team beyond just keeping the football and moving the chains?
Yeah, of course. I think it shows a belief in the offense. It shows a belief in us, and it's just been kind of the way we've done things since he's gotten here, and been a little bit more aggressive than other teams, and a lot of times it's worked for us. It's been great. Obviously, worked for us on that fourth down late in the game, and made the game. Finished the game essentially. Didn't give them a chance to do anything with it. And it's funny to hear all the criticism after it works. Gosh, you can only imagine how bad it would have been if it didn't work. But it's bizarre. Yeah, it was a weird weekend to hear them talking about it and how critical they were of Dan on a decision that was correct in hindsight. So it's funny. Everyone's got an opinion. For us, it works, and I'm sure we'll keep doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, I feel like it's part of your culture. Like, he's very aggressive, and it's reprogrammed, because we dealt with such a bad culture here for so long. Do other people around the league, like people on other teams, does anybody ever talk to you about this?
No, not really.
Okay.
No, and that's a good point you made there. And I saw it. I think someone said that I had convinced him to do it, and I'm like, no, no, I didn't have any convincing with him. He does that all on his own, and we're fired up when he does it. And it had nothing to do with me. I walked over there and asked him, hey, what's the plan? And he was kind of deliberating it and told us we were going to go for it.
Do you think that in any way Green Bay was caught napping? Think that you guys were just trying to get them to jump into the neutral zone?
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, we had just used a timeout, so we couldn't have used a back-to-back timeout. So, but yeah, maybe they thought we were going to take it away a game, and that certainly wasn't a thought for us. Like, oh, maybe they're going to not think we're going to snap this, so we're going to. No, it was, hey, do you want to go for it? And Dan kind of thought about it for a second, and then said, yeah, let's do it.
Final thing, when you did get tripped up, what thought went through your mind?
Yeah, it's one of those things where everything starts happening in slow motion. Yeah, no, it's not like that's the first time it's ever happened to me or any other quarterback. It's not that unusual to happen. I think it just gets a lot of attention because of the play it was on. But yeah, just finding any way to get it to Montgomery at that point. If I had to flip it to him, I would have done that. But felt like I was close enough to just hand it to him from the ground and was able to make it happen.
All right, moving on to other topics. Something I've always found interesting about the NFL is you guys start in the spring. You're in the trenches together. You have OTAs. You have mini camps. You get to know one another. You do rep and rep and rep. Then the season starts. Suddenly, guys get hurt, and the next thing you know, a Jamal Adams is in your locker room and starting a game 3 days later. What's it like to have players come parachuting in that all you've ever done is play against them, and now they're on your side?
Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. I've had a lot of battles with Jamal, Quan. A lot of these guys that are coming in. It's fun to see them kind of adopt our culture, and it's always good. Like it's kind of cliche here, but it seems like Brad always brings in the same type of guy, like dudes that just love football, and regardless of at what point in their career they are, they just want to be a part of a good team and they want to play football. They want to be on the field. They want to make plays happen. They don't care to be the feature guy. They don't care to be the guy getting to make all the plays. They just want to be out there making plays, and that's what these guys that we've brought in have done and have given us a little bit of juice over there defensively. And we'll see what comes of it. But Jamal's been great so far, and Quan's been great. Jonah, Miles, all those guys they've been awesome.
Do you find yourself swapping war stories from games in the past with those guys?
If we have any, yeah. I mean, I can't think of any in particular. I played Jamal in Seattle for quite some years, and nothing really jumps out. But yeah, we had some fun competing against each other.
Yeah. Another guy I find really interesting on your roster, and you guys needed him this week, is Dan Skipper. It feels like he's becoming a bit of a fan favorite for a variety of reasons. The extra O-line stuff, he caught a pass from you, the whole reporting eligible thing, and now he's been counted on to be your left tackle. How do you think Skip did?
Yeah, I thought he really played well this past week, and that typically happens. It's been a few times he's had to play this year, and it seems like just as time goes on, those guys get more comfortable with more snaps. And I thought this past week was one of his better games that I've seen him play, and consistent pass pro run game. Everything was great, and he was dialed in, and even drew us a nice 15-yard penalty. That was fun. So he did a great job stepping in. He always typically does, and it was good.
Yeah. What kind of dude is he?
He's great. What do you mean?
Well, he seems like he's a character or personality, but I'm watching from afar, so I just wondered if there's anything about him that stands out.
I don't know, maybe how hard he works and how he's kept himself in the league despite getting cut, 8-9 times, and has had a great career. And he's a great guy. He's a guy that you want on your team in your locker room, and is always ready, whether it's guard or tackle for us. He's ready to step in.
Gotcha. Every week we talk about Tim Patrick. How happy were you to see him in the end zone?
Oh, it was great. Yeah, it was awesome. It really was, and it's been a long time coming. And we got him in Dallas, and they called him just short, and then we hadn't been able to get him in since, and to get him 2 and both be 4th down conversions, maybe one of them was 3rd down, but to be in pretty critical moments of the game was awesome.
Did you know, was it a spur of the moment thing to grab the football and give it to him, or was that something you always looked to do?
Yeah, I knew it was his first one, and I saw him spike it, and I was like, he's going to want that. And I just went over there and grabbed it for him. And spur of the moment, I wasn't thinking about that before the play.
Gotcha. All right, so Buffalo coming up this week. What stands out about Buffalo as you prepare for this? This is a marquee game and another big showdown.
Yeah, they're consistent. They always have been. They've been a great team for a long time. They're very well coached. They certainly score a lot of points. So, depending how this game will go, maybe we'll have to match that and see how it goes. But, yeah, their defense is good. Their defense is really good. They're good at all 3 levels. They got good pass rushers, good linebackers, good DBs. They're tough. They're well coached, like I said, and it'll be a good challenge.
All right, so a couple other things I want to get away from the NFL. College football. Do you have any thoughts on the playoff? Do you like the format? Do you get a chance to pay attention to it, or is that something at this point's off your radar?
Yeah, I think it's fun that some teams are able to get involved that typically aren't. In the past it's been 2 SEC teams, the winner of the Big Ten, and then the next best team. And now it's it's kind of anyone's ball game, and it's fun to see some teams get a chance at it. And it's kind of how it is in the NFL. You get in as a wild card team, you can make a run, you get hot, so it is cool.
And while I have to have you here, I'm on the Michigan Football Network, and they've got a potential to have a true freshman starting quarterback next year, a 5-star kid that just committed. You started as a true freshman at Cal. Would you have any advice to anybody that's in that situation, how difficult that is, or things that could be challenging?
Yeah, man. I met Bryce last year. He came by the facility, and that kid's impressive, and I'm sure he'll do a great job there if he ends up playing. But yeah, he's just learn as much as you can, and have fun. You're living the dream, and just try to soak in as much information as possible.
All right, 2 quick questions from the listeners as we wrap it up. One is, what's your favorite Christmas movie? Listeners wanted to know what your favorite Christmas movie is.
Christmas Vacation.
Okay. All right. Clark Griswold fan then?
What's your favorite Christmas movie?
Die Hard. I'm not a movie guy, so I don't see a lot of them, but I'd go Die Hard, and I think it qualifies.
All right.
Subject to debate. And the other one is people want to know, was Dan Skipper really puking in the locker room?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't know why else he was bent over the trash can. I didn't notice until Dan had called him out in the middle of that speech, but yeah, I'm sure he was. He was exhausted. That was a long game.
Such a funny moment. Hey, we appreciate your time. Good luck. We'll talk again next week.
Awesome. Thanks.
There he is, Jared Goff, the quarterback of your first place Detroit Lions. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize, but focus on many different areas of the law. Because they specialize, they have scored the largest auto accident settlement and the largest truck accident settlement in the state of Michigan ever. Michigan Auto Law has the auto accident record's $34 million, the truck accident record $14.3 million. They are nationally recognized for their winning track record. They care more, so you win more. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. All right, Carson Anderson, 97 the ticket. Gators out today. Thanks to Jared Goff, who just joined us, recapping some of what we talked about there. The fourth down stuff is really interesting because Dan Campbell is either ahead of the curve or just crazy. And I think, these are way more calculated than people realize. And I don't mean many of you out there. I think the people that are really paying attention, I think it's the parachute in crowd that they're like, whoa, he's doing what? And doesn't really perhaps understand all the thought that goes into it. If you heard Dan Campbell this morning, the fourth down stuff is very, very thought out. It's not haphazard. As Kang said, it's not like he hits the bar before the game and has a few cocktails and then does shots at halftime and then says, let's roll the dice. Hell with it. We're going for it. No, he's putting a lot into it. And he basically said, I'm making decisions that if I'm wrong, I get fired. He admitted that this morning. So look, some people aren't ever going to like it or get on board with it. It was funny because Goff said that, he obviously heard over the weekend all of the second guessing, even though it worked, he heard all of the second guessing of the decisions made by Dan Campbell on the fourth downs. Four times he was correct. I shouldn't say correct. 5 times he went for it on fourth down. 4 times they got it. 2 times they got touchdowns. 2 times they got first downs. And 1 time they got stuffed.
Yeah, if you're just parachuting in, he's a maniac. Like, why would you do this, right? If as a fan. And now you have to realize you can't just stop him on third down. You got to stop him kind of well short of the first down marker because if you get close enough, they'll go for it.
And we will play it later in the show, but he did go on to say, hey, look, I don't do this every time. This is not a blanket policy that I'm going to go for it all the time in fourth down. And I think that distinction is incredibly important. And he's never said that was the case, but I think it's good to reiterate it, given that there are going to be some incredibly tough decisions coming up. If you look at the Detroit Lions schedule the rest of the way, they still have work to do. As well as they are playing, and they are playing incredibly hot, there's still work to do. And look, Buffalo this weekend is not a punch-button win. Tell me that at Chicago, historically, no matter what the Lions' record is, isn't something that is worrisome. That's one of those, would you call it a trap game? I don't know. It's a division game, which means it counts in the tiebreaker with Minnesota. But I don't think you can just roll out the helmets and beat the Bears. I think you're going to have to work. As bad as the Bears looked last weekend, and they obviously miss Eberflus, yes, the Lions should win. I'm not picking it to lose. I'm just saying that's a little bit different than when Jacksonville came in here. At San Francisco, Monday night game, San Francisco, that could be a team battling for their playoff lives. They still have a ton of talent, and they've dealt with some injuries. And then that last weekend against Minnesota could be for the division. This is a tricky end to the season where the priority, and we'll get updates as the week goes on, is to get people back on the field. If they start to get people back on the field, I really like their chances beyond the regular season. But it starts, and think about how much doubly more that bye week is important for a team that could get Alex Anzalone back, could get Derek Barnes back. Like those are the marquee guys. Then you got Pascal, Ansarike. You got other players, Emmanuel Mosley, Fatu Melifonwu. Other players that can help defensively. Because what we're seeing is in spite of the fact that they are shorthanded, they are still finding ways to win games. In spite of the fact that they don't have everybody they need defensively, they're still winning games. It's incredible. And they could be taking a stronger team than this into the postseason. And hell, they may need it.
So yesterday, Coach Campbell said that Anzalone, he's progressing, but it's a wait and see, of course, and he could possibly be available for the last game of the year, but it also depends on if they need that game or not. So this is another reason why you want the Vikings and the Eagles to lose, because you don't want to need that game to have to force a guy, and they wouldn't force him, but to have to play a guy who, hey, maybe could use an extra week off, and if that's Barnes or anybody else. But, that's another. These guys need rest, man. They got to get healthy. So if they can get, the last week of the season and a bye, that's 2 weeks, get healthy.
Yep. It's incredibly important for them to finish this deal, secure the 1 seed as quickly as possible, and then move on to the next task, which will be preparing for what you hope is a long postseason run. Look, it's funny because and we'll get to this coming up. If you haven't seen what we tweeted out today, we got a ton of replies to it. Go check it out at DuncanGator971. And, you talk about, as we head to this last quarter, we tweeted a question: will the Lions lose a game before the playoffs? Who's been the best addition to the roster? Who's the defensive MVP? The unsung hero is, and it's 4th and 2 in the playoffs. Who are you getting the ball to? Obviously, I'm thinking 4th and 2 in the playoffs. We're thinking 4th and 2 in the playoffs late. Who are you getting the ball to? But the addition to the roster of Tim Patrick has been so huge for the offense. We knew that we were kind of dealing with football first world problems coming into this season when we were talking about 2 issues. The team had 2 issues that dominated the talk from August into the beginning of the season. And they were, who's the edge rusher opposite of Hutch, and who's the third wide receiver. The third wide receiver has been answered emphatically by Tim Patrick. And we're talking about a 31-year-old who missed 2 seasons with an Achilles and an ACL, and is, an incredibly valuable member of this team, in spite of the fact that he didn't play in 2022 and he didn't play in 2023. He missed those whole seasons. And now he's trending to get back to where he was in his most productive years in Denver. That has been answered emphatically. And, oh, by the way, he's exactly what the model of receiver that people talked about, a big-bodied receiver. And then the other one was, who is the edge rusher opposite of Hutch? Now, that whole thing has gone from who's the edge rusher opposite of Hutch and turned more into who's going to help make up for the loss of Hutch. But, they've still found a way to get the job done defensively, even if it isn't always pretty, even if there are some higher point totals being scored, and even if, there just isn't a significant pass rush to speak of. But you always got to remember, the Lions aren't the only teams with flaws. We've talked a little bit yesterday about Philly and how they just have, now late in the season, they're developing a lack of a passing game. They've digressed into having a less than 200 yards a game passing of late. How about this from Kansas City? They're 28th in the NFL in sack percentage. The Chiefs, this is from ESPN today, the Chiefs sack opposing quarterbacks on just 5.5% of dropbacks and put pressure on them just 32% of the time, which is 22nd in the league. Defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo's defense is still blitzing 36.5% of the time, which is the 3rd highest mark, but it is far from a dominant pass rushing team that it was last season when the Chiefs led the NFL in sack percentage. So they went from leading the NFL in sack percentage to 28th in sack percentage. The point is simply this. Yep, there are flaws here. And if you look at the teams most likely to win the Super Bowl in Vegas, Detroit, Kansas City, Philadelphia, those are your 3 favorites. They also have glaring holes. Kansas City's not getting a pass rush in spite of the fact that they're blitzing a ton. Philadelphia has got no passing game of late.
And maybe some infighting between 2 best friends, by the way.
Are they?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons why A.J. Brown is in Philly, because of Jalen Hurts and their relationship off the field. And then you mentioned, what about the Bills? They're the darling of the league, right? They just got 44 put up on them by the Rams and old man Stafford. Josh Allen's great, but every team has its weaknesses, like you were saying. And the Lions may be the injury. The injuries on the defensive side of the ball, but they've done nothing but continue to win. And so it's going to be a really, really fun playoff run here, and I cannot wait for it. And it feels like we're kind of in one right now as far as just having to stay ahead and win every game.
Yep.
And Coach Campbell said that as much as, hey, they feel like they're in the playoffs right now, kind of.
Yep. All right, we're going to open up to you, and we're going to read some of these responses that we got on Twitter as we had the template. These are the questions, and if you want to let us know what you think, 248-539-9797. Will the Lions lose a game before the playoffs? Who's been the best addition to the roster? Who's the defensive MVP? Who's the unsung hero? And maybe the most interesting one, it's 4th and 2 in the playoffs in a gotta-have-it situation late in the game. Who are you getting the ball to? Who are you getting the ball to? I'd like to get your answers on that. Maybe I think that might be my favorite of these questions. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Lions coach Dan Campbell still analyzed for his decisions to go for it in huge situations. Coach says that he simply draws from his experiences on former teams and from earlier in the game as well. Campbell says he thinks that other coaches fear what will happen if they don't get it, so they don't go for it as often as he does. Coach also gave a shout-out to Pat O'Connor as the biggest next man up from last week's win over Green Bay. Michigan junior Mason Graham will officially be a part of the 2025 NFL draft class. The Wolverines defensive tackle expected to be a top 5 pick when teams selected their top talent, or will select their top talent, in April at Lambeau Field. And now the number 14 team in the country, Michigan basketball, heads to the Big Apple for their next big game tonight. They'll tip at Madison Square Garden against John Calipari's Arkansas team late tonight for the Jimmy V Classic in New York. Game time is a 9 o'clock start. You can hear the action over on WWJ. And here on the ticket, plenty of info on your teams tonight if you tune in. Lions Review at 6, Tiger Talk at 7, Pistons tonight at 8, and Inside Hockeytown at 9 p.m. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Here we are, last quarter of the season, and we're looking at premium on just about every game, as we just talked about, for the Detroit Lions. Spoke with Jared Goff last hour and didn't ask him the question. Of the template question we asked you on Twitter today, the one that I'm most intrigued by is fourth and two playoff game, got to have a moment. What's your play call? Now, we chose 4th and 2 for a reason. Is because, that's a run or pass situation. And they've got reliable choices for both. I mean, can you imagine being Ben Jansen? And at some point, postseason runs aren't easy. There are going to be gotta-have-it moments. There are going to be moments that feel like if they don't get this, they're not winning this game. That's just the way it is. We went through and documented the Kansas City Chiefs run to their back-to-back Super Bowls. And basically, I think it was all their games but one was a one-score game that had critical moments. So we're talking about a team that is out there and the current, dominating team in the NFL is the Chiefs. Even if the Lions are having this kind of season, you kind of got to get to the mountaintop to be that squad. And it's the Chiefs right now, but they had all kinds of gotta-have-it moments. And they've got Patrick Mahomes to do it. The feedback coming in is kind of split. But we asked a whole bunch of those questions. And that was, will the Lions lose a game in the playoffs? Who's been the best addition to the roster? Who's the defensive MVP? The unsung hero is 4th and 2. Who are you getting the ball to? My favorite response is, Rob says, Penei Sewell is the answer to all of those questions, even the defensive MVP.
I'm not going to deny that answer.
It's funny.
That answer counts.
Yeah, I think it does. I'm not completely done tallying up all the votes. But right now, I went through the first 25 responses on the 4th and 2 postseason, got to have a moment. First 25 responses. 15 said David Montgomery, 10 said Amon-Ra St. Brown. And David Montgomery running behind Penei Sewell is awfully attractive. Remember, it was David Montgomery running behind Penei Sewell on 4th and 1 against the Packers from their own 30 that came up short. Although, was that Gibbs? It might have been Gibbs. They were running behind Penei Sewell. They ran right on that play. And I think it was Gibbs. Was it Gibbs on that?
It was Gibbs,
okay.
But if you look at that play, and I don't know what the play is supposed to be, how it's supposed to be executed. Obviously, we're not Ben Jansen, but Tim Patrick had a block, and then he came off his block to block a cornerback. The guy he came off of, Tim Patrick, is the guy who ultimately made the tackle on Gibbs. I felt like if he would have just held his block on that guy, Gibbs could have got the first down. But I don't know how that play is supposed to be executed. I mean, it looked like that was what he's supposed to do, shed that block and move on to the next. But, it wasn't Penei Sewell's fault is what I'm saying. So don't you ever dare say it's Penei Sewell's fault.
What's interesting about this, though, is, this is where Ben Jansen, having a veteran quarterback and veterans on offense really matters. Because if it's 4th and 2 or 2 to 3 in the postseason, I would bet money when they break the huddle that they have options. They walk to the line of scrimmage, Jared Goff will look at a defense and probably go, all right, this is an easy pitch and catch to Amon-Ra. Or or I think this run play will work. I mean, that's one of the benefits that they have is given the talent that they have. I could see in a 4th and 2 them breaking the huddle with multiple options. But out of the 25 responses, 15 say Monty and 10 say Amon-Ra, and I'm not anywhere close to tallying up the votes. Kang, what would you do in a 4th and 2 gotta have it moment in the playoffs?
I like Amon-Ra.
Do you?
And here's the reason why. I like the options a pass play call has. I think when you hand the ball off, that's it. You're handing the ball off. And then it's up to the running back if things fail, how good of an eraser you are of mistakes that one guy might have made on the offensive line. Like I hate to point out like Glasgow or anybody, Ragnow,
Yep.
He only can do so much, whether it's Monty or Gibbs. I think if the play calls for ASB, one, ASB is incredibly reliable. But if he is not open, I got to imagine there's another, you go to 2, you go to 3, and whoever that is, it's Laporta, it's Tim Patrick. But I just like the pass play call with ASB being my number one option.
And in ASB's case, it'll be one of those choice routes that Goff has talked to us about in the past where they break the huddle, they look at the defense dictates where Amon-Ra is going to run this route, but we know what it'll be for first down yardage. And then beyond that, if somehow, some way a defense takes away Amon-Ra, which is always possible. I continue to be amazed how a guy like that gets open when everybody knows he's Goff's go-to guy, but he still gets open. I guess you can't take everything away all the time.
And also, I like the fact that maybe you can get a holding or a pass interference call as well. Like, these things factor into me. If I got to have it,
Yep.
I like options, man.
Yes. And then you get into the big fear, like a ball batted down at the line of scrimmage, like something like that. Or a guy drops a pass. Wouldn't be Amon-Ra, but you're right. There'll be other options beyond him. I kind of lean that way as well towards Amon-Ra on a 4th down and 2 situation. Although the greatest thing about Montgomery is a guy that if a play is blocked for no yards, he gets you 3. If a play is blocked for 5 yards, he gets you 8. Like he always seems to find more yardage than it appears to be there in any given run play. So it feels like a stalemate. He'd still get the first down, let alone this great offensive line does its job.
It's nice to have options, and it's nice when your coach is a maniac and they might run it on 4th and 5. I don't know, I think in the back of your mind as a defender, you do have to keep that, just in case. Like, hey, I know this is a passing down, but they're crazy, right? And so we gotta stay in our lanes and still watch out for the handoff.
Okay. Something we talked about there with Jared Goff, I want to follow up. Has it ever been you or one of your teammates? Jared did say, Dan Skipper, he thinks was puking in the locker room, as called out by Dan Campbell. Said, it was a long game. Has it ever been you that puked after a game, in a locker room, during a game, where the effort took it all out of you and you had the on-field or in-locker room reversal? If it wasn't you, was it your friend? I remember hearing years ago about a Michigan hockey practice on a Saturday morning. Red Berenson called a guy over to the side and said, "You smell like a brewery," right before he puked all over the place. Because he, being a college kid, had been out the night before. But has it ever been you? I have never puked in a game or at a practice or anything like that. Kang, has that ever happened to you?
Not to me, but I've seen multiple teammates throw up.
Have you?
It's not because of effort, Doug. It was the effort they put in the night before. And that effort were those beer curls.
Came back to haunt him?
Yeah, when you play rec league, it isn't exactly high-performance athletes out there all the time, right?
No.
In fact, some of those guys think they play better that way.
We used to play in Gus Macker tournaments where I would put together a crew of my guys, and my wife would have her and her sister and friends, and we'd go to the same tournaments, and we'd play all day Saturday, and then we'd go out drinking Saturday night, and then invariably somebody would have like that 8 a.m. bracket game on Sunday morning.
Yep, that early game.
And I'll never forget one year we were playing in the Lapeer Gus Macker, and it was clear that it was my wife's team, and the team that they were playing, They had done the same thing. They'd been out drinking, and in the middle of the game, a girl on the other team puked on the court.
On the court?
On the court. And my sister-in-law, Lisa, called a foul. So that's got to be a foul.
Yeah, that's just etiquette foul. Like, it's... Come on, man.
I was dying. I was absolutely dying. She called a foul. All right, 248-539-9797. You heard Jared Goff with the details on the Dan Skipper locker room puke last hour. Was that ever you or a friend? We'll get to your phone calls next. A little bit later on, let's talk some Tigers. They do make a signing, and there's rumblings they might make another. Alex Cobb in the fold. We'll get to that, and you'll actually hear from Scott Harris, the president of baseball operations. That in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, do you know your water score in your home? Telltale signs like water spots, dingy laundry, or dry skin indicate your water score isn't as high as it should be. There is still time before the holidays to get some great tasting, worry-free water. Do what we did. Contact my friends at CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. They'll test your water and survey your home and rank your water. If you aren't satisfied with your water score, CGC will recommend a Connecticut water treatment solution to improve it. They did it for us in our house. They'll do it for you. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com today. Talking to Jared Goff earlier, and he was talking about the Dan Skipper puke moment in the locker room. I don't know if he's becoming a cult hero, but he certainly is a player that Detroiters appreciate. And that certainly didn't hurt when Dan Campbell called him out in the post-game speech in a truly authentic, funny moment.
Dan Skipper has become one of the more memorable backup offensive linemen we've ever had. No, right? Like, I think that's how you categorize him.
Right.
Like, not cult hero. That's a little too far, but you remember Dan Skipper. I mean, first of all, the guy's ginormous. He looks like a character from Game of Thrones, one of the giants from north of the wall.
Yep.
And secondly, I mean, the whole, what happened in Dallas, reporting eligible or not. He's always kind of been there, Skipper. And now this game where he plays the entire game, Dan Campbell's making one of his, iconic post-locker room speeches, and my man's on one knee over a trash can, and he's got to call him out in the middle of the speech. You keep being you, Skip. Whatever you're doing, you just keep doing that.
You keep puking over there. And you're right. I mean, if you list memorable backup offensive linemen, he's got to be number one. I mean, maybe it's because in the past all our backups were starting because they were backup quality players that were starting. But, I mean, who else would you even think of?
Seriously.
Anyway, was it ever you? 248-539-9797. Drew's on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
So we used to play tackle football on Sundays before all the games would start. We'd all meet up after high school, and we'd have 16 people. But I'd roll up, with my McDonald's bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit and a can of Red Bull right before the game. God. And I was notorious for throwing up right after I'd make a long touchdown or take a kickoff or a punt to the house. And, yeah, sure enough, I was heaving in the end zone, and all my friends started calling me Ralph after that. So to this day, they still call me Ralph. So it stuck.
Did you, was it just because of eating right beforehand, or was it because of the night before as well?
No, I was notorious for this. I used to play co-ed soccer, too, in Novi. And just sure enough, I drink a Red Bull before the game, and I don't know what it would do to my body. I would just start feeling it, and I'd go to the bathroom, throw up, come back out, score. It's almost like it made me lighter on my feet after I did it.
Did you consider that perhaps you shouldn't be drinking Red Bull before you played?
Yes. That did become one of the common denominators.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Great, Drew. Thanks for sharing. 248-539-9797. Hysterical.
Yeah, we all know what the Red Bull was doing to him.
Yeah.
Except for him.
This guy. Were you ever Dan Skipper? John, you're next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
Hey, it wasn't me or my son, but on his travel team, they would do these high-intensity workouts on the weekend, and it would cost $5 to pay the trainer and stuff. Well, the first workout session, within 15, 20 minutes, this kid puked.
Wait, let me stop you for a quick second. What sport are we talking about?
Baseball.
Okay.
Travel baseball. Right. And so anyways, this went on all winter. They trained all winter. And this guy, Mike, would collect the $5 from every kid. And each week he'd end up with an extra $5. And he was always wondering if he wasn't paying the kids back. Well, the last workout, he found the kid in the bathroom. He was hiding in there. Every week he'd come in, pay the $5, and hide in the bathroom.
No way.
And not do the workout.
It was the same kid that puked in the first week?
Yeah. It was pretty funny.
So his parents would drop him off. He'd go and pay the $5 and go sit in the bathroom for an hour.
Yes, exactly.
Classic.
And we could never catch it. We never thought of going in the bathroom and looking for anybody. So it was pretty funny, in the end.
In retrospect, did the kids say, yeah, we knew he was doing it the whole time?
No, the kid, I really don't think the kid, I won't say his name or anything. I don't think the kid really wanted to play baseball. I think his parents, pushed him. It was one of those type of deals.
Gotcha. Cost him $5. Missed out on a great workout. 248-539-9797. Were you ever Dan Skipper? Ben and Saginaw, you on 97.1. Hi, Ben.
Happy holidays. How you doing, fellas?
We're doing great.
So this was 20 years ago, back when I was in college. I was playing for Northwood University's Summer League baseball team up in Midland. And a group of us, we were out partying the night before. Obviously, it was college. That was a Friday night prior to a Saturday day-long tournament. You know, going on a couple hours of sleep. Pretty much the whole dugout smelled like beer at the start of the game. And I was playing the hot corner. So I'm standing on third base on the top half of the first inning, and their leadoff batter smoked an in-between one-hopper right off my sternum. And I was able to knock it down and throw him out over at first, but I was already dizzy to start the game, so that really got guts stirred up after that play. Get to the bottom half of the inning, I'm hitting in the two-hole, end up finding a gap out in right center, leg out a triple. I'm standing on third, feeling like the reverse is going to happen on the field as the coach calls for a sack bunt. So, first pitch, bunt gets laid down, and I have to chug it all the way home, slide head first, everything's good, get to the dugout, can hardly get my hands up for high fives, walk behind the dugout, and there were several reversals happening.
You earned it, my friend. Did you say the whole team went out?
Not the whole team, but
a bunch. And of all the guys, it was you that had the triple, that had to slide into home, that took the grounder off the sternum.
Well, this was all happening in the first inning, the top half and then the bottom half. So, like I said, that happened behind the dugout after the first inning. They ended up going on to win the game, but I ended up catching a bit of a nap in the dugout, and Coach understood why.
Hysterical. You know what's funny, Kang, is I never puked playing sports, but I had one reaction before every time I played basketball. Before every game. Without fail, I would have to go find the bathroom in like these middle school gyms or these high school gyms, which is not anything anybody ever wants to do.
No.
High school and middle school bathrooms is not a place where you want to have to do that. But I would show up for these games and...
What, the nerves, or just you're just a real regular guy? What?
No, it was the nerves. And only basketball.
And so nowadays it's a little different too, by the way, because people wear like these Nike leggings type things, the Under Armour, all that dry fit,
I'm not
right?
sure where this story's going.
No, but my point is a lot harder if you have that issue today than back then. You probably, I don't even know, like.
Oh, you mean to like
you gotta,
peel the leggings off?
Yeah, and did you take your gym shoes off? Did you wear those things in the stank bathroom?
I wore them into the stank bathroom.
All right, dude, come on.
Yep. Dude, it was terrible. And it was funny.
Was there not a truck stop around?
All my teammates knew. There he goes. Like, we'd be either in the gym waiting for the game ahead of us to end, or we'd be in warm-ups. And every single time. Strangest thing. I'm talking to you, Clegg Middle School. 248-539-9797. Pat's in Canton, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, Pat.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going okay.
So, talking about throwing up during sporting events, my senior year, I went to Catholic Central, and our last day of Hell Week for football, I was chugging water. It was like 100 degrees outside. It's like 120, 130 on the turf. On the way home, I'm at 10 Mile and Beck, and I feel it coming. So I pulled into someone's driveway, and they had a nice bed of flowers right at the curb, and I watered their flowers for them by throwing up all over them.
God.
That was the only time I ever did it.
That's not really fertilizer, too, is it?
It might be. It's water. It was all water.
Oh, that's good to know. 248-539-9797. We talked with Jared Goff, and he was mentioning, we were talking about the skipper thing and how funny it was when Dan Campbell called him out. Were you ever, Dan, skipper in a locker room or during a game where you had the reversal? Just a reminder, Scott Harris talked to the media, talked to the MLB Network. Some interesting things to say. Things might be afoot at a position. There might be cooking down there in Dallas at the winter meetings. We'll hear what he had to say, and we'll get to that. In the noon hour, also the best of what Dan Campbell told on Morning Show in the noon hour. It's Carson Anderson, Gator Out today. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, Twin Peaks has something new for all you ladies out there. Tuesdays have now become Ladies' Day. Your favorite lodge is rolling out the red carpet to take care of all those female sports fans out there. Every Tuesday, all day long, ladies can enjoy 20% off food, half off all wine, as well as 9 other options priced right at $4 or $5, like martinis, Long Islands, and more. They're even throwing out the amazing new mimosa flight and a bucket of bubbly. With all the baseball, hockey, college, and pro football action, you'd be a fool not to check them all out at Twin Peaks. They boast a local scratch kitchen. Cooks are in bright and early every day at 7 a.m. preparing your favorite dishes. Hand-cut New York strips, house-smoked ribs, brisket, thighs, wings, cheese bites. They'll keep you coming back. Pair that with the coldest beer in the state, poured at 29 degrees, and an extensive bourbon, tequila, and cocktail list. You'll think you died and gone to heaven. Not to mention, they're in the holiday spirit. They're offering $5 back for every $25 spent on gift cards. And if the Livonia store is your lodge of choice, you need to head up there and check out their new and improved video wall. 5 game options. You can see them all at once. Not a better place. Check out all your fantasy teams. Sundays. They're going to be off the hook the rest of the season. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. So we talked about Goff, about the Dan Skipper thing in the locker room afterwards, how funny it was when Dan Campbell called him out. Can we get that soundbite for people who missed it? Sorry, Kang, just springing this on you. Should have done during the commercial break. We can't, and we don't have it. All right, never mind. Anyway, Dan Campbell calls out Dan Skipper and says, "You just keep puking over there, Skip." And was that ever you in the locker room or on the field of play or whatever? 248-539-9797. phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. We'll hear what Scott Harris said on MLB Network next hour. Also, the best of what Dan Campbell told on Morning Show. Feedback coming in. I throw up every first beer league game of the season. LOL. I leave it all on the ice. Next one. I played high school with a guy who threw up before every game. One time running down to cover the opening kickoff. Mike G writes in, shout out to power skating coach Kim Muir, amazing skating coach, but I don't recall a class of hers where I didn't puke on the ice. I'll name text. I used to religiously puke on the sidelines a few minutes before the game. Just nerves. Felt fine after that when I'd return the opening kick or flyer on a kickoff. Went to Tony's on our way to Midland for a hockey game. Third shift was a 2-minute shift. Scored, went to the bench and puked. Since then, I don't eat 3 hours before hockey games. 248-539-9797. We go to Tim in Mount Clemens. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Doing good, thank you.
All right. I was in high school football. I played safety, and I don't know why. It was just like a whim, just instantaneous thing to happen. My friend's like, hey, you want a dip? And I've never chewed chewing tobacco before.
Oh, my God.
And I put a dip in, and my dad chewed, and he swallowed, so I wasn't, like, spitting because I had my helmet on, and we're marching out to the field and everything. We start the game, and I got so sick, and I'm just, like, puking violently into the bucket and on the sideline. Everybody, what's wrong with him? My coach's like, what's wrong with you? I'm like, I got a dip from, what's his face? And he's like, you idiot. What are you thinking? Like, you're going to get so sick from that. And, yeah, I ended up going back out and playing. But, yeah, don't do that. Don't chewing tobacco for the first time and swallow before a sporting event.
Noted, Jim. Thank you. Don't do that. Jacob in Plymouth, you're next on 97 on a ticket. What's up, Jacob?
Hey, first off, a Penn State player threw up during the Oregon game the other day.
Yeah, I saw
on the
that.
goal line.
Yeah, that happens in the college game. I guess it happens in the NFL too. There's like once a month, I feel like there's a highlight of some guy just tossing his cookies during a play.
Well, for me, I was on JV football, and before the game, they said, tomorrow you're going up to varsity. I said, oh, okay. Well, we played like crap, and people jumping off sides, and the coaches said, you're going to pay tomorrow to everybody. When I got there, they're like, oh, you're doing run-through with varsity. I said, oh, okay. I looked over. It would not be legal today the way they tortured the kids, and they worked them all till they were crying and throwing up all over the field. I'm just watching in my shorts doing run-through, and I felt so bad, and a lot of the guys were furious at me because they're like, how the heck did you get away with this still? Shouldn't you have been out there? I'm like, nope, I'm good. I'm on varsity now.
Wow. So wait, it was a JV team that played like crap.
Yeah, JV and varsity was doing the run-through, and even though I couldn't play because I'd already played that week, they told me, they're like, oh, you still go up and do the run-through with the coaches. I said, okay.
All right. I thought you meant when you got called up, varsity played terrible. And I thought,
oh no, it was I escaped it all, and I was so happy. Though later on in the year we played like crap, and I had to make up for it.
To do the same thing, yeah. Thank you. Were you ever Dan Skipper, or was your friend or teammate ever Dan Skipper? In my flag football league, the first game of the season is always rough because you're getting your legs back under you. Tried being discreet and puked on the sidelines in my backpack. Oh God.
He's being real nice.
So if you were trying to spare everybody else, but you puked in your own backpack?
He took one. Well, I don't want to say he took one for the team. It was he that caused it, but he didn't want anyone else to, clean up his mess or see it.
Right.
I think he's being incredibly, kind.
From an unnamed texter, it's been me. I played my first beer league game in years and was not in shape, especially not hockey shape. Worst part is I ate chili for dinner a few hours prior. I threw up on the bench. I threw up in the parking lot. A 65-year-old guy we play with walked past me and shook his head. It was embarrassing. It's from an unnamed texter. Another one here. 2012 rowing youth national championships. The A final. First place finish. Threw up out of the side of the boat halfway through the race. Worth it. So you puked while you were rowing and finished the race and won it? Chuck and Pontiac, we used to have these football workouts in high school at Brother Rice called agility drills. They were at 6 a.m. before class, and half the athletes were puking. There were trash cans placed around the gym just for that. They were so intense, you could always tell who the football players were because they would be in class sleeping, basically dead. That does not sound fun. All right. We'll move on before lunchtime. So I wanted to clean up something I said yesterday. I was driving home and I thought, I didn't articulate this properly. We were talking about the college football playoff brackets that were released on Sunday. And I was talking about the complaining that's going on, how people need to let it breathe. And I didn't really get to the point that I needed to make. And that is, there is no perfect system. You cannot come up with a system, a format that every year is going to satisfy everybody. So when we're in year one of a 12-team playoff, and people are complaining about who got in, people are complaining about what the seeding is, people are complaining about the buys, people are complaining about conference championships, whether they should matter or not, please keep in mind that every season, when you have 134 teams playing 12 games each, there are thousands of scenarios that can play themselves out at the end of the year. And if you're going to have a preset format, quit striving for it to be a perfect system. It's impossible. You cannot account for all of the thousands of possible outcomes of a college football regular season. There are going to be different challenges every year, regardless of what your system is. We have decided on this is how we choose the 12 teams. Over the course of the next few seasons, we'll get a sense if there's a repeated flaw, perhaps, that can be addressed. In the meantime, please keep in mind that when you see the result of one playoff field and say they need to change this, ... whatever it is, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. First, it's an overreaction. Secondly, is you're striving for something that's impossible. And so let the thing breathe. But there is no perfect system where every single year you're going to walk away satisfied and everybody that gets in is going to say, we deserved it, and everybody that gets left out will say, we didn't deserve it. It's just not going to happen. I'm amazed at how much it's happened already in year one. The other thing for college football is the finalists have been set for the Heisman Trophy. Oregon's Dylan Gabriel, Colorado's Travis Hunter, Boise State's Ashton Genty, and Miami's Cam Ward announced as the finalists. In our Heisman ballot, it says, request that we do not share who we voted for. I will tell you, for the umpteenth consecutive year, somebody I voted for is not a finalist. And
do you understand the criteria of the award? I mean, I only say this because you keep saying that the guy you choose is never a finalist. And I'm not telling you how to vote, who to vote, or anything like that, but like...
No, I don't say that the guy I chose is not a finalist. Someone on my ballot is not a finalist.
Okay.
So I chose...
Just making sure you know what you're supposed to do.
Right, yeah. I do. I always...
Like, you didn't vote Penei Sewell, did you? Because he's not eligible.
I didn't. But I would have.
Right? Yeah, I know that.
I would vote for a Penei Sewell. I just think that it is worth looking at other positions, and I spend a lot of time looking at those other positions. And I'm not saying the way I do it is right or wrong. I'm just saying that's the way I do it. There is no hard and fast criteria that they give you. But let me circle back and say, if people care to guess who is on my top 3 ballot that didn't get invited to New York, feel free. Be interested to see if anybody got it. And then maybe I'll just say somebody got it. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, make the Your NBA first bet is Swish with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel has all your favorite bets from who will win a game to how many points a player will score. Plus, check out newer bets like the number of dunks, assists, or three-pointers in the next 3 minutes. Doesn't matter if you tap into FanDuel before a game starts or after it's already tipped off. You can pick up a W whenever. And now is the perfect time to get in on the action because right now new customers can bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug for your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. Have a ball betting with FanDuel, America's sportsbook partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued in non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Skater out today. Hope you're having a great day. No, just so I think a lot of people are speculating I voted for a Michigan player. No, I did not vote for a Michigan player. I did not vote for a Michigan player. But once again, Heisman finalists are set. And once again, somebody I voted on my ballot did not get an invite to New York. I don't really care. I mean, I care about the vote. I don't really care that my guys sometimes don't get the recognition. I have in the past voted for people that didn't get invited to New York. I voted for them to win the Heisman. But
You know, you're not a big individual award type of guy.
no, it's
At all. Like,
kind of ironic.
Yeah, like, should you just be like, listen, stop sending me this ballot?
No, I've thought about it in the past, to be honest with you. Because I get into some seasons where I'm like, I don't, the players I like are never going to win this thing. But then I'm like, well, that's why you vote. All right. So something else I want to throw out there, because there's a story in sports that I just can't believe is real. I cannot believe this actually might go down. There's no way Bill Belichick's going to North Carolina, is there?
Why don't you think so?
Because I can't believe that he would take a college job at this point in life with all of the challenges that come with a college job.
Well, I think you have to think, would he run it like a college job, though?
Well, he said last night that he wouldn't.
Yeah, so that's maybe a reason why he would take it.
But the problem with, I mean, he's 72 years old, and he'd have to go recruiting. Now, if Bill Belichick's the coach at North Carolina, is he in a position where it's F it, the recruits are going to come to me?
I think that's part of the appeal, right?
Yep.
And then, of course, he's going to have, I don't know how much he would actually be hitting the recruiting trail. I know you're tapped into more, with college than I am, but the head coach is generally out there. But maybe Belichick's like, I'm not going out there to, I'm not doing this. I'll send my kid. If he gets Steve Belichick, I know he's working in the NFL right now, but he comes, hey, I've come to Carolina. I've got it set up for you, but you got to go on the recruiting trail.
I mean, do you get the sense that if this is real, if this could really go down, how many schools would just fire who they have and make a run of Belichick? Like, would LSU fans rather have Bill Belichick than Brian Kelly right now?
I don't know, man. Do you think Belichick's right for the college game, though? This works both ways. When college coaches go to the pros, everyone always questions, is this guy right for the pro game? And look what Nick Saban, right?
Yep.
Great football mind. We all know that. Doesn't work well with the NFL players. Same way the other way, Belichick, great football mind, but does it work in college? And then also it tells me, Doug, or maybe might tell me, is there just no NFL market for Bill Belichick? Because you think he would know, like, if this guy wants to coach in the NFL, he's got people, he's got a management team. They can let him know, hey, these jobs are possibly going to be open. This job is already open. Yeah, sit tight. We'll get you a gig. Or there's, hey, it's cold out there, man. No one's asking.
I mean, maybe. It just, it doesn't seem to me that this is a great fit. And for him to go to college, and then for him to go to college and go to North Carolina, there's something about that as well. Like, could I see him taking a major college coaching position? I don't know. I mean, I guess Carolina just had Mac Brown, recycled Mac Brown, who was pretty old. And now they might be getting Bill Belichick. I don't know. I just find it hard to believe it's true. And there are no credible sources saying that this has happened yet. But it feels like it's gaining some steam. And when I first heard this, that Belichick had talked to North Carolina about their coaching job, I thought it was worded interestingly. Like, it wasn't worded, Belichick is interviewed. They said they just talked to them. And I'm like, okay, so he's serving in some advisory role. But I don't know.
There's enough smoke where there's contact for sure, right? Between the university and Bill Belichick.
He's admitted that.
Yeah. So, and he always says, if I were to coach, a college team and all this stuff. But I'll tell you what, Mac Brown to Bill Belichick, they are getting a year younger.
Is that what it is?
Yes. I don't even know if it's a full year. But Mac Brown's 73, Bill Belichick is 72. You know what? Maybe dating this younger girl for Belichick has got him all in the college spirit now, man. It's got to hit back to campus.
Fountain of youth.
Yeah.
It's found the fountain of youth, if that's what you want to call it. I don't know.
The other day he asked, who's got the ox? He did. And he was talking about something. This is bussin'. This song with bussin', he said.
Well, maybe it'll go down. I just don't think it doesn't seem.
Maybe he can relate to the college kid.
This is all just a part of his warm-up act. Gets to know the girlfriend. Next thing you know, he's at frat parties. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Harrison in Ann Arbor. You're on 97. Want to take it? Hi, Harrison.
Gentlemen, good morning. I just literally turned on the radio and I heard the Bill Belichick conversation. Just wanted to chime in real quick. I've been listening to a lot of the back and forth on this. And I think the one small thing that we've kind of been missing on this is that the ACC itself, if we take the landscape of the 12-team playoff right now, I think Bill Belichick's looking at it like, well, if I can get in there, it's a Power 4, I can probably have an easier road and get some notoriety, like you said, maybe a warm-up, maybe a way to kind of get his name out there in a positive light, how everything kind of ended over the last couple of years with the Patriots. This might be kind of like an easier path, and it might just be a way for him to kind of just put himself out there in the landscape like, hey, I'm still able to coach, and I can take these kids, and what a easier path to go than the SEC, the Big Ten, or the Big 12.
I mean, maybe in some ways that's the appeal to that job. I do not think that Bill Belichick would do this to put his name in a positive light. I don't think he needs to do that. I think he is mostly pretty damn well respected as it is.
No, I agree with that as well.
Yeah. So is it an attractive job because the ACC isn't the SEC or the Big Ten? I mean, yes and no. The ACC feels like they are constantly overlooked. So you basically have to finish one of the top. You either got to win the conference or finish in second place with a very strong resume, which happened this year with Clemson and SMU. but the ACC typically feels overlooked.
Yeah, and I've been watching some of the casts that he's been doing with Peyton Manning and how they're breaking down film, which is really cool. I think he's already put himself back out there in a real strong, positive way. I just felt like if he doesn't seem like the type that just plays games. Like, he seems to be such a straight shooter. So my value position was maybe this might be a way for him to get back into the coaching realm and have it be a new challenge. And who knows? I mean, thanks for taking my call, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't believe he wouldn't wait for an NFL job. He seems NFL through and through. Some guys feel like college guys. At his age, taking out a college program, I just can't believe it's possibly true.
Maybe this is a way for him, if you believe the rumors, Doug, that this is a way for him to get his son a gig early. A fast track to get to Steve, because obviously Bill Belichick, he's 72 years old. He's not going to be there forever. But if he takes the job and he tells him, listen, I'll take the job and I'll set everything up, but I'm going to hire my kid and he's the next in line when I leave. He's going to be the head coach of this team.
Could be. His kid is currently the defensive coordinator at Washington. Pete Carroll's kid is currently the offensive coordinator at Washington, which means the guy that was on one sideline, well, Belichick and Carroll. So both Steve Belichick and Brennan Carroll. So their dads have offices at the University of Washington together. So Pete Carroll and Bill Belichick have an office. They share an office at the University of Washington, which is funny because they are on either side of one of the most famous or infamous play calls in Super Bowl history, when Pete Carroll decided to throw for it with beast mode in the backfield, and Belichick's team intercepted it, securing a Super Bowl for New England. They share an office now. All right, one other thing I want to bring up here before we get to the best of what Dan Campbell told the morning show. The Time Magazine Athlete of the Year is Caitlin Clark. She is named the Time Magazine Athlete of the Year. We'll do our stuff for Detroit over the next couple of weeks. It was funny because it doesn't feel like there was a rock star of the Olympics. I mean, Katie Ledecky was a big story. Noah Lyles was a big story. But am I wrong? Was there no Olympic rock star that came out of it, which is usually a strong candidate for this in Olympic years? I really don't think there was. And then outside of that, is it Aaron Judge? Would it be Shohei Ohtani? I feel like baseball probably offered the other two strongest candidates. I'm probably somebody I'm not thinking of. But anyway,
We all know if you would have voted for Athlete of the Year, it wouldn't even made the top 5, top 10. Come on, let's be
I would have
honest.
voted for Jack Campbell.
Yeah, Purdue or something.
Yeah, there you go. All right, the best of what Dan Campbell told our morning show, including his thoughts on why he goes for it so much on fourth down. Hear that at 12:05 here on 97.1 The Ticket. How's everybody doing today? Doug Karskater out today. 248-539-9797. Kicked around a lot so far. Talked a little Red Wings at the beginning of the show. Some college football with Charles Brantley at Michigan State putting his name in the portal. Mason Graham declaring for the NFL draft. I'm sick of the playoff complaints. Anyway, just people stop trying to find a perfect format. There's no such thing. There's too many possible outcomes to have a format that covers all the bases. Quit with they should do this, they should do that. We just went to 12 teams. Let the damn thing breathe. Bill Belichick, amongst rumors that this is serious with him in North Carolina. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. There's nothing about him that says to me, college guy. But maybe when you're Bill Belichick, you run it your way, which is I'm going to sit in my office on campus and the recruits are going to come to me. Also heard from Jared Goff. Interesting stuff from the quarterback. If you missed it, it gets replayed today at 1:30. Also, Dan Campbell joined the morning show. And we like to replay for you the best of what he had to say. And the guys, of course, addressed what everybody's talking about, and that is the fourth down calls and how aggressive he is. And it's been gone over ad nauseum, and I kind of feel like this was his final word. Kind of put a bow on the Thanksgiving game, and I think he kind of understands, too, why everybody pays attention to this. But here we go. This is Dan Campbell this morning on the morning show on the last fourth down call that he made with the Lions passing on the go-ahead field goal to try and move the chains and be able to run the clock down and kick the game winner. Here's what he said. Okay, so there's a couple things there. One is I'm not always going to go for it there. That to me is an important part of accepting Dan Campbell's approach in that game is something that we suspected, but I thought it was important to have him say it. I now see him do it. All fourth down situations aren't created equal. All fourth and ones aren't created equal. Some are fourth and a yard. Some are fourth and an inch. They're in the books as 4th and 1. Some games it makes more sense than others. Some games are 0-0 or 3-3 and nobody's moving the football at all. And kicking a field goal, there becomes huge premium on kicking a field goal. Some games are 31-31 and a team's already scored 24 points in the second half, albeit some with short fields. But you know, he's putting it into the context of the moment. That's one. Two is, when we do all this and we talk about this, I still think there's some people out there say, I'm sorry, I would never do it that way. And that's okay. But I guess I wonder if those people either A, are going, I would never do it, I won't agree with him, but I approve of Dan Campbell. Right? I approve of Dan Campbell anyway. The other is people that are convinced he's got his finger on the pulse. I'll go along with it. Because it's worked at a high rate. He's gotten a lot of good returns on his fourth down conversions. He's not going to convert them all. This is not going to happen. And so I'm preparing for us doing that show when it doesn't happen. Because I have a feeling there's a lot of people that are okay with it now because it worked that won't be okay with it simply because it doesn't. And that's where I have a bit of an issue. Because arguing the result is an incredibly safe place to put yourself in. The ultimate result is winning the Super Bowl. The ultimate result right now is probably their next biggest goal is winning the division. It's getting to be the number 1 seed. Like, you don't want your decision-making to get in the way of the ultimate goal. I think Dan Campbell's fourth down, you tell me I'm wrong. Has Dan Campbell's fourth down decisions won them more football games than lost them? So when Dan Campbell's fourth down decision loses them a game, are they still winning enough that this is okay? Because there are people that go back to the San Francisco game and say it ended their season. And the reason I don't feel that way is because of what else happened in that game. I think those were tough calls. And I think those were plays, the one in particular that should have gone the Lions' way. They didn't execute what was a effective play call in that time. I blame the San Francisco game on some really, really long shot events that went in San Francisco's favor. I don't blame it on the fourth down calls. Like if you don't fumble in exchange, if you don't have a face mask reception for 55 yards, if you don't drop two passes that one was an actual turnover, the other was essentially a turnover, those are things. I mean, there was a sack of Purdy where they had him dead to rights and he got out of it and got a first down. Those are the things that bother me more than the fourth down decisions. Because those were tough decisions. And those plays that they didn't make, I expect them to make a high percentage of the time.
Well, as you know, Doug, there's multiple factors and reasons why games are won and lost, right?
Yep.
Fourth down decisions, executing plays, whatever. You can't discount, though, the fact that they've gotten to where they are because of him making these aggressive calls, though.
Yep.
So I don't want to hear the gotcha moment like you mentioned earlier when it doesn't work out, because he doesn't bat 1,000. He will not bat 1,000 when making these calls to go for it on fourth down. But the totality of it is a net positive by a lot, by the way. It's not like they're 9-8, you know what I mean, every year. No, they're 12-1 right now, and they're the favorite to win the NFC, to win the Super Bowl. That's the net positive from making all these accumulative fourth down decisions, and that goes into the mentality of the team. We talk about all the time, the culture, the locker room, everything, the confidence they have in each other, the players and the coaching staff. So when he makes that call at some point, the rest of this year, he's going to go for it again on fourth down, right?
Yep.
They're not going to get it at some point. You can't be like, gotcha, there it is. I told you he couldn't get him out. No kidding. But you can't take away everything it's led up to and how this team has been built. That's what I want to say. Remember that.
So here's more from Dan Campbell when asked, why are you the outlier? Why are you the guy that does this more than anybody else? The most fourth down attempts in the league since he took over, the most fourth down attempts in the red zone since he took over, the most fourth down attempts while winning a game since he took over. All these things. Why are you the outlier? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Dan Campbell's admitting he could get fired if he gets too many of these wrong.
Well, I think he actually meant because they did move this past year. Remember the whole social media? Yes, I 100% think that's what it's about.
I thought he was talking about he was going to get fired.
I mean, you could also take it that way as well, but I think they literally moved their house because people found out where they lived and they were unhappy with some calls that he made.
People are crazy.
Yeah, so he literally would have to move again, he's saying.
Don't do that.
Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. I know you have to say it anyways, but...
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, they literally have moved.
I thought he was talking about I'll get fired and we'll be on to our next job. Interesting. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback on this. Also, is there a guy that stepped up that really surprised you? He answers that question. Hear what he had to say and who he says it is. At 12:22 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harshgater out today. Happy holidays, everybody. 248-539-9797. Dan Campbell on the morning show talked more at length about the fourth down decision. So he's not always going to do this. A lot of it depends on the context. It's been shaped by his decisions he's seen made in the past at Miami and at New Orleans. As a player, his time in Detroit. And in that context, it was the right move for them on that day. Doesn't mean he's always going to do it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Zach. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Zach.
Hey, how's it going?
Great.
Let me start with saying I love Dan Campbell, but I think it's more or less the quality of getting it on fourth down over the quantity of getting it on fourth down. Last year in the NFC Championship, I think was one of the ones that kind of really hurt us, and I think you got to know when to hold them and when to fold them.
So what are you looking for when a coach decides to go for it on fourth down? Do you think they do it because they have a play that they think is going to work and they have a deal of belief in that play? Do you think that it's caution? Because you say know when to hold them, know when to fold them. What makes it a time to fold it?
Well, I mean, NFC Championship, San Francisco marched down the field, kicked their field goal. We march down the field, don't kick our field goal, and everything starts to kind of unravel. So when you have momentum on your side, I mean, it's a thin line, I'm not going to lie, but it's definitely, there's a time and a place, and when you're the game before the Super Bowl, I think that's probably the only time I've been mad about him going for it on fourth down.
So I guess the one thing I'll say is if you're in that situation and you've got a play and your team executes the play right up until the last part of the play, and then unfortunately one guy who's incredibly reliable drops the ball, I don't know that Dan Campbell's decision was a bad one. Like, I get that they didn't get the first down, but everything that he thought would work kind of did.
Yeah.
And then Josh Reynolds, who's an incredibly reliable receiver. I will remember Josh Reynolds' time in Detroit fondly, I swear to God. But he just dropped a very catchable pass. Is that a time to fold it? Is that a time to fold it?
I think it helped it unravel because if we kick that field goal, Josh Reynolds never drops that pass.
But you're talking about what happened next. And I'm saying, because what happened next was San Francisco came back. If this year he's got the same decision in the NFC title game and he knows he can run a pass that gets Amon-Ra wide open, do you want him to do it?
It's like I said, it's a thin line. Me personally, I'd kick the field goal. Josh Reynolds doesn't drop the pass, and it makes San Francisco's job that much harder to scratch its way back.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's so easy to say after you see Reynolds drop a pass, should have kicked a field goal. This year, I want to be clear then. This year, if he can design a play that they know will get Amon-Ra open for a first down on a catchable pass, you want him to kick the field goal because Amon-Ra might drop that ball. There's always a risk when you go for it on fourth down. But I bet if you threw Josh Reynolds that pass, I don't know, 19 times he catches 20, or 20 times he catches 19. Penei Sewell would catch it 20 times out of 19. No, I mean, right? They called the play that they had in their back pocket that worked, that they thought would work. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's some arguing of the result when you call up and say the one time that I can really think of in a big game that they didn't get it, that's when he should have kicked the field goal. Okay.
But he's not above criticism, Doug. You know,
I know.
I think maybe the caller had a bad time articulating it. He was kind of just pulling cliches out one after another instead of specifying exactly why he didn't want him to go for it.
Yep.
Because I'll tell you exactly why I didn't want him to go for it. And I wasn't super pissed or anything because I said this before the break. Hey, you know, this is how they got there. So I understand the aggressiveness of the nature and everything. But to me, it was all about, at that point, math. Had you scored only a field goal on every possession with the Lions, and they scored a touchdown, they still wouldn't have beat you. It's all about, like, to me at that point is like the 3 points means more to me than it has at any other point in the game. Just to keep them at bay, away from you. And two possession with 3 possession, whatever it is.
You know what's wild about this is going back, the 3rd and 10 was a much worse drop. That was right in the bread basket.
Yeah,
like that
way
is,
worse. As far as just something you do on a daily basis, right? In practice, in games.
It's frustrating because everyone paid attention to the 4th and 2. The 3rd and 10 was as costly because it cost them a possession because they had to punt. It was as costly, and it was a way easy. Like, that was a in the bread basket catch. I have no idea how he didn't catch that one. 248-539-9797. All right, I said we get to this. He was asked, is there a player that has stepped up on defense that has really surprised you? And what surprised me is that he actually answered the question with one individual. He didn't laundry list guys. Here's what he had to say. Yeah, so there you go. The one guy that he wanted to single out, local guy, dude from Eastern Michigan, making an impact, helping this team out. 248-539-9797. Paul's in Clinton Township, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Paul.
Hey, guys. Sorry, taking you off Bluetooth.
Oh, it's great. Thank you.
As you listen to these discussions, end of year last year, all year this year, everybody acts and talks as if making the field goal was a 100% certainty. Now, I wish I could pull up the stat, but if I read the stat, converting that short 4th down as opposed to kicking the field goal, it was a higher percentage of converting the 4th down than our guy converting the field goal. Because let's face it, we didn't have the same field goal kicker last year that we do this year.
So the 4th and 2 conversion rate, I got to see if I can find it because I had that stat. Might have been yesterday. I'll see if I can find it at some point. So the weird thing was that the Lions kickers statistically last year weren't bad.
No, but if you look at the numbers in the range he was in and look at the percentage of his succession percentage, we had just as good a chance to complete that 4th down. And now listen, I don't even care if it's less. The bottom line is people talk and they grade Dan Campbell as if he took 3 points off the board. That is not the case.
No, it's not. No, it's not. The field and by the way, a field goal there doesn't. If the 3 points there would have been helpful, it's better than 0. But that game was still a far cry from being over.
100%. It's just like I say. Everyone, you listen to these conversations. Oh, he just should have took the. Of course. Listen, if you could have magically added 3, he may have done it. But he still had to look at what the percentage was that his guy outdoors on grass was going to kick that field goal from that spot, or could his quarterback and his offense complete a 4th down from 2 yards? I mean, people just gloss over that, and it's crazy.
Yes, it would have been a 46-yard field goal from Badgley, who last year from that distance was 1 for 1.
What distance? What is it between 40 and 50?
But last year, in that distance, he had only tried one field goal in that distance. He was 1 for 1.
Oh, well, there you go.
In his career, he was 37 of 48. So that feels a little better than 75%. And I had the fourth down conversion numbers yesterday. I don't remember what they were, but I'll go see if I can
understand
find
what I'm
Yeah,
saying,
I do,
right?
I do.
He's being judged against a unfair criteria because it was not a given or a guarantee. And also, whenever they break down those percentages, they don't say indoors, they don't say outdoors, they don't say on grass, on turf, in the wind. They don't say any of that. They just give you a straight percentage. And there's no way that you can convince me that was a 100% guarantee that field goal from Badgley was just going through the uprights.
Thank you for the phone call, Paul, 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Also, Kang has a Christmas dilemma. Need some advice. We'll get to that later as well here on 97.1 The Ticket. take a couple more on these, and then I think we're going to put the fourth down thing to bed for a while because I don't want to do this all week, and it's clear we could. Revisiting all the way back to the San Francisco game a year ago. Fourth down conversion percentage on 4th and 2 for caller Paul is 58%. Badgley from that distance was 77%. Now, it's from that distance. What about that distance outdoors? That I can't find. But I'm not digging that deep either. 248-539-9797. James is next. Hi, James.
Hey, good afternoon. How you doing?
Great.
Great. Hey, this whole thing, Dan Campbell is a disruptor. And in any field, whether it's business, sports, what have you, people that disrupt the status quo, the standard way of doing things, they're met with criticism. He's getting results. He's winning. And I don't agree with every call. I certainly don't agree with every play call on first down, second down, third down either. But at the end of the day, he's getting results. They're coaching the way they believe is going to help us be successful. And we're having a historic season. So I don't understand the concern. The concern to me is coming from people who won't embrace change and want to criticize because he's colored outside the line, so to speak. And I think he needs to keep doing it. So we're going to win or die with his style and this team's identity.
I think you're more right than wrong. And I don't know that any argument can be made that Dan Campbell's total impact on this organization has been an overwhelming positive. I don't know that any argument can be made against that.
Yeah, I just wanted to give my 2 cents. I've been enjoying the ride, longtime fan like so many of us in this state. And, if we don't get the ultimate prize this year, it's not going to be because there wasn't intentional choices made. It's not gambling. It's intentional choices. And I know that's been talked about a lot, but I think people have to throw the gambler term out the window.
Thank you for the phone call. One more on this. Gary in Plymouth. Hi, Gary.
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Gary.
Yeah, I want to comment on the fourth down. I was at the game. The play was right in front of me, the last play of the game, and I have to admit I was a little on the edge of my seat, shocked that they were actually going for it. But then on driving on the way home, I said, you know what's going on in Green Bay's huddle? They're probably thinking, hey, let's not jump off sides. All they're going to do is try and make us jump off sides. And I got a feeling they were back on their heels a little bit and made that play a little bit easier. Also, if they kick a field goal, that game could have very easily gone into overtime. And then you're looking at a coin flip possibly deciding the game. So I disagree with him. I agree with him 100% on that play.
Well, I made the point a lot that I bet in the deep recesses of their souls, there's probably some Green Bay players that would say, no, I didn't fire off the ball the same because I thought I didn't think he was going to go for it. I thought we were just trying to hold our water and not jump into the neutral zone. But God, I just watched the 4th and 2 play in San Francisco again. I'm not quite sure why.
I did too. And Kenny goes, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I just want to do it for accuracy purposes. I just want to make sure the situation and the score and time. And I did it to myself. I don't know.
The field level shot where Reynolds has both hands on the ball.
I don't want to do it.
I know.
Kenny's told me don't do it. What are you doing? Stop now. I can't believe we lost that game.
And and quite frankly, if I didn't respect Josh Reynolds as a receiver, it wouldn't hurt that much. Like this wasn't, the old Scotty Anderson, or this was a guy that had earned so much credibility in this town, and I still thank him for his time here. But the 3rd and 10 was worse.
Well, that 4th and 2 though was the first domino in a series of unfortunate
without question
events that just continued to happen and happen and happen in that game in the second half.
I'm scrolling it back and forth now, watching the 4th and 2. Did I bring this topic up?
Dude, I don't want to. That's enough.
All right,
we've moved on, man.
Yeah,
let's go.
Let's talk about your Christmas dilemma, because I'm sure you're not the only one. And I mean, you just told me a little bit about it, and I'm like, but I don't know any details. What is your Christmas dilemma?
All right, here we go. I'm sure I'm not the only one this Christmas season. I'm looking for gifts. And actually, I wasn't even looking for gifts. I think I was scrolling Instagram or something, right? Mm-hmm. Social media, whether it's Twitter, Facebook, whatever you use. I think this was particular Instagram. And an ad came up, like they do a lot now. And it was an ad for this. It was a LED message board, like a creative, they call it acrylic LED message board. I thought this thing, it lights up, different colors. It's great for kids, creativity, teaching, things like that. So I thought this would be great for my daughters. They're 6 and 3. They love to draw. They love to color. They love to, learn, things like that. Just give them a reason to, they like things that light up, right? I'm like, okay. So I click on this ad, which might have been a mistake already, but it's from a place I've never heard of. And I think we've all been there before. Do you buy something off a sketchy website? Now, I'm going to do a little more research. I didn't have time at the moment. Now, maybe Kenny suggests I look for this product on Amazon, which I might as well.
Sure.
But in general, have you ever purchased something off a website that, especially if it's like China or some foreign country, and then you go and it always says, guaranteed, safe checkout, PayPal and all this. Like, I don't believe any of that crap.
Okay, so I was on the socials with my wife, and she saw this sweater. She said, that would look cute on you. And I'm like, oh, okay. Mental note. So maybe date night, I go buy the sweater, unbeknownst to her, and break out the sweater. Decisions that get you closer to rather than further from. So I bought the sweater off of one of the social websites. What showed up? It was an adult extra large that would have been too small for a jockey. I was like, are you kidding me? On top of that, it was the poorest quality thing I'd ever seen.
Yep.
So I'm like, they claim easy return policy, no big deal. And the shipping was going to cost me $20 to send this thing back. And so since then, I don't touch anything that comes from a sketchy website. Now, I will tell you that this has happened to our family through Amazon. Something, because Amazon's so easy because the returns are so easy.
Yeah, exactly.
Or as I saw a husband post online as he's handling all his wife's stuff, reverse logistics that I think many of us of our gender do for our wives. I am the reverse logistics expert in our family.
Oh, you are. So am I, by the way.
Yeah.
We both are.
Yep. There's always boxes showing up on our doorstep. And I got to tell you, one of the easier things to do without screwing up is returning stuff. My wife says, okay, we got two things. I need somebody. Do you want to wash the windows or do returns? I'm like, I'll do returns. Do you want to dust or do returns? I'll do returns. Do you want to make the beds or do returns? It's always do returns because do returns is easy. It's easy. You don't F them up nearly as much.
No, not nowadays. I mean, you don't even need the receipt. You just need a phone and an app.
Well, this thing,
you got an email.
This return I had to do off Amazon was a complete and total disaster. So even then, I'm a little sketchy
because of this website.
Well, yeah. One was the website where I bought the stupid sweater, and the other was.
I bet you it was like. Are you sure it wasn't like Euro sizes? That's what these websites are too.
It probably was.
Yeah.
But there's nobody who's extra large in Europe that thing would have fit.
You don't know what country. There's a lot of countries in Europe.
Here's the other thing. Do everybody in Europe have incredibly short arms? Like anything over there, I got the sleeves that come down to here. Like, what is that?
I did the same thing. I bought shorts one summer. They were spandex.
Yeah.
I guess I got underwear now. These were supposed to be shorts.
So suffice it to say that there are some, even the returns on Amazon, I've had some challenges with. So you have not searched for it anywhere else yet, have you?
No, I'm going to, though. That's the next step.
Can you share? Should we share the website's name?
I don't even want to, because then if someone starts buying stuff off there and they blame me.
Yeah.
They allegedly ship all over the world, though, Doug.
Yeah. Oh, do they?
I'm looking at it right now.
Are you?
Yeah. I don't trust it.
Is there a return policy spelled out there?
No.
Yeah.
Maybe I go to frequently asked questions or contact us.
I would be way down the wormhole on return policy. Extra large. 248-539-9797. All right. Do you have this challenge at Christmas? Are you doing anything with it? Are you backing off? Have you had bad luck? Or should Kang just pull the trigger? What is our investment here?
Talk about a gamble.
Yeah.
We're talking gambles?
What's our investment here? Is this a heavy investment?
It's $40.
Okay.
I don't want to just throw away $40 either,
You don't want to
man.
throw away $40, but at least it won't break you.
But then they might have my information, though. That's another thing. They, a credit card. I got, all that stuff.
Yeah, now you're getting the dark web. Yep. All right, hey, did you run the turkey trot? Are you working out to burn off that extra helping of stuffing from Thanksgiving? I respect that. And you should be running, walking, and lifting in workout clothes that show some respect. A Michigan-based company with a mission to make the highest quality workout clothes. And I got to say, the long sleeve performance shirt that I wear is one of my favorites. Show Some is founded on respect. Respect everyone with courage to compete on the field or in life. Go to showsomerespect.com. That's SHOSUM, respect.com. People are starting to order using the promo code Doug. I see the results. Check it out for yourself. Use the promo code Doug for a discount at checkout. Showsomerespect.com, SHOSUM, respect.com. FBG25 on Twitch says, even Dan Campbell wouldn't gamble on that, Kang.
Yeah, this is quite the gamble, man.
So it's like an LED message board.
Yeah, it's like this acrylic message board. It looks like a monitor, basically, right?
Yep.
That you could plug in and it lights up, but it's clear. And once you draw on it, it's different colors or whatever.
Okay. And so you could like leave messages for your
Yeah,
kids in the morning.
exactly.
And they could, and you like it. You like it. Do you think it's a good idea?
I think they would love it.
But it's from a sketch website and it costs $40 and you're not convinced that this is A, worth it, and B, you don't want to, you're a little iffy.
This is sus, man.
You don't want to put your information out there.
Yeah.
What does he do? Let's go to Scott. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
So I had one go spectacularly well. Actually, I got this really sweet Aiden Hutchinson, U of M on one side, Lions on the other, split jersey. Yeah. You know, and it was great. It went well. The sizes were right, strangely enough. But it comes from these websites that, God, you can't find it at your local sporting goods store. It's like I just looked up just before I got on here, and the stores that sell these things are like Lipomarts, Lady Jacket, Autocross. You know, who knows what these things are, right?
Yeah.
But I got lucky. You know, some of them are screen printed too, so you have to be really careful. But this one's stitched and everything. It's beautiful.
Well, I'm glad that
Get a
worked
lot
out
of
for you.
compliments.
My brother-in-law, Larry, has a Lions number 20 jersey, and on the back it says Saunders.
Oh, my God.
That's custom, Doug. Yeah, people out there, by the way, if you're buying jerseys overseas, those are not real. I just want to, buy them, don't buy them, do whatever you want to do. Just let you know they're not officially real licensed jerseys. They're custom.
Angela in a car says, search that product name on Amazon, and 9 times out of 10, you'll be able to find the exact same item. I do it all the time. Zach says, peak COVID, I tried to buy an inflatable pool for $300. After I bought it, I realized the website was named Raindorps instead of Raindrops. Never got the pool. He ordered from Raindorps. Well, he always made up the joke about the Detroit Lion knockoff hats that you can get at the gas station that say Gert.
Yeah. You got it with the Raindorps.
Derek says, I have bought many fake Lego sets from overseas companies. No issues, shipped perfectly, no scams. I've saved thousands of dollars. Max in Bath, Michigan. I bought my wife some fleeced lined yoga pants from one of those ads, what appeared was the world's smallest pair of pants. They refused to exchange sizes as it was marked properly.
That's right, Doug. That's an adult XL you ordered, so you don't get anything in return.
The world's smallest pair of pants. Don't fall for it, Kang. Those toys and items never look or are the same as the advertisements. Fell for it last year. Pure garbage and took forever to ship. Epic parenting fail for me. Kang, if you're worried about your credit card info being stolen by a sketchy site, get a prepaid card, load it with the exact payment amount, and use that.
That's a good idea, actually.
It is a good idea, yeah. Carl's in Chesterfield and on 97.1 a ticket. Hello, Carl.
That's what I was going to say. Just get the prepaid card. Then you ain't got to worry about it.
Have you done that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you think it ain't legit, man, go ahead and get a prepaid card, and you ain't got to worry about anything.
Do you?
I mean, other than losing money.
Do you? Which seems like a relevant concern given the conversation.
Make sure it's kind of like below $60 so you can kind of live with yourself.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Have you done this a lot?
No, not a lot. Only if I really wanted something. Overseas things. So you just never know.
Yeah, no, you're right about that. The one time I did it was my son, when he was really young, was a Ken Griffey Jr. fan, and he liked the Ken Griffey Jr. shoes. And
those are sweet.
They were really super expensive, and I'm like, oh, these ones aren't bad. And I ordered them, and they showed up, and they looked like the Ken Griffey Jr. shoes.
But he was right-handed?
No. They weighed about 15 pounds each. Like they were made out of cement.
It's real bits of Ken Griffey.
With his actual bone marrow.
Yeah,
No, I mean,
right?
it was ridiculous. They were so heavy.
He was like, Dad, Ken Griffey must be really good because these things are heavy.
Just massive. Bob is in Howell, and he's next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hi, guys. How are we doing today?
We're doing good, thank you.
So I had a situation where I got one of these advertisements on Facebook for this woman who was saying her dad was a custom knife maker, and he was going out of business, and he was closing out all of his stuff, and it was from some person in Idaho. Well, so it suckered me in, and I went and I bought this thing. My first clue was that they come back with like a 5 or 6 week lead time to get it. And then the acknowledgement, I paid for it through PayPal, which is what saved me. The acknowledgement was from a company that began with ZHONG was their name, limited in China.
Yep.
Anyway,
not Idaho.
Short,
not Idaho.
Not even Idaho. So I complained. I waited the 4 or 5 weeks, whatever it was, and it finally showed up, and I complained. I raised blazes about it.
Yeah.
First thing they said was, "Well, we're sorry. Your satisfaction is important to us. How about if we offer it to you for half price?" And I said, "No, I don't want it." And then they just kind of ignored me. So I made a complaint.
Once in a while, one of my favorite things on Amazon, I ordered. I got a mounted TV on the wall, and I wanted to order a couple of those strips that you put on to run the cords through, so you don't have like all these, the power cord and the cable and the HDMI. They aren't all hanging down. So I got this. I ordered 3 different kinds because I want to figure out, was this one big enough? Was this one long enough? And I was just going to return the other 2. Well, sure enough, I ordered all 3. I went to return 2, and Amazon just responded, "Just keep them." I'm like, yes.
That happens sometimes when it's just so cheap. They're like, dude, it's going to cost us more to take it back.
Yep. That feels like a huge win. Like that's a. I feel like I'm really pulling one over there.
Yeah, something tells me they're still up.
Well, I'm not putting Jeff Bezos out of business here, but I feel like I won one over on him.
We got you, Jeff.
Yeah.
We got you. Victory! Doug, you keep puking or doing whatever you're doing over there, baby. Woo!
Take that, Bezos! Who's the winner here, Bezos? Who's the winner? I got that extra 3 feet of cord covering strip that I'm not even using yet. But
if
I need it, I'm ready.
Yeah, Bezos.
Yeah.
Enjoy your yacht. Knowing that I got this.
I got these. 2 of them free. And when I get another TV in 19 years, I'm all set. All right, so winter meetings going on in Dallas, Major League Baseball. Tigers do make a signing yesterday. Alex Cobb, the veteran starter. Scott Harris saying he wants to get some steadying veterans in the lineup and in the rotation. So he's added Alex Cobb, who's actually had some pretty decent years, even though he's an aged veteran. But what about in the lineup? Well, it sounds like they are looking at quite a few options at one position. And you'll hear what Scott Harris said when he talked to MLB Network yesterday. It's Carson Anderson. We will get to that next. 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Lions quarterback Jared Goff today, 1:30. Bunch of stuff we'll get into here regarding the fourth down decisions, his take on all that, and whether it has residual effect on the rest of the team, just as far as setting the tone, the culture, all that. That coming up today at 1:30. In the meantime, I want to talk a little baseball hot stove stuff. I know there's a lot of people last year's Tiger postseason run was so spectacular. I mean, that was just unbelievable. And so much fun to be back involved in postseason baseball. And of course, the fact that they won a series, taking out the defending World Series champion. They actually got up 2 games to 1 on Cleveland and couldn't finish it off, unfortunately. But it was a reminder of how great that sport can be. The run to the postseason was absolutely just elite and electric, and the Tigers come from way back after the trade deadline and just kept winning and winning and winning. And Twins helped. They didn't close strong, but you got to be prepared to pounce and take advantage of those situations. And the Tigers, they sure did. AJ Hinch and everybody. Boy, we had a fun ride. But now the feeling is, okay, that was cool. The players that did a lot of the heavy lifting for the Tigers to make that postseason run don't have long track records. I really, 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 really hope that Parker Meadows is here to stay, that Trey Sweeney's here to stay. Justin Henry Malloy or, anybody that contributed, the pitching staff, that the Tyler Holton and Brisky and those guys just keep doing their thing. I really hope that it's all here to stay, but they don't have long track records. And so there's a probability that 1 or 2 of them is, maybe going to revert back to something they were prior to all collectively getting hot and stepping up in the moment. So we want to see some action, some proven players brought in. And there was, I mentioned before the break that there was a discussion from Scott Harris about needing to add high-end talent, veteran talent, not high-end talent, veteran talent. And that's cool. You want some steadying influences. You got to figure you're looking for somebody that even though Skubal is a Cy Young Award winner, he's still relatively young. He's 28 years old. Alex Cobb has been brought in, and Jackson Jobe is going to be a player that is, I'm going to guess that Cobb's going to latch onto and is going to be his project to make sure that guy understands that the seasons are a grind. And watching MLB Network yesterday, and Ron Washington was on, and he's like, people don't understand how much of a grind it truly is. I mean, this is really, really difficult. So you go get a guy who's 30, 8 years old, and Alex Cobb, who still had a pretty decent year last year and limited appearances for Cleveland. But he got the ball in the postseason. They liked him. A couple of years ago, he had a pretty decent year for the San Francisco Giants. So we'll see. I mean, we'll see. I don't have huge expectations. I think of him as a 3 or a 4, but you hope that his influence over the younger players is where he really helps this team out. But reports have surfaced from the winter meetings, and our guy, the Birchie kid down there, did a story that he posted yesterday about how the Tigers are looking to create flexibility, is what they said, for AJ Hinch, as they've told Justin Henry Malloy, outfielder DH, and Colt Keith, who's played second base, that they want them to take ground balls at first base during the offseason. And Harris said it's not like Justin Henry Malloy is not going to play corner outfield and Colt Keith is not going to play second base, but they really want to create some flexibility for AJ Hinch at first base. So both JHM and Colt Keith are going to get a look at first base this spring. Okay, that's interesting. And then John Morosi tweets out, the Tigers are showing interest in free agent first baseman Paul Goldschmidt, sources say. Goldschmidt, 37, is 2 years removed from winning the NL MVP. He had 20 home runs with a 716 on OPS this year while playing at 154 games for the Cardinals. So when you see Colt Keith and Justin Henry Malloy taking grounders at first base, when you're told that that's going to happen, when you hear that they're looking at a 37-year-old first baseman, it is fair to question what is going on with Spencer Torkelson. Tork has had a frustrating start to his career. He is now 25 years old. Last year, he was sent down in the middle of the year, got called back up in August, and was hot when he first got back up. Then he kind of cooled off. Cooled off in the end, didn't do a ton in the postseason, didn't have a great September. And so it feels like they're starting to move the chess pieces around a little bit to replace Spencer Torkelson. So a couple things. One is when Paul Goldschmidt, when they had Scott Harris on the desk on MLB Network yesterday, they literally read that tweet from John Morosi about Goldschmidt. And Scott Harris basically said, "You guys want me to respond to everything that's on Twitter?" And that was it. He didn't talk about it above and beyond. We didn't get anything out of it, and that's fine. He was asked about Spencer Torkelson on the set live, and here's what the Tigers president of baseball operations said. Okay, I mean, he's admitting publicly there he's got to get better. And, it wasn't like a doom and gloom, but, the core of that message was when you say at the end, you got to find ways to get a little more out of him. The behavior tells me they're preparing to give, if Torque gets his shot here, okay? If he comes out of spring and he's got first base, if it's his job, I don't feel like the leash is very long. And they're clearly putting their ducks in a row to be ready for a Torque replacement plan if necessary. And look, it'd be cool if Colt Keith or Justin Henry Malloy could man that position. Playing defense in this sport is, I think, vastly underrated. Gator and I have debated this for years. I think he's kind of slowly starting to see things my way, maybe not. I don't want to overstate that. We'll talk about it later. I'm just a huge fan of playing that side of the ball. And I don't know how good you can be defensively if you're moving guys to play a position at the major league level for the first time. But if you're trying to find a way to, create a spot for Jace Young or, one of the young guys they have coming up, who's the second baseman they got in the trade with Philly, Hao-Yu Lee. Maybe he's going to get a crack at second base, move Colt Keith to first. I mean, it's not like you're asking a catcher to play shortstop. You're asking a middle infielder to play first, which is probably an easier transition than most. But, look, I wouldn't be right now, if I was in Torque's camp, I'd be like, all right, this is a big season for you with this team. But it's a big season for him anyway. I'm sure if you have decided in your head as the Tigers organization, look, we don't think this guy's going to make it. We're kind of at wit's end. It's not like you can sell him and get great return. In fact, I suspect the only time you would get a return for Spencer Torkelson if you decide to trade him is as a throw-in piece coupled with a real asset. But they're in a weird spot in that and if it pushes them over the top at a trade, great. The weird spot they're in is they cannot compete financially. I know they can do more. They can absolutely do more. Let me be clear about that. But they're not ever getting Juan Soto when a team's going to spend $765 million and commit to 15 years. That's not happening here. And that's something that's frustrating about the game. But you can compete the way that Baltimore has, and that is draft and develop. You can also draft and develop and do something Baltimore didn't seem as willing to do, and that's move on from assets. I mean, they did it, but they could do it more. And I don't think they're going to move their top guys. Jackson Jobe isn't going anywhere. Max Clark probably isn't getting moved. I think Lorenzo and Brasenio, after their hot falls that they have, I think that they think of those guys as cornerstones for the future. But what about Jace Young? What about Hao-Yu Lee? What about Matt Manning? What about Ty Madden? Is Kevin McGonigal available? Can you part with some players and swing a kind of trade where you're bringing somebody in that can help you win? Where you're bringing somebody in that can help you win now? It feels like the signings, if they get Goldschmidt, I think that's cool. Thumbs up. I don't think it's great. I don't think it's like, sweet, where do I make my deposit for playoff tickets? I get the sense that their biggest move would be made via trade. Now, I would like to see them get more involved. I talked yesterday about Anthony Santander be a player. I'm not a Bregman fan. I'm not a Pete Alonso fan. Conforto, who's it? Arenado, they were talked about. Like, these could be some players, but at the end of the day, it's time to give it some gas. Please give it some gas. Goldschmidt and Cobb, if they get Goldschmidt, kind of underwhelming, right? So, what else can they do to add some juice? And I really, really hope. I think the most likely thing is trade. But I really would like to see him get involved with free agency a little bit more. 248-539-9797. Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson out today. Tiger fans, you want to get in, love to hear from you. Here on 97.1 The Ticket. Feedback. My way too optimistic take is that they're trying to move Colt Keith to first base, let Jace Young platoon at second so they can make room to sign Bregman at third. Next text. Tigers should move on from Torkelson. It's time for a veteran to provide stability. That would be Goldschmidt. If they do get him, this club is not capitalizing on building off a playoff berth. Tells me that it's still a fluke. It's the mindset. If that's the mindset of the organization, why should the fans even care about the team? Let's go to Paul in Ann Arbor on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Paul.
Hey, Doug. I really appreciate your analysis of the Tigers situation.
Oh, thank you.
And if Keith ends up, say, getting moved to first, I know they've talked about the option of maybe putting Jace Young over to second base.
Yep.
But do you think that Hinch might also consider giving McKinstry a shot based upon the fact that he's a superb defensive second baseman and the way he hit in the playoffs?
I don't see him as a long-term solution. I feel like he is an example of a guy that was really useful on this team and is at best a utility player. So no, I don't foresee them having McKinstry be the long-term answer there. No.
Okay, so that tells me that you probably are concluding that hitting that he did, mostly pinch hitting, in the playoffs was, just one of those things that he got hot at that moment, and it's not going to be typical for him?
No, I think that McKinstry, when used correctly, can be a very valuable asset.
Oh, yeah. What a base runner, too.
Yeah. So I don't see him, Paul, as a long-term solution.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All righty. Just want to throw that out there.
No, it's, if Zach McKinstry is winning one of their coveted spots, because I like him in his role. I don't think at this point that, you only have so many starting positions, so many at-bats to go around, and I think he's the perfect guy to fill in here and there and help him out. But I do not see him as becoming an everyday player. If that's the case, then they probably didn't do a ton, or they've experienced a number of injuries. Maybe I should show more faith in Zach McKinstry, but I don't see that likely being the case. 248-539-9797. More here, feedback coming in. I don't question what's going on with Torque. I question what's going on with Harris. 37-year-old Alex Cobb and 38-year-old Paul Goldschmidt. Why are we going after these guys that are headed for retirement? We are so close to being a legit World Series contender, and Harris and Illich won't spend the money or term on good younger talent. That's from Mike. So I think both Goldschmidt and Cobb can help this team win a few more games, but they aren't massive difference makers. You're right about that. And as far as free agency, let me just say this. I would love to have Juan Soto. It is an absurd contract. One that I feel like they most assuredly will regret. Now, do I wish they would get involved? Do I wish they really made a run at Willie Adames? I do. Adames was the player that I probably coveted more than any other in free agency. And that would have taken a massive, massive financial commitment, but I would have loved to see them do that. And, it's not as if they are up against, I do think what's killing them is they feel like they've got all this wasted money wrapped up in Baez. If they had the Baez money, it'd be a lot easier to do this, but they could still do it and still be at average in Major League Baseball. They could still make a splash. I do not love the projections for Bregman at 31, getting 7 years and close to $200 million for a player that's trending in the wrong direction. I don't care that he has a history with A.J. Hinch. That feels like you're asking for another Baez contract. All the projections for Santander are way less than that, and he doesn't have as long a track record. But I was looking at The Athletic. 5 years, $105 million. Let's go. That would be a guy I would go after.
No, Tiger fans are concerned because they want to strike while the iron's hot.
Yep.
This team made an incredible run, and then they won a playoff series, and now they feel like management, and it's very early, don't get me wrong, but they feel like management's not doing anything about it, not capitalizing on it. And does that make you think, does management think that was a fluke? Is that real? How much of that was real that you can build upon?
Well, initially we were told they didn't want to block young players, and quite frankly, that worked. And if it's going to work, it's the best way to do it. These are cheaper guys that you draft and you can hang on to for long periods of time. If you can execute that philosophy, then that is sustainable and that is awesome. I don't know how realistic it is to compete with the big boys if that's how you're going to do the majority of your player acquisitions, your important player acquisitions. It's showing a ton of faith in not only your own ability to draft and develop, but the previous regimes, because it's right now we're seeing the previous regimes guys are the ones that are showing up here and helping. And I think Alex Cobb helps them a game or two here or there, and I think he helps Jackson Jobe along, and I think he could be good, but he's older. He's had an injury history. He gets outs, though, and he gets swings and misses. Goldschmidt, on the other hand, he was a 20 home run guy last year. He's not a long-term solution, but given where they are, they could use a 20 home run guy. Is he going to hit 20 home runs here? You hang another year on him. You play in this park. Is he going to hit another 20 home runs? He might not, but he might lead them in homers. He might be their most reliable power stroke outside of Riley Green. I would ride the Rapids with torque next year. Right-handed stick at third with some pop is the need. Jace Young didn't seem ready for the big time. That's from Joe in the thumb. Well, we'll see. Like I said, I don't have an issue with Goldschmidt and Cobb if they do get Goldschmidt, as long as it's part of other things that they do. And, if that means trading a Kevin McGonigal and a Ty Madden to try and go get a player, an everyday player that can help you. Because I think you're probably not touching Jackson Jobe, Max Clark, Thayron Lorenzo, Jose Briseño. I mean, those guys are Briseño isn't necessarily close. I think Lorenzo has a chance to be a AAA this year. Max Clark has a chance to be a AAA this year. Maybe McGonigal's a guy you can deal, but I don't have massive expectations for a big time free agent signing. But can they get somebody that can help them? Yeah, and that guy to me is Anthony Santander. 248-539-9797. We will hear from the quarterback, Jared Goff, next about the fourth down decisions, the residual effect of those decisions, and more. With the Lions quarterback, huge game against Buffalo this coming Sunday. 97-1, the ticket. Lions the 1 seed right now as it stands in the NFC. The playoff matchups we haven't gone over yet, but with the Monday night game now in the books, Lions the 1 seed. The 4-5 game would be Tampa hosting Minnesota. I read that one first because there is a possibility, perhaps a strong possibility, that the Lions would host the winner of that game. The 3-6 game would feature Seattle and Green Bay. There is no scenario that the Lions could play Seattle in the second round of the playoffs, but they could play Green Bay. Should Green Bay win that game, they would then assume the spot of the lowest seeded team to come to Detroit, which means that there is a decent chance that who the Lions would see in their first playoff game would be a division rival. If either Minnesota or Green Bay wins, unless there's one possibility that would keep Detroit from playing those two teams, and that is if the Washington Commanders are the 7 seed and they would play the 2nd seeded Philadelphia Eagles. Each week we do this, it becomes a slightly more projectable that this is what it's going to look like in the end. But again, only slightly more projectable because things change week to week. I really would far prefer to see a team that we're not accustomed to seeing. Not because I really buy into that it's hard to beat a team 3 times, and maybe Detroit wouldn't be beating Minnesota for a 3rd time. If they are the 1 seed and host one of those 2 teams, I think it would just hurt more to lose to one of those teams. And again, not that I would predict them to lose to one of those teams, but I think it would just hurt more. So I'd rather see Washington or Tampa, the other possibilities in a first-round matchup, than Green Bay or Minnesota. That's me personally. Still a lot of football to be played. Still a lot of shuffling to be done. Hey, 'tis the season to save at Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. Right now, lease a new 2025 Silverado 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 2FL for just $329 a month. That's $329 a month for 36 months with $19.99 down. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount and Chevy lease in your household. Just a reminder, Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights is your #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan. Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price or it's free. 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Get the best deals of all and say Sarah. Call 87-SAY-SARAH or get a saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, Carson Anderson, Gators out today, 97-1 the ticket. Thanks for being with us on a Tuesday in Detroit. Thanks to Jared Goff, who joined us earlier. In the meantime, we did this fun with taking the temperature of Detroit Lions fans. I had a template of questions out there on Twitter. If you want to go vote, you can. Just kind of updating where we are. Kang, I want your take on this results for a couple of questions we asked. One of them was, and we did this earlier, it's 4th and 2 in the playoffs. Who are you getting the ball to? It was about 65% said David Montgomery, 35% said Amon-Ra St. Brown. So 4th and 2 late, got to have it first down. Who do you go to? You and I both were in the St. Brown camp. Put it in Goff and St. Brown's hands. Montgomery's not a bad choice.
No, they got options. And that may be recency bias because Montgomery just got a huge 4th down here against the Packers in a big game. But the fact is, Ben Jansen has plenty of options, and that's definitely a good thing. And we have 2 guys, and we're only mentioning Monty and St. Brown they're pretty, very, very reliable.
Yep. In the meantime, another question was, will the Lions lose a game before the postseason? What do you think the people said on this? Do you think it was more towards yes, they will, or no, they won't?
I think it's more towards yes, they will.
83% of respondents said yes, they will lose a game before the postseason. There was one guy that even wanted to make sure we understood he wants them to lose a game. We went through this last week. They should lose one before the playoffs, guys. If you are going to lose one, this is the week to lose it because it's against an AFC team.
It's not a prerequisite, people.
It is not a prerequisite. All right. Best addition to the roster from a year ago. Off-season, in-season, all of it. Best addition to the roster. Who would you have said?
I would have said Carlton Davis because they needed a number 1 corner badly. Sutton was supposed to be that guy. He never really. He started off okay, really failed at the end of the season, and then obviously we knew they let what off season he had with them, and didn't have a second corner, let alone a number 1. So I think Carlton Davis was a big addition for me.
Carlton Davis finished second with 30% of the vote. Unfortunately, for debate's sake, I would have said the exact same thing you did, so that's not that exciting. I would have said Carlton Davis. Finishing first with 33% of the vote, best acquisition from a year ago, Zadarius Smith. 33% of the vote. CD3 got 30% of the vote, and then tied with 10% of the vote, DJ Reader, Kevin Zeitler, and Tim Patrick. Next, with 6.7% of the vote, Jake Bates. 3% of the vote goes to Terrion Arnold, and 3% goes to El Quadin Muhammad. El Quadin Muhammad getting a little bit of love.
Does he follow you on Twitter?
Does El Quadin Muhammad follow me on Twitter?
I was wondering how he got so many votes.
Well, here's the thing about this whole deal. Is I wonder how many teams you do this with, and there would be, what is this, eight different answers that come in? That's quite a bit of variation in terms of responses. The best offseason acquisition. They've had some really, really good ones. It was Mike Payton of A to Z Sports, though, said about the guy that got the most votes. Zadarius Smith in 9 games this year with the Browns. 9 games, 27 pressures, 20 hurries, 2 hits, 5 sacks. 27, 20, 2, and 5. With the Detroit Lions in 4 games, 20 pressures. 9 games he had 27. With the Lions in 4 games, he's got 20. He's got 14 hurries. He had 20 in 9 games in Cleveland. 2 hits to 2 hits in Cleveland. 4 sacks. He had 5 sacks in his time with the Browns. And the thing is, he's not playing every down. I find their use of him. He's been very effective. But like in this game, Darius Smith played 21 snaps. Al-Quadin Muhammad played 37. Jonah Williams, 25. He just got here. Pat O'Connor, 41. I don't remember. Zadarius didn't get hurt. Or did he? He did leave the field injured, didn't he? Once?
Yeah, he had cramps or something like that, I think.
It wasn't anything serious.
But you just read off his numbers are better than they were in Cleveland. Maybe one of the reasons why is he's able to get some time off. They utilize him in certain situations. Remember they gave him that week off when he was here for the Cleveland's bye week, get his body right, things like that. So they're managing the way they use him, and it seems to be working.
Yeah, it does. I'm just looking up a snap counts.
You looking up snacks?
Snap count. Excuse
All right,
me.
Gator.
He did play more against. He did play more against the Browns, so I'm going to guess that was a product of injury more than anything else. But he's been a nice addition, and it's exactly what they've needed. And if you missed Dan Campbell earlier in the day when asked which defensive player has stood up this year and really surprised him, he said Pat O'Connor. And Pat O'Connor got a lot of love in the Thursday night game against Green Bay. And, he can't keep going to that well. Hope that they get Reeder back. Hope that they get Onwuzurike back, Pascal back. Anzalone should be back. I think it'd be nice to take a healthy team into these more important games as we get later in the year. We got Mike. Let's connect with Mike Valeni, who joins us at this time here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Mike? How are you? Good. Oh, O'Connor. Oh, El Quadin Muhammad. Yeah. Why? Do you know why?
Okay. But no, Doug, it's almost just in listening to your polling results, it's amazing that almost every player that shows up here is doing something.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Guys we've never heard of, they've been here 10 minutes. Quan Alexander, and he'll make a play. It's everyone they've brought in. It's why they're winning this. They're winning the Super Bowl. We're going to be fine no matter what happens to Buffalo. We're going to win the Super Bowl. It's going to be fine.
I know you're convinced of that. I think everybody is.
Doug.
I just
am, man.
Huge trepidation because we're not used to this. We're not used to being in this spot, and I think everybody's excited and can't believe how good they are.
Hey, listen, how about this? Much rather be right here where we're at than having our wide receiver and quarterback, we're not friends no more, on a podcast. Did you hear Brandon Graham talk about Jalen Hurts and A.J. Brown?
No, I didn't.
Oh, they used to be friends. They're not anymore. They're trying to work it out. Oh, that's what you want to hear on a Super Bowl drive.
So it's interesting because it's a reminder, and we did this earlier in the show. ESPN had each team's surprising stat today, and for Kansas City, it's one of the least effective pass rushes in the NFL. They're not getting home at all, and they're blitzing more than most.
They're not getting there. It's just not working. And Doug, I think part of it is their offense stinks. That defense is on the field quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Their offense stinks, man.
And so we can sit here and we can talk about the injuries, and we can talk about this, that, or the other. At the end of the day, everybody's got problems. And we don't focus on other people's problems, but other people have big problems too.
People, you want problems? I'll give you problems. It's called being a 16-point underdog to the Ravens this week. Those are my problems, okay? I got real problems.
Yeah, dude, we've been there. We have been there.
No, I know. Listen, but Doug, you know me. I'm on the drive to 2-15. There's only one way out of this mess.
Yep. You want Shedeur?
It's too early. I don't know. Sure. I mean, I don't. Hey, man, just because I don't like his dad doesn't mean I got anything against him.
No.
I think Shedeur's a really good football player. But it's too early. I don't know. Yep. We'll see.
All right, what are you going to plan coming up next?
Yeah, we're going to have some fun. I want to at least open with it. The roller coaster that was the Red Wings last night. And one of the first moments this season that made you go, okay, I've got to turn this on. The Cossa era.
Yep.
And I want to talk to Kenny about it because he was sending sad Kenny memes. And then it turned around. I want to know, I'm going to ask Kenny a series of questions. And part of it is, how do we get this season back on the rails? And maybe it's doing nothing. I'm fine if people say that. Hey, they'll work their way out of it. But I want to have a conversation about this Cossa thing and have some fun. We'll get to the college football playoff as well. And then Scott Harris said something that I didn't like, which basically is just any day that ends in Y.
There you go. Have a great show. Stay safe, everybody. Treat each other with respect. 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. Michigan defensive tackle Mason Graham officially declared for the NFL draft today. That means he will sit out the bowl game. He logged 45 tackles, including 7 for loss, while adding 3.5 sacks this season. MSU's interception leader Charles Brantley is entering the transfer portal. Brantley suffered a lower leg injury, which made him unavailable for the final 3 games of the year. It's his 3rd time in the portal, but to this point, he's played his whole career with the Spartans. Fresh off a number 14 ranking by the AP yesterday, Michigan basketball back in action tonight at the Jimmy V Classic at the Garden. Arkansas, their opponent, holds a 7-2 record. Hear the game over on WWJ, News Radio 950 at 9. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And a good afternoon. Oh, God, David has started it out with a hit right here. Whew. You ever see the album cover for this one, David?
Oh, it's sexy.
I mean, that hat, where do you procure one of those? Is this Donny Hathaway?
Yeah, this is Donny Hathaway.
Okay, people, you got to, we're getting off the rails already. David, I need one of those hats. Not that I'd ever wear it. I just need to know they're real. Where do you even get one of the? It was almost like, you remember the big hat?
Yes, I do.
That came out like 2 years ago and the players were starting to wear them. That's almost like a 1970s version of a big hat.
I can find that hat for you. I definitely can find that.
Amazing.
I have something similar, but yeah, Kenny's just not seeing it.
I just saw it just now.
Kenny, I'm going to get you one of those with a Red Wing logo on it.
It'll cover my whole head. Jesus.
Dude, it's unbelievable when that song comes on my Christmas playlist. Every time I look at the screen while I'm driving, I'm going, I can't take this seriously with that hat. I can't. It's ridiculous. I'm on the mend, but we're going to do a good show today, I promise. One note is we are going to track this Bill Bellichik thing. It's not done yet, but David, you asked me about it yesterday, and I'm like, geez, I'm not saying it's not real. It's hard for me to fathom, but it sounds like they've taken steps closer, but it's not done. So the idea of Bill Bellichik coaching North Carolina football, if you had that on your bingo board 3 months ago, you win. So we'll see if that breaks this afternoon. I don't know. But I want to talk about the roller coaster that was your Detroit Red Wings last night. And I want to tell you something. I didn't watch the first period. I'm not feeling very well. Straight up, I was not in the mood for sports. Kenny was sending out the sad cot meme, which I know publicly you guys don't know what it is, but think about when you saw the miserable picture of Ben Affleck. Slap a Wings jersey on it, and then I don't know where Kenny was when this photo was taken, but it's sad, forlorn, cowboy funeral Kenny. And I slapped his head on the jersey, and it's become the cot meme. So the Wings they were lucky to be down 3-2, apparently, from everything I've read. And then Kenny sends the magic words, people. Oh, bleep, it's Cossa time. And Kenny, what did I say to you? I need to turn this on.
Yeah, you were in. You were fully invested once I said that Cossa was in.
And you know what's interesting, Kenny? It's the first time this season that team has done anything that made you want to turn them on. So I wanted your take on this, right? We've talked about all season long. All right, how do we get out of this? How do we fix this? And everybody wants Lalone gone. It hasn't happened, probably won't happen, but fine. But Kenny, look, I'm not saying they won the game because of him, right? It's a 6-5 game. He came in at 3-2. They won because offensively they took advantage of Buffalo being hideous. It's more that, A, it was an important game. I mean, that's the team that is right there in the standings with them. But B, they'd lost like 50 in a row. Kenny, I want to ask you the question. A, do we see more of Cossa? Is that a move? Is that a something? You threw him in an emergency duty. It was only a 3-2 game. It wasn't a throwaway. It wasn't Patrick Waugh getting pulled at 7-1. So it wasn't like, well, we just wanted to get him some burn. It's 3-2 after 1. You played him. That's not a throwaway to me. So I want to ask Kenny that question about, okay, could this be a spark, or is that way too optimistic? But then, Kenny, your take, that outside of launching Lalone into the sun, how does this team get out of this? How do we have a brighter future here past Christmas, in your mind?
Well, you say outside of launching Lalonde out of the sun, I feel like that might be steps 1, 2, and 3. But seeing Cossa in there, and it did something for me mentally as a fan that I haven't really experienced this year yet. Is
did something physically too?
A little bit. It made me. I watched this team, and I thought, man, they're exactly, David. That's exactly
that was my
right.
reaction when he told me Cossa was playing.
Oh. No, I mean, you just look at the way the team played after he got put in, and it seemed like, all right, let's actually try this out for a second here. It looked like there was a new spark, a new life, and everything that tells me is that we won't see it again, which is very, very, very depressing. Because I don't think.
Why is that?
I don't think there ever was a plan to have him start. I think maybe best case scenario, I had him starting yesterday. Because I thought, all right, they'll start him yesterday after all those Husso starts, give Husso a break, and then Husso will be back on Thursday. Hey, I have that nice little couple days off, go back to Husso. We won't see Cossa at all because that's an emergency break glass situation. And I think that's...
But let me ask a question, why? I want to know why. What stops you? You are bottom of the barrel in the East. You're 28 games deep, right? We got 54 games to get this right. You're not taking an expensive goalie's job. You're not upending a long-term commitment you've made at goalie, right? Husso hasn't been great. It's just, why not, is my question to you. And I know Hockey Elite will yell at me, but I'm asking, why?
There's really two answers, and one of them actually didn't rear its ugly head until a little bit later on last night, was you don't trust his defense in front of him. You're going to shell him. You're going to put 40 shots on him a game. It's going to kill his confidence. He's a kid. And if that's your logic, fine, I guess. But my counter to that is, I mean, there's only going to be one way to get this guy NHL experience, and that's to get him NHL experience. And I'm sorry, who's your better goalie here? Is it Husso? Talbot's injured. We don't know. There is no answer, but I think the actual answer, the one that they'll give you in the front office level, and if you ask Derek Lalonde to like swallow some truth serum, that's it. What he would tell you is that what's been the fatal flaw of this team and the Tigers and teams like these teams is they stick to the plan. Their problem has been they stick to the plan to a fault. We're not going to start him because he's not ready to start yet. This is our plan, dictates this many years, this many starts. We're going to bring these guys up when they're ready, yada, yada, yada. They're very rigid on their plan, and they don't want to stray from that plan.
So let me ask the Hockey Elite this question. And I'm trying to be respectful, and if you guys want to just dump all over it, that's fine. This may not be the move to turn it all around, okay? I just know for one night it was exciting. Is the idea of giving Cossa some run here totally insane, partially insane, or not insane at all? That this is a team that primarily has been dreadful this year. Tarasenko's been awful. Kane's been awful. Defensively, really inconsistent. They don't get out of their own end. They don't play well 5-on-5. I'm asking the question. And as Hockey Elite, you put the guardrails up to the universe of your sport. I want to know if this idea is totally, partially, or not at all. That by injecting some life into this team, could it flip the switch to a team that, guys, candidly, a lot of nights, it just feels like they're going through the motion. 248-539-9797. I mean, Kenny, totally, partially, or not at all. Forget about their rigidity to the plan.
The way that I look at it, and I get the idea of let's stick to the plan. Let's do what we've been doing. This is our idea. This is how it's going to go moving forward. But I saw a different team on the ice for parts of that game last night. Once Cossa came into that game, the vibe changed. There was a different spark. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single game. I'm not going to say if you start him on Thursday, that's going to happen again. But just the idea that there's something different, there's a different level of confidence that they seem to be playing in front of Cossa that I haven't seen in front of Husso in quite some time. It seemed like they actually wanted to keep the puck out of their own zone. Now, their ability to do that, well, it's a little bit more in question. But they were actually, it felt like it was a different vibe, man. And yeah, I don't think it's crazy for you to suggest some idea of, by the way, this team is in company of teams like
Montreal and Buffalo, who we just saw. I mean, Columbus is better than them. Pittsburgh is better than them, and they're terrible this year. What do you have to lose by trying?
My
this?
Islanders are better than them, and the Islanders are down every good player they have. It just, guys, I don't want it to sound like dumb radio guy who's not a huge hockey fan. And I apologize in advance if it sounds that way. All I can tell you is this team is desperate for a jump start. I can't demand they call up some Mishkov-level prospect, okay? They don't have that. I mean, you want to tell me Danielson might come up and make a difference? You're welcome to that. The point I'm making is they need a spark. It looked like they got a spark. I can't talk about firing the coach anymore. I mean, we all know how you guys feel. Should they give Cossa some run here? I need the hockey Matterhorn is up, okay? And I'm not going to make a sound effect because these guys will clip it, and then I got to deal with that. So, I learned my lesson with the Penn State thing. 248-539-9797. I just want to know if it's totally insane, partially insane, or not insane at all, because it's DEFCON 1. We need a spark. Maybe this kid's the real McCoy. Let's find out. And you know what we're not going to do? We're not going to hang him out to dry. We're not going to allow him to play 40 games in the next 54. We're not going to get him roasted and turn him into Eric Fichaud from my childhood. No, but why not give him a little run here? Give it a shot. See what happens. Because Kenny's right. I didn't think the team looked bad at all with Cossa in the net. They looked to have a little bit of energy. And to Kenny's point, it was almost like, look, we got to take care of the kid. And not in a bad way, but in a, hey, get your heads out of your asses. Let's go. I just want to know if that's dumb radio guy stuff. Because for me, I'm out of answers. I mean, I can get on the air and yell and scream and demand some big trade, but that doesn't serve anything. They're not going to do that at Christmas. And I don't even know who to be trading for. It's not like Brett Hull in his prime is coming down here. So it just, I don't know what to do. And I felt like last night was the first time we felt a spark. So why not give it a run? If you think it's totally nuts, you have every right to come on the air and say it. Partially, make your case and why. Or not at all, dumb hockey guy has smart idea. Because I don't see a reason not to. I get tired of hearing about the plan. I get tired of hearing about timelines. I mean, this season is, it's slipping away. And no, they're not out of it. Yes, the East is condensed. The problem is it is going to take a long stretch of consistently good to great hockey to put them in a position we want them in. You know what I don't want to do? I don't want to be fighting for the last spot in the last 10 days of the year. We wanted this team to take a big step forward. So, is starting Cossa for any amount of time totally insane, partially insane, or not at all? I'm just telling you, when Kenny sent the bat signal up last night, it got me to turn it on. And the team rallied, and they played well, and they bring that game from the fire, a couple of third period goals, and they win it in a shootout. So go ahead. You guys tell me. We will get to the college football playoff. We have Scott Harris quotes. We'll keep our eye on what's going on with the Tigers at the winter meeting. So a lot to do today, but Wings are a roller coaster, and we wanted to talk a little bit about it. We'll get your phone calls coming up next. America's favorite place to watch sports. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view with a massive big screen. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, so I've asked the question. And if you think it's dumb, go ahead. I'm not offended. I'm just saying there was a spark last night. The Cossa era, Kenny poured water on that because he's responsible. But why not? What else does this team have going for it? And if we're going to turn the season around, it's going to take something bold, right? Why not give Cossa a little bit of a run here? See what you got. Team clearly responded to him being inserted into a 3-2 game. So let's get to the people. We'll see what they have to say. We'll check ticket text in a little bit, David. Let's lead the show with TJ 97.1. TJ, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, big fan. Just wanted to appreciate you taking my call.
Yes, sir. What do you make of this? Am I out of my mind?
No, I don't think you are at all. And to touch on what Kenny said, I think he made some great points. I mean, this team clearly, I mean, maybe not so much the team, but the front office clearly hasn't learned from last season's mistakes. We found ourselves, a point or two out of a playoff spot with, 14 days to go. So for them to not realize that there's an urgency, A, with our goaltending, but B, more so with the youth on this team, they need to give, Cossa needs all the time he can get. So I agree with you. I don't think burn the kid out. I don't think you leave him out to dry or, put him in games where you might not have much of a favorable shot. But if this kid's going to come in when we are ready to make our run and when we are ready to touch the postseason, which hopefully would be sooner than later, but this kid's going to need the reps and kind of the been there, done that mentality. And I think that spark we saw last night with the team, providing an offensive outburst, which we haven't seen the likes of, I'm sure Kenny knows, in a matter of weeks. I can't remember the last time we scored 4 goals in a game. So I think the perfect fit for us right now would be to give him some playing time, let him get his legs right, and just give him the reps that he has confidence so that when we do get the pieces to make the real playoff push, which clearly, this is a clown car this year. I don't see us making much of a run, but I do think we need to give him some leeway here and give him some chances between the pipes. So
yeah, no, and I mean, look, TJ, at a certain point, what are we waiting for, right? I mean, I think TJ makes a good point, guys. You've got to give the kid some reps. It's not usually plug and play where, okay, we're now a playoff, we're a Stanley Cup team. Now we're going to debut a goalie. It doesn't usually work that way. And it's often not, progression is not a linear curve in many, many cases. So I'm not telling you would start him continually. I'm not saying he would be here in January. Why not let him write his own story? All right. I understand you brought him up as an emergency goalie. I understand there was really not an intent to play him. But last night in a 3-2 game, you put him in the game. Not 5-0, 3-2. And you put him in the game, and he didn't show his ass, and the team rallied, and they won a big game against Buffalo. You know what it is, too? Full admission, guys. Guilty as charged. I just want something interesting. I can't take anymore. Go to Scotty, 97.1. Scott, how are you today?
Hey, boys, doing good.
What do you make?
I think you're absolutely right. There's nothing to lose at this point, and why not give the team a spark? It's not crazy talk. It's just logic. And really, the Wings have had average goaltending for the last 5 years. A lot of fans think, oh, their goalies stink. The reality is the defense in front of them is terrible. So no one's going to be a real game breaker in that. I don't expect Cossa to be that, but you get a spark, and I'm tired of you hear it all the time. Oh, this young team, the Red Wings, they're learning as they go. They're the 7th oldest team in the league to start the year at least.
It's a misnomer to suggest that it's a bunch of kids. It's not. And I think that's the frustration by so many, that if it was a young team filled with guys under the age of 25 that were scuffling as they learn, you might be able to tolerate it. I don't want to speak for Kenny on that. I know I can categorize it differently. But when it is one of the oldest teams in the league, you start to look around and go, what are we doing here?
Right. And I think that could change really quickly. You mentioned we don't have a Michkov. That's true. We do have one in Russia, though. I can't pronounce it. Buchelnikov. Yeah, I think he's got more points per game than Tarasenko did in the KHL, as well as Artemi Panarin at the same age, and right there with Michkov. So you have someone there. You have Axel Sandin-Pellikka, which I think he should have been in North America this year. He's leading the Swedish league in scoring again, same as last year. So they have players coming. I'm not as down on the Eiser plan as a lot of people, but I also think as a coach, this was a no-brainer decision. He should have started the game. You've lost 4 straight, and what do you have to lose? Why call him up just to sit on the bench?
Yeah, Scott, that's where I'm at with it. And look, I just don't think this kid's going to be destroyed starting 4 or 5 games. I don't. I mean, you play him. You make sure you protect him. You make sure you're not going to let him get embarrassed if you know he's off his game. But 5 games, this kid's not going to lose his confidence in 5 games.
Yeah, nobody's saying run the wheels off the kid. We're not talking about that. He's not your full-time starter, but A, see what the kid has, and B, see what the team plays like in front of him, because it seems like there was a real chemistry there.
I just felt like there was an energy. Let's go to Steve, a self-admitted hockey elite. Steven, how are you?
What's up? Did you order my Pelican jersey yet?
Every time with this. Steve, I'll tell you what, when the guy makes landfall, we'll have a conversation, okay?
No.
Let's get him on this side of the globe.
All right. So anyways, let's break down the Corsi stats. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, Jesus.
So yes, absolutely. I'll just get right off the bat. Cossa should start. Absolutely. Let's just get on with the plan. Now, the question I want to ask you and really ask Kenny is, should Eiserman's performance be assessed quicker? Now, I've been trying to get on these airways for a couple of weeks now. Stuff happens. No worries, guys. No skin off my behind, because we've been having those conversations for weeks, months, maybe even a year now about, should Eiserman be on the hot seat? And I want to call in and say there is a date that we can really assess that, and that's if Cossa and Augustine get up here and there's some youth up here and they look like crap. Now, the situation has arisen out of necessity due to injury, and I want to ask, does that timeline move up? Now, Eiserman's blueprint, guys, has been pretty clear. Larkin was a nice player, but he was no Steven Stamkos or, gosh, for the life of me, I can't remember the defensive headman out there. He never had that to work with, so he had to build through the draft. And then it was clear he was going to slowly raise the competitive floor of the team to keep vets and the young guys like Larkin, Sider, Brandon happy while they're sustaining and improving culture. Then they bring in the youth players slowly, kind of insulate them from the pressures of being a youthful team. But now we're seeing the ceiling of the team, and rookie development is going at a glacial pace. So, guys, let's just bring on the youth movement. Like, what do we have to lose? I mean, I have not watched this team as religiously as I usually have. I've been busier this year, but I haven't made the excuses for it. Bring in Soderblom. I hear he's looking like a more well-rounded player. I haven't watched him, Kenny. Maybe you can comment that. I want my standing Pelican jersey yesterday. Mike owes me this. So come on, Red Wings, bring him over here. Casper should have been here from the jump. So, guys, let's just get an expedition, or let's expedite this youth process. That's what I want to say.
You know what? I'm with you. Danielson's another guy you could talk about where it's
100%.
Like, look, if the season isn't going to result in a playoff berth, let's at least start bringing up some of the kids. And if Cossa is one of them, great. I think glacial pace is the best thing he said, because I never feel like we get a fun surprise. It's always, well, keep waiting. Well, when will then be now? Soon. It doesn't make any sense. It can't be an endless loop.
And it seems like the glacial pace, I'm glad he brought that up. That's a very salient point, because it feels like I said last segment, it just feels like they're trying to do this on their own pace. And they don't want to stray away from that, which is why I worry if Talbot gets healthy, back down to Grand Rapids, Coast is going to go. And it's going to be the exact same way we started the season.
And what I would ask for people who think that's going to happen, I want you to justify it. I want you to explain why Cossa can't be given a mini audition here. Why? You're 28 games in. It doesn't feel like this team's getting ready to go on some big run. I just don't, Kenny, doing it at their own pace. You know who else that sounds like? Tigers. Both Illich properties, too. Weird. 248-539-9797. We are going to get with the people. We'll knock out some more of these calls. Got some college football to get into. For all the playoff truthers. Okay. Did you get what you wanted? Is this electric? Y'all hyped up about the playoff or not? We're going to have that conversation at 3 o'clock. And a lot more, including some Tigers, because it's hot stove season. I can't resist. Let me tell you about Northfield Lumber. It's just very simple, okay? We've talked about them for a long time. Best in the game. Nobody stocks more. Nobody sells more Trex than Northville. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex from Northville to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they can do it. It's all in stock. Some of it as low as $1.59 a foot. Now, look, I understand deck season is not here right now. It's dead of winter. But this is when you get on the schedule, you avoid the spring rush, and you can lock in your pricing right now and avoid any price increases. All you need to do, call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Well, now what the hell is this song?
We got some In Sync Christmas, baby.
Yeah, this is my song. Oh, dear God. Yeah. Oh, my God. Woo! Is this a thing? Oh, my God. Okay.
Merry Christmas.
Okay. Yep, that's quite enough of that. I think we've hit our quotient for the holiday season on that track. All right, David, I want to check on the ticket text. I'm asking the question. Totally crazy, partially crazy, or not at all? Give Cossa a few starts here. Team responded. I just, guys, I don't have any other outs. I don't think they're going to fire Lalone. I don't think they're making some big trade and shaking it up. Why not? Couple games. Give the kids some run. You may stumble into something. Maybe we can goalie some people. I don't know. David, what do the texters have to say?
Start him versus the lesser talented teams we play. Minimum stress. Get him some experience. We need to turn this thing around. That is from Scott in Carlton.
Okay.
Cossa looked to be as good as Huso and Lyon in the game one, so he's only going to improve. Let him split the starts with Talbot returns. Tim from Waterford. Lifetime Wings fan since the Dead Wing era. Give the kid every chance. The season is already looking like a bust anyway. Okay.
Well, and look, I am not mad if anyone wants to call up and they want to say, hey, stay the course. We have time. We can turn it around. We're only 4 points out of the wild card. I'm not mad at you if you say that. I think the one thing you don't get to ask for more of if you are the Red Wings is time. I mean, it's just enough is enough. And no one expected this team to be top of the league, right? No one's expecting the team to compete for the President's Trophy. But for God's sakes, you shouldn't be staring, eye to eye with Montreal. David, one more and we'll go to the people.
Yeah, I think this one's kind of a big one here. Dylan Larkin said it.
Whoa.
Dylan Larkin said it gave the team a spark. How could you not start him again? That's a big endorsement by the captain.
When the captain speaks, you listen. You got to give Seabass some run here. Come on. Let's go to Joe, see what he's got to say about it. Joe, welcome aboard.
Hey, how you doing today, fellas?
Good, man. What do you make of this?
Good. It's a Christmas Day miracle, man. We're talking NHL with Mike. Love it.
Well, they did something interesting last night, Joe.
No, and they did, and it's funny. I'm so glad you brought up this topic. After the third goal let in by Huso, me and the boys were chatting, and we're talking about Cossa, and I said, all I hear is the coach talk. Well, we got a lot of confidence in him, and this, that, and another. And I'm like, okay, well then why have you not given him a start? And I was actually ready to turn the channel, but they did that little intermission piece. I don't know if you saw it, where they had interviewed Cossa earlier in the day at practice or whatever. And I got enraged more. And I'm like, why can we not start this kid? I'm so ready to turn the channel. And they come back and he's in net for the second period. And I'm like, well, now I got to watch this. I got to see how he does. Yeah, exactly. And to your point, I don't see any risk in giving him 3 to 5 starts. 3 if he's way off kilter, 5 if he's doing well, because you cannot emulate the speed of the NHL in the AHL. The skaters are faster, the passes are more accurate, the shots are faster and more accurate. What have you got to lose? Falling back another couple spots. If we make the playoffs, we're going to get smacked first round. You just see it. We're too slow. Maybe it's an effort thing. Maybe it's a skill thing, but we just look slow and outmatched. So you got to give the kid 3 to 5 starts, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Joe, listen, you know what? I think the best thing you said, what's the harm? I mean, the team's already bad. It'd be different if they had a goalie who was on a 5-year deal and, you were paying him massive dollars. You can complicate things. But this? Whose feelings am I worried about hurting? Huso? Talbot? Who cares? Let's go to Toby, 97.1. Tobes, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, okay. I was absolutely happy when I saw him in goal. Now, remember what happened, and yes, they have to play him, but they need more defense in front of them because, of course, our defense let the other team get by, and they got shots on him. Now, do you remember when the St. Louis Blues, about 4 or 5 years ago, they won the Stanley Cup? They were the worst team in the NHL in the January month. Mm-hmm. They brought in a guy that was young named Bennington. And what did they do?
Mid-playoffs. Won the Stanley Cup.
They won the Stanley Cup. Now, I'm not saying the Red Wings are going to do all that, but they brought in a young goalie. He gave them some life. They had nothing to lose. They were the worst team in the league in January, and they went on a run. I don't think 5 games is enough. I think they should keep them in.
Toby, just understand, I want to walk before we can run. I don't want to come on the air and go, this is our starting. I'm just saying, can we at least please not just send him back down?
No, they shouldn't. But what they should do is do exactly what they're planning on doing. But I do believe that this goalie is going to be a very, very crucial part in this coming these next couple of months. A goalie can get hot. It can spark the team. And no, am I saying the Red Wings are going to be all crazy in the playoffs? No, I'm not. But I'm just saying, just remember what happened in St. Louis. That's all I'm saying. And I'm happy that they're doing it, and go Wings.
Yeah, I totally appreciate it. I just want the kid to get a dress rehearsal. I'd love to see an audition here. Just give him a few games. Why? Well, for one, it gives you a reason to watch because the team certainly hasn't done that all year. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on?
Yeah, hey, Mike, how are you doing?
Excellent, Mike. What do you make of this?
Well, you know what? This is the first time I've actually called in because this is a topic that I feel pretty passionate about, and it's something that's bothered me a long time. I don't think you're off base at all. When you look across sports, not all sports correlate. Like baseball and hockey and basketball and football, they're all different animals. But like in the NFL, these young kids get drafted in the first round, second round, they're playing. Basketball, they get drafted first round, lottery, they're playing. Hockey and baseball are like the only sport where they have these guys and they develop them for years and years and years. And rightfully so, because, some of these kids are getting drafted when they're 15, 16, 17-year-olds. But if you're going to go down, which the Wings are doing, why don't you go down swinging and see what you have instead of just trotting out the same old legs over and over and over again? It's a proven fact in hockey that, 30-year-old legs can't skate with 20-year-old legs. So to take Cossa and throw him out there and see what he has, absolutely. Absolutely. Because, these players at that level, they don't lack in confidence. You don't get drafted and play at that level if you're lacking in confidence. So going out there and playing 3, 4, 5 games, that's the best way you're going to learn. You're only going to develop so far. Like Caller Joe said earlier, there's only so much you're going to be able to develop a guy in the AHL versus the NHL. It's a different breed.
Well,
so
you know what, Mike?
Giving them some starts and letting them play, absolutely.
And truthfully, Mike, we need to put Eiserman on the clock. Well, how do we do that? Well, it's how Casper plays. It's how Danielson plays. It's how Cossa plays. It's how Puke plays. These guys have to come up here and play. Because if they're not dominant, if they're not difference makers, paradigm shifters, then this whole thing's a failure. And understand when I say that, I'm not yelling, I'm not being insulting. I'm saying you don't get to have it both ways where you say, listen, when the kids get here, it's going to be all right. Well, if they're here and they're not great, this whole thing's a bust. So I think subconsciously part of the reason I want to see Cossa get a bit of an audition is I just think it's well past time. We have to start seeing the fruits of Eiserman's labor because I'm out of patience. I don't know how Kenny feels about it, or if Kenny, if you're busy screening, is that wrong of me? I mean, at least I'm admitting the bias.
No, I don't think it's wrong of you, but also he's been killing it at basically every level he's played at. Now is the time to call him up, and I challenge anybody to tell me why when Talbot gets back we still shouldn't see Cossa in the lineup. I'm because I can just picture it right now. The second he gets healthy, back to Grand Rapids he goes, and I'm already upset about it.
I think if that happens, that's actually pretty insulting. I really do. I mean, you have an opportunity here to make an evaluation on a guy. And look, if this team were flying high, you send the kid back down. I totally get it. They're not. What's the risk?
Can we start him on Thursday, by the way, against Philly, in Philly? I would love that.
Oh, my God.
Just get him one NHL start.
A shootout that features Mishkov versus Cossa. All the marbles. It's a movie script.
And now Mike's back into being a hockey fan. All right.
Kenny, you know my rule. If the team's going to be interesting, if they're going to be fun to watch, if they're going to give me storylines, I'm in. But what I can't watch is, well, frankly, what they've put on the ice for the better part of 30 games. It's been pretty bad.
It'll just be another Husso starting a sad Kenny meme. That's what's going to happen.
I know, and I don't, as much as I love the sad Kenny meme, I hate it. It makes me sad. We'll get more to people coming up. We'll check in with a football today as well. We are as far away from summer as it gets, but if you want to reminisce, you want a taste of summer, Old Nation, limited supply, Tangerine B43. You can find it wherever great beers are sold. It's sunshine in a can. So if you want to play pretend a little bit, when Cossa's starting Thursday night in Philly, pick some up at your local beer purveyor. Respectfully brewed in Williamston with the best of ingredients. Taste the difference yourself. Support local, support independent. It's Old Nation Brewing Company. And they remind you to please drink responsibly. All right, 97.1. Good to have you with us. Touch the table on some football. I mean, David, if you want to do football today over that song, I don't care. Whatever you like. We're cutting it loose in the holiday season. Let's do a football today.
Well, Mike, you mentioned it during Crosstalk. I could not believe what I saw and heard last night with the Eagles. Because I asked you a question yesterday about what was the problem in Philadelphia. Was it Nick Sirianni or was it Jalen Hurts? Well, now we find out from Brandon Graham, it's A.J. Brown. Quote, I don't know the whole story, but I know that one, who is Jalen Hurts, is trying. 11, A.J. Brown could be a little better with how he responds to things. They were friends, but things have changed. And I understand that because life happens, but on the business side, we got to make sure we don't let the personal get in the way of the business, and that's what we need to do better of. I mean, first of all, why isn't it staying in the locker room? But are you really going to let a friendship ruin your Super Bowl chance?
Why is everything so messy in Philly?
Right.
Always.
I don't understand it. I would not let a friendship ruin your opportunity to possibly win a Super Bowl. It's like since they've made the Super Bowl, everything, egos have gotten involved. Everything has just gone to the wayside. It's ridiculous.
It's crazy, and it makes me thankful we're here in Detroit.
Let's get over to the other side of the state of Pennsylvania, and let's talk about Russell Wilson. In his last 20 games, he has a passer rating of 98.9, thrown for 4,300 yards, 33 touchdowns, and 10 interceptions. He is cheap this year. But what do you do with him next year? Now, I've read something where the market says 3 or 4 year contract with an average of $40 to $45 million. What would you do, not just if you're Pittsburgh, but if you're any other team in the NFL?
I wouldn't do that. David, you're in a tough spot. Look, I understand he has played beyond what anyone thought he was capable of doing at this stage of his career. But I'm going to turn this back on you, and your answer will determine what we're going to do. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe you can win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson?
I have to be honest here. I'm going to say no.
Then you can't pay him the better part of $200 million, especially in his mid-30s. I can't do it.
Yeah,
what options it leaves you and what you do, I don't know. But you asked me a question. It required me to ask you one.
Yeah,
and if that's the answer,
you're right.
I'm not giving him a 4-year deal.
And that's what it reminds me, and I'm not trying to poke at you, but it just reminds me of Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
You'll end up being stuck with a guy that can't really win you anything.
Exactly. And if you don't think you win the Super Bowl, then you move on. You can't be in that business.
Yeah, you're exactly right about that. One thing I need athletes to get off social media. That's what I need. Because Debo went to social media and complained. He went on X and said, not struggling at all, just not getting the ball.
Oh, Jesus.
Then he followed up by writing that he wasn't hating on any teammates. He just might be playing a bigger role. But sentiments on his side is that he's frustrated with his role. Now, he has had 11 catches for just 85 yards over the last 4 games. But can athletes just stop it? Just get off social media.
I will. It's with Rico having the day off, I can just say this. This is why, dollar for dollar, Amon-Ra St. Brown's the best wide receiver in football. I never hear any of this nonsense from him. He shows up to work. He blocks the same. He's a great teammate. And when his number's called, he delivers. I'm telling you, man, these wide receivers around this league, they're head cases. I hope you realize how lucky you are with what you got.
Yeah, I would say that. There's an interesting stat here that I saw here from Adam Schefter. He was on a podcast, and everyone thinks about how great the Kansas City Chiefs are. But you may not want to bet the Super Bowl chances on them because the Chiefs are 0-7 against the spread in their last 7 games. Well, no team ever has gone on to win the Super Bowl in the same season it had a 6-game against the spread losing streak.
They're not winning the Super Bowl.
So,
they can barely score 20 points. They're terrible in the red zone. They have no passing game. No. And guess what? For all we talk about Spagnuolo and blitz rates, their pass rush is not very good this year. The Chiefs are not winning the Super Bowl. And they better pray they don't meet the Lions in the Super Bowl.
I would say the same thing. Mike, I think we found out exactly why, well, it didn't quite work, but you had an airplane. Well, someone had an airplane.
I did not have an airplane.
Over MetLife. But allegedly, there was a Giants player that offered a OnlyFans model to flash Saints players during the game.
Wait,
yes,
what?
It is being reported that a Giants player reached out to her, DM'd her on social media, and got her tickets to the game so that she can flash the Saints during the game to distract them.
This is what we've devolved to, huh?
Yes,
I see Kenny's enjoying himself.
That is.
Hey, I got tickets to the game. Here you go. Just show your snow cones off to everybody, okay? Thanks. Like, was there a contract? Did she have to do that a certain amount of times per quarter? Also, how did she not get kicked out of the game? Security at MetLife's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, I wanted the same thing because, yes,
what player was this?
There's no knowledge of who the player is.
Wait, what did you just say?
There's no knowledge of who the player is.
I said something else.
No, it just shows her DM without the person's name on it. So,
needless to say, things are not going well in New York. If this is the storylines you're getting on December 10th, yeah, you're a team on its way to 2-15.
That is a crazy and wild story there. So let's get to the college football playoff for a quick second in this, because the ticket prices are insane. I don't know if you've seen this, but the ticket prices are insane. So the lowest amount to get into each game, here we go.
This is just the last seat, the
Correct.
cheapest seat
the cheapest for 2 tickets. This is on StubHub. Okay. SMU Penn State is $122.
Now that's per ticket or for 2?
That's for 2.
Oh, that's a value.
Mm-hmm.
$60?
Yes. Clemson at Texas, $310. Tennessee.
That's actually not bad.
No, not for that matchup. That's probably the best matchup in the first round.
Okay.
Tennessee, Ohio State, $344.
Not terrible.
Indiana, Notre Dame.
This is going to be a problem.
Well, it's $1,000, $1,065. But in the nosebleeds, and I'm looking at the map here, how you look at the stadium map.
Yeah.
There's nosebleed seats for $5,500.
Wait, you just said it was $1,000 for a pair.
That's the cheapest. I'm seeing $55.
Oh, God.
In the nosebleeds, not the 50-yard line, not lower bowl. $5,500 for the nosebleeds.
Yeah, I'll pass. I'll watch it on TV.
That's crazy.
That's insane.
They're expected to draw about 400,000 fans total in all of these games.
Is it bad? I don't find any of the games that, exciting.
Not to go ahead and spend that kind of money on it, no. Not at all.
I mean, there's a novelty to it. It's a home game. It's a playoff game. A couple $100, no problem with it. But, yeah, this isn't Super Bowl pricing. I think on basis, too, all these spreads are damn near 10 points.
Yes, it is. I looked and saw it earlier. It was like 8.5, 7.5, 9.5. Yeah, it's all crazy.
Clemson's out to like 12.
Yep.
It just doesn't feel, doesn't feel exciting to me, but that's another conversation for another time. Go ahead.
Yes, it is. And let's close it out with this regarding the playoffs. And outside of Ryan Day, which coach do you think is under the most pressure going into the college football playoff?
James Franklin. I mean, realistically, he's got an easy draw into the semis. If you lose to SMU, you're a bum. You're a total bum. And if you lose to Boise, you're a bum. So I would say the pressure based on the draw, based on the fact this guy's like 0-12 versus top 5 teams, never wins a big game. David, for me, it's big game, little James. You got a different answer?
No, not at all. But I do have breaking news here. You talk about bums. Well, the Browns have waived Kadarius Toney.
You just hate to see it.
Thanks for that muff punt. Thank you. Appreciate that. And that is in football today.
Make your first NBA bet a winner with FanDuel, America's #1 sports book. They have all the betting markets you could possibly think of. Newer bets like number of dunks, assists, three-pointers in, let's say, a given time period, like 3 minutes. They've got 1st to 15 stuff. Guys, look, I'm not telling you these are investment plans. They're not. But if you're bored, you want to spice up a Pistons game, they got some wild stuff. So check it out. First $5 bet wins, you get $150 in bonus bets with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued, non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Per baseball writer Bob Nightingale, the Cardinals have given permission to third baseman Nolan Arenado's agent to speak directly with teams to facilitate a trade. Arenado is a name that has been listed as a good fit for the Tigers. Speaking of lists, Nolan has his own featuring landing spots he doesn't want to be traded to. Evan Petzold also released the first edition of his roster projection for the Tigers season. If the team does not make a move, he thinks he'll start Matt Vierling at third. A.J. Hinch spoke with the media today. He's not a fan of the Golden Bat rule. According to ESPN, the Miami Heat are open to listening on potential trades for Jimmy Butler. Butler averaging 19 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists this season. Miami currently sits in the 5 spot in the East. The Pistons are the last team out to trade off until Thursday. Time Magazine has named Caitlin Clark the 2024 Athlete of the Year. At the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Nolan Arenado. Oh, boy. I'll leave that alone until 4 o'clock. It's just they must have a thing for declining players because between the Goldschmidt conversation and the Arenado thing, the only thing they have in common is they've been getting worse each of the last few years. And one's in his mid-30s and the other's in his late 30s. But I'll leave it alone. We'll wait until 4 o'clock. I want to ask you guys about the playoff. David just brought this up. The ticket pricing and all that. And I this topic may not work because neither of our teams are in it, but work with me. I just want to see if we can come to some level of dialogue, which is this. Look, a lot of bickering for a long time about expanding the playoff. I didn't want to do it. I didn't need it. I liked college football just the way it was. And I said for a while, okay, look, if you're going to force me to expand this thing, you just go to 8. You have each conference champion, and then you have your couple at larges, and we just move on, right? Easy, clean, 4 to 8 makes sense. So naturally, they did none of that. And they went to 12, and we're going to have bye weeks, and we're going to have auto bids, and oh boy. So, look, I've put my sword down on it. I just don't care. But for a lot of people, this was a thing they lusted after, Rico being one of them. And it's like you've wanted to eat at a certain restaurant, and you finally got to sit down to dinner there. Now the meal's over. And I'm asking you, did you get what you wanted? I mean, we watched Conference Championship Weekend, and all I know is it didn't really matter who won or lost the Texas-Georgia game, and it didn't matter who won the Clemson or SMU game, and it didn't matter who won or lost the Oregon and Penn State game. And, that just feels really bleeped up to me. Because Conference Championship Weekend is supposed to be a playoff, isn't it? It's supposed to be an eliminator. And it's not anymore. Now, yes, in other instances, had Arizona State lost, would they be out? Yes. I'm making a point to you guys. Oftentimes, when these types of things are done, people create all these reasons why it's going to be such a good idea and it's going to be so amazing. And the reality rarely lives up to it. The only reason these things are done, it has nothing to do with making the sport better. It has to do with making money. That's it. The networks pay a lot for these games. We need more of these games. Capiche? Make more games. Make games great again. That's what they have to do. Well, I don't need that. So now when we look at the matchups, right, and you start gearing up for the weekend and you go, oh, wow, we got playoff college football this weekend. Which of these matchups exactly are you stopping your day to watch? Now, again, not if you're like a Kenny, or Kenny's a diehard, Georgia Bulldogs fan with family connections. Yes, I totally understand you're stopping your day and you're going to do your thing when they play. But like this weekend, is anyone really amped for Tennessee, Ohio State? No. Tennessee stinks. Texas, Clemson? Well, here's what they're telling you. Clemson's a 12-point dog. Penn State, SMU? I guess? Even that's damn near a 9-point spread. The one game that would kind of be interesting, and it's because Cignetti is a psychopath, and it's an in-state thing, and these two teams never play each other. It's like Pitt and Penn State. Indiana, Notre Dame, under the lights. Yeah, I could make that work. The problem, it's a Friday night. So to me, this did nothing for me. Now again, we can let it play out. Maybe these are 4 of the best games we've ever seen, and we'll have a different viewpoint. But I want to hear from you guys, the truthers, the people that wanted the expansion. Well, here you go. Here's the menu it produced. Did you get what you wanted? 248-539-9797. And it's okay to say yes. I think it's okay to say no. I don't find these matchups particularly intriguing. And again, you guys go, well, what does the point spread have to do with anything? Guys, generally speaking, if we're creating a playoff and there was a need to expand it, well, where's the game that's like, hey, ND -2.5, this is going to be a dogfight? Doesn't exist. To me, these are on surface some bad games. But go ahead. I want to hear from everybody, including Kenny. I mean, Kenny obviously gets to luxuriate in a bye week. The problem is Carson Beck is dead. But I just, overall, if you love college football and if you wanted playoff expansion, okay, now we have our bracket. I don't like the fact that Penn State is an easier path than undefeated number 1 Oregon. Hey, Oregon, you went undefeated. Your reward, a kick in the nuts and the hardest path. See, stuff like that annoys me because it's easily avoidable. It's an ill-conceived system. It was rushed. It's dumb. And you know what else it does? It's a placeholder for when they go to 16. Oh, I can't wait to go to 16 and get an 8-4 team in. That'll be exciting. But David, Kenny, and obviously, love to talk to people about it. The idea of, okay, you've actualized your dream. You got what you wanted. All right. So what do you think of it?
I can't stand it. And it started Saturday. When you're watching these games and you realize none of these teams are going to be hurt. No one's going to be out because of a loss. Like, this is not what I wanted. Going into Oregon, Penn State, sure, the 45-37 game, but nobody was going to be hurt. They were going to be into the playoff, and that's what I don't like. That's why it should have been 8, because it's more likely that these games are actually playing games, and it would have mattered, but it didn't. And so you still get the same teams in the playoff, and you get these horrible matchups. There's not one game in this first round outside of maybe the Texas game, but I'm not excited for any of it.
It feels like Clemson's going to get murdered.
Yeah, but that's and it might happen that way, but that's the only game to me that I'm even interested in. And that's still, you're right, maybe a blowout. So there's nothing to this playoff, this new format, that excites me. I just don't feel it. I'm not ready to watch these games on a Friday night. No, I'm not ready. This is not what I've signed up for.
Well, okay. Kenny, obviously, you're in a different spot. Your team's got a bye. I don't think you were getting left out with a loss, which, again, it's another part of my problem is these conference title games really hold very little meaning. But, okay, playoff expanded. Did you get what you wanted?
So I didn't get what I wanted because I think the way they did it was backwards. I would have liked it to be a 6 or an 8 team if we're going to expand the playoffs. But the only upside to this is that what have we said all year long is that we don't know who's actually good in college football. The expanded playoff fixes that a little. But what I don't like is, you brought it up earlier, Penn State's path. I don't like how some of these teams' pathways is very unreasonable considering how they finished and what their team is this year. I think they could do a lot better. That's why I say 6 or 8 makes a hell of a lot more sense than 12. Do I like that more teams are involved? Yes, because this year I'm not sure who's really a good team in college football anymore. But you run into problems when you have 12. Like, why the hell has Penn State got such an easy path?
It's amazing. And again, will anyone be shocked if James Franklin doesn't get through to the semis?
Not at all. Not at all.
But 248-539-9797. I'll get to the people. We'll keep it timely. And yes, we will continue to take the phone calls regarding Cossa. He played last night, came into the game in the second period, 3-2 game. The team felt like it rallied a little bit of energy. They got a 6-5 win in a shootout. My question, is it totally crazy, partially, or not at all? Why not just give Cossa a little run here around the holidays? 4 or 5 starts. See what you got. The hell you got to lose at this point. And you know what? Start the parking meter on Eiserman. Okay, fruits of your labor. Cossa's so special. It's been a defense mechanism for the Steve Bots. All right, play him a little bit. Let's see what we got. Nothing outrageous. No one's saying you're going to start him 50 games in the next 54. Why not just see what you got? Team responded. Felt good. Nice moment by Larkin. And Larkin admitted it jump-started the team. So, total, partial, or not at all? Craziness. 248-539-9797. We will get with your phone calls coming up next. It is winter driving season. There are reckless drivers everywhere, and our roads are terrible. So if you're injured in an auto accident, you have one phone call you have got to make. Injury attorney David Femininio. You can pick up the phone right now, speak with David personally by calling 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Boy, I tell you, David, you're going way down the playlist here. What is this, a Kenny Christmas? A little honky tonk or whatever. I mean, my God, can we get some classics?
They'll come back. They'll come back.
Okay. I mean, Jesus. I mean, you played in sync, for God's sake.
Well, this reminds me of Home Alone right here, so that's why I do this one.
All right. Now, listen, we'll get the ticket text, and then we got calls about the Cossa thing. We got a lot of calls about the playoff. Did you get what you wanted? I mean, here it is. Here are the games. Here are the brackets. It's not going to be me yelling at clouds. I just want to hear if you guys got what you wanted. This sport's dead to me. Sport's complete nonsense. This portal stuff is ridiculous. I mean, also, too, like, here, let's just get ahead of it because I'm sure we'll get, like, ticket texts about it. I don't care where Charles Brantley goes. This is like his 4th time in the portal. Go. Get a raise. Go somewhere. You're never healthy. You weigh 150 pounds. Leave. I don't care. I'll always be thankful for what you did against Michigan in 21, but enough's enough. Like, how many times, these kids that hit the portal 3-4 times, I just don't know who's giving them advice. I really don't. Carry on.
I'll read some ticket text here. It makes no sense the conference champions of bad conferences get auto buys in the playoffs. First round matchups aren't great. Boise and ASU don't deserve the bye week.
Yeah, but hold on. ASU was what, 12-1?
Yes.
They lost one game. And I know the Big 12's not what it used to be, but it's still okay. Like, guys, somebody has to earn those buys. Somebody.
You can't just keep saying no one.
Yeah, and again, like, what? Oh, Penn State should have gotten a bye? They played nobody and lost their conference title game. ASU won theirs by 50. The team to watch out for, I'm telling you right now, there's part of me that wants to place a wager on Notre Dame plus 850 to win this whole damn thing.
Yeah.
I'm serious.
I
mean, first of all, I expect them to beat Indiana. And if I look at, just some advanced lines, I think they'd be a 2.5-point favorite over Georgia. Look, they've got the defense. They got positive injury news that they're getting cross back. And look, they've got the defense in the running game. And if Riley Leonard can give them anything through the air, why can't they win it? Who's any good? And look, Indiana and Georgia down Gunnar Stockton.
Yep.
Excuse me, down Carson Beck. Like, David, I was toying with the idea Notre Dame plus 850. I really was. That's how little I think of Texas.
No, it makes total sense to me because I was looking at, and I know you're going to laugh, I was looking at Penn State as well for the similar reason that if they get through the first round, they can get through Boise, and then we'll see.
No. Marcus Freeman's a dog. James Franklin's a bum. No. I forbid you from using church funds to make that wager. Some of the ticket text.
Oh, ticket text here says, I think it would be fantastic if they made the college football like a March Madness style. Obviously not in the same time frame, but something similar.
Look, if they're going to 16, guys. It's the same way the NFL's going to an 18-game season. This isn't about if, it's when. They're going to 16 teams. It's all over. Now, I won't turn into your Nona telling you about how it used to be, but whatever you liked about college football is gone. They're going to 16 teams. Games will mean nothing.
Hey, man, Mike, I've watched the least amount of college football than ever. Started watching some games and thought, I don't care who wins.
Should we, honestly, when callers call in to talk about their opinion on college football decision, we should actually end it like the kids end their portal entry statements. Respect my decision. With that said, and it's like, dude, you had 4 tackles in 3 years. Does this really need an article?
Thank you for the opportunity, but
oh my God, I'll be a Spartan forever. And it's like, bro, you've played for 4 schools. You were here for 10 minutes. Respect my decision.
That's the part I hate with all of their announcements. You'll be a Spartan forever. I'll be a Wolverine forever. No, you're not. You're leaving.
No,
you never were.
No, you won't. Not when you've played for 7 teams.
Hey, what are we doing here?
I've just learned not to stress at kids hitting the portal. Honestly, first of all, my team stinks. So what do I care? Bad players leave. Maybe we got a shot at getting good ones. It's always hilarious to me how we've arrived at this point where, like, I saw today, I forget what I was reading, and it was like, oh, former 5-star transfers. And I look up and he's got like 3 tackles in 2 years. I'm like, I don't think this warranted an article.
Like the backup quarterback for Ohio State. Who
Yeah,
cares about you?
Listen and respect my decision. I'd have to care about your decision to respect it. Leave.
Bye-bye, sir.
Yeah, bye. Let's go to the people, shall we? Let's go to Jay, 97.1. Jay, how you doing, buddy?
Good, man. Couple of points to yours. I actually agree with you on the 6 to 18 playoffs. The only flaw would be Oregon had an incredible season, so one loss in the championship kind of would bother me a bit. And if we're going to keep this 12-team playoff, go back to the BCS and give me the best 12 teams. I don't care about conference championships. Let's just do co-champions. And then my only question for you would be, if I'm paying you as an athlete, then you have to play in your bowl game now because you are under payroll, correct?
Oh, I agree with you totally. This idea that players are allowed to take NIL, if I see an opt-out, I'm making a business decision. No, you made a business decision to take money to play football. You play every game we play. Oh, I'm so with you on that one, Jay.
Yeah, and then, to your point on the first one, Oregon had an incredible season, so that one loss might be a burden. But, yeah, I could care less about SMU, no respect. Hey, you had a great season. And the whole Bama argument, can I just say, you lost to 2 6-6 teams.
Correct.
I would rather see Ole Miss in there.
The argument, Jay, truthfully, the argument should have been about South Carolina. And again, 2 losses by 4 total points and 1 loss against LSU, there should be an investigation launched into the officials. I know it was 2 months ago. I know nobody watched the game. It was heinous. They got robbed. Like South Carolina was the argument. It was never Bama. Not to me, it wasn't. Let's go to Vern, 97.1. Vernon, what's going on, buddy?
Good afternoon.
Oh, my God. He graces us for the holidays. So good to hear from you.
Tell David if he takes a portion of his tithes and offerings and places it on Notre Dame, it will be blessed.
Let's go.
I feel like college football has turned into the town from Back to the Future Part 2 when Marty went back in time with the Gray Sports Almanac. It's a Wild Wild West show, man. I didn't ask for it. I was fine with 4 teams. The elite of the elite. You're always going to have crybabies. I feel like this playoff system catered to the what-ifs, making a case for their position. We won this, we did that. Who cares? But like you said, the purity of college football and where it is now is all out the window. So I can't look at it as I do hip-hop, like the grumpy old man back in my day, because it's done now. It's over. You can't look at the playoff with the same lenses anymore. You're going to get frustrated. It's frustrating to see, I'm going to enjoy all the blowouts and how crappy the playoffs are going to look. And then in the future, like when you say they go to 16, I think it's going to look like a dumpster fire, because you had at least the cachet to say, with these 4 teams, this is the cream of the crop. These are the people who deserve to be here. To me, the 12 teams is catering and pandering for money and
there it is.
The what ifs. I was totally fine with 4 teams. I felt like it was more elite then. Now, and like you said, Mike, once they did 12, because when they skipped past 8, it was a wrap on them going to 16. You knew it was going to happen, and 100%. Now we're staring down a barrel of a dumpster fire. I think it's going to be pure trash in the next 5 years.
Oh, I mean, and Vern, look, I get made fun of it by Rico and everybody else. It's okay. I'm not telling people not to like it. They can do whatever they want, but I don't have to accept nonsense. The whole sport's nonsense. I mean, the portal stuff, the NIL shrouded in mystery, and the revenue sharing, and I'm just, today, Vern, great example, and I know it's college basketball. I'm watching the number 1 player in America go to BYU because the owner of the Jazz apparently headlined the package. $7 million for a high school basketball player? That's asinine.
So imagine if we would have somebody like, let's say, Sam McGuffey. You remember from back in the day, I remember the great highlight reels, all the YouTube. Sam McGuffey would have easily got $10, $11 million in this day's system. And so now we're paying for what ifs, because now I think Sam McGuffey is working in plumbing at Home Depot. So now we're taking $12 to $13 million shots on what ifs. It's the wild, wild west. It's just not the same anymore, man. There is no elitism. There is no skill.
Hey, Vern.
This portal thing is a wrap.
Vern, you know who ended Sam McGuffey, right? Good trivia right here.
No, I do not.
Sparty, who
remember.
played for the Giants. Linebacker.
I remember the game, but I don't remember who it was.
Greg Jones. He hit that guy into another dimension. He slapped him so hard, fire came out of his ass. He hit him, and his teammate tried to go over and pick him up.
Since you threw up a Sparty reference, I'm about to go watch old highlights of the national championship from last year.
You do that. That's very fair.
Enjoy,
go
Vern.
ahead.
Enjoy.
That's right.
Yeah,
Big Vern has made his appearance. I appreciate you, brother. We will continue the conversation. A lot of people with a lot to say on this and Cossa. The Cossa era started last night. But should it continue? Just a little hors d'oeuvres, as Kenny calls them. We call them appetizers. Maybe we play the kid a little bit. Give us something interesting. We've got Tiger updates for you that apparently they just like old people. We're going to talk about that in the 4 o'clock. Your phone call's coming up next, 97.1. It is football, though, right now. Elevate your tailgate, Moran Buick GMC. Make car buying and certified service a breeze. Yeah, the winter holidays are here, and Moran, they've got unbelievably competitive offers right now. The 24 GMC Sierra 4-wheel drive crew cab elevation, $246 a month, 24 months. Or the 25 Encore GX, $249 a month, 36 months. New stock arriving daily. You know you're getting that free loaner and the certified service with MoranExpress.com. So stop on in. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period, on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or visit them online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. Oh, man. David, I do have to say it. That commercial has to be investigated. Hey, don't forget to use promo code FOOL. Jesus, Mary and Joseph.
Let's redo it, the whole thing.
Between that and the Snoop Dogg one, I mean, what are we doing? Having these guys record in bathrooms? Okay. All right. David, a few ticket texts if you would. Hey, playoff truthers, did you get what you wanted? Cossa people, we got to see open Pandora's box last night. My point is, I don't think it's totally insane. Why not give the kid a little bit of an audition here as we get to the holidays? Give him a 5-game run. The hell else you got to lose? The team's old, they're boring, and they're bad. Give it a rip. David, what do the ticket texters have to say?
I used to structure every Saturday around college. Now it's background noise, and I watched none of the conference championship weekend. I hate the new college football. Definitely needs to be reseeding in the college playoffs. Oregon is being punished for being number one.
Or for their coach being a douche. Dan Lanning's getting tough to tolerate. I'm sorry.
Mike, David, and Rico really ruined college football from start to finish. Half of the conference championship games weren't good. I don't think the 12-team playoff will produce any good games either. That is Mo in Mount Clemens.
Guys, what you're missing, and this is so liberating because Rico's not here and I don't have to fight with somebody, the product isn't good. Like, you can't build teams year over year. These are not professionals. And even NFL teams don't go through the turnover that you're seeing in college. So the point I make is, like, great example. Hey, my offensive line is bad. Do you know how hard it is to build an offensive line on a yearly basis and do it in the portal where guys haven't been a part of your scheme, haven't been a part of your system? They haven't gone through the wars at practice with the same groupings, with the same guy lined up on their hip. So it just, the product's bad. And nobody wants to say it. And then when you do, you get treated like Clint Eastwood in Gran Torino. The product's bad.
Yeah, and it's all around. That's not just, the lesser teams of the – no, all around it's bad. Arizona State, while we talk about them, they made the playoffs. No one knew what they were going to be. They were predicted to be last. And all of a sudden, because nobody knows because everything is up in the air with the rosters.
Yeah,
every
too volatile
year.
For me. Too volatile. And again, the minute you develop somebody, hey, we're going to get a big senior year out of them, boop, portal.
And that's what happened with the true freshman edge rusher from Missouri. Really good player. Can't remember his name offhand, but I saw him earlier.
Five-star kid?
Yeah. Gone. In the transfer portal. Gone.
Well, he got his bag to go to Mizzou for a year. Now I'll get another bag. Listen, we've lost cabin pressure on the sport. The playoff is where I'm keeping it, though, which is okay. Is this exciting to everybody? Let's go to the people. Let's go to Donovan, who's up next. 97.1. Donovan, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, Mike? I'm a huge fan of your show, man. I go out of my way just to hear your Detroit Lions football takes. But the Red Wings takes are another thing.
Okay. So where are we running into a problem? Let me hear it.
Sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you.
I said, no, where are we running into an issue with what we talked about with the Wings today? I'm here for it. What's up?
Yeah, well, I agree. We should start Cossa. I mean, if this guy's even a mediocre goalie at 6'3", then at 6'7", with that equipment to match, he's taking up more than that. So we're excited about him because he's a great draft pick by Steve Eiserman. So I don't mind that. I think Malone should be fired. I think it was a bonehead decision not to start Cossa and to play him in the middle of the game, throw off his confidence or whatever. Against a trash team, you should have just started him. But I guess my issue is I think anybody that has an issue with Steve or thinks that Steve Eiserman should be fired as the general manager is a casual fan and doesn't know what they're talking about.
But who has said that? That's my problem, Donovan. Who has said he needs to be fired? I haven't heard that once.
I mean, I guess I'm just on Twitter a lot, and
well, there's your first problem. Get off of that nonsense.
Right. Yeah,
Look,
well,
we can
I
be
just
frustrated.
Don't think he can do much better. I mean, I don't agree with everything he's done, but I really think this team's going to be good in 27-28 when he gets rid of these placeholder contracts like Kopp, Sherratt, Hull, all these other guys, and all these draft picks that he's been accumulating the last 7 years, the good picks that he's made with the not-so-good draft luck lottery. I think this team's going to be real nice in a few years when these guys all come up. They've had some experience. So we just got to give him some time. That's it. I mean, he's doing the
all
best
right, but
he can. We can't find anybody to do better.
Donovan, here's the problem I got, though. Okay, look, you may be right. Okay, and if the end result is we get a parade down Woodward at some point in the near-term future, 5 years, whatever, we'll all be happy and none of the arguments will matter. But, Donovan, when you hire someone like Steve Eiserman, I have a very hard time accepting that I got to wait till year 9 or 10 of his tenure to have a good team. Forget about the Stanley Cup. You know, Donovan, we are now at a point, look, no one's using the F word, but it is time now. You know what? Cossa, play him. Danielson, play him. Like, hey, those placeholder contracts, he signed those people. Donovan, that cop deal is an atrocious contract. Steve signed him. You know, he's made a lot of mistakes on the blue line, too. And I know Kenny is screening calls, but, like, Donovan, I can meet you in the middle. All I ask is we've got to stop selling 2 and 3 years down the line. I'm out of that. Come on, can we at least see
Ken
a product
Holland
now?
really did. You know, Ken Holland really left him with a mess that really is going to take 10 years to clean up, like he said. I mean, he left him with a huge mess, nothing in the cupboard. Steve Eiserman.
Yeah, but it doesn't take 10 years to make the playoffs. But hold on, Donovan, we're talking two different things now.
That's Steve's job wasn't to make the playoffs, it's to build a contender. So in a few years, I think we'll be a contender, not just a playoff team. We could have made it last year.
Right, but you didn't. And now it doesn't look like you're going to make it this year. And it's like, okay, you're right. For contender status, that's a different conversation. I'm saying on the way to getting there, we need to see more. This cannot be the endless sliding scale. It was 2-3 years ago. And now we're sitting here today, and it's 2-3 years. Cossa represents Steve Eiserman's tenure, right? It represents Steve being a smart guy. He identified, loved this goalie, took him. Play the kid. At least give me 5 games to see what he is. Just give me a little sample. A little sampler, Don.
He'll be good. He's going to be our future goalie. Steve went out of his way to draft him. And I'm telling you, we're going to be real good in the future. Just give it a little bit more time. And I know we've been bad for a while. It's Ken Holland's fault mostly. And we can't have LeBron James expectations out of Steve Eiserman. You know, I'm telling you, nobody could have done better. I've been following him closely. I was going to all the games when they were trash and rebuilding because they were cheap. I'm a diehard fan. You know, we got the right guy. It's painful.
Kenny, what do you make of it? Kenny, what do you make of what Donovan's talking here?
Well, I appreciate what he's saying. I just don't think anything in sports takes 10 years to change. A 10-year rebuild does not exist. And I'm tired of the Max Clark attitude that people have been taking about the Red Wings of, maybe in, 2029 they'll be good enough to. I don't care about 20. I want to win now. I want to be in the playoffs now. I wanted to be in the playoffs last year. That's why we were calling for Lalone's head last year.
There's a phrase we used to use on this show, I don't know, about 10 years ago called tatting it up. Just talking about talk. That's all people want to do with Eiserman and with the Tigers is just tat it up. We'll just talk about 27 and 28. It's like, guys, come on. For the Eiserman thing in specific, to make the playoffs or to be a playoff caliber team, I have to wait until now, according to Donovan, 2027? That, I'll tell you, that's a great job if you can get it. Come here, make insane money, have no standards and no accountability, take 9 years, 8 years, 7 years to deliver anything. I would love you guys right now, largely who are busting your ass at jobs you don't like. I would love for you to have that same lack of accountability at your job. Oh, wait, it doesn't exist. You didn't hit your budget this quarter, you're fired.
And it's one of 32 jobs. By the way, you're making a lot of money. That's what the money's for, is to make it not last for 10 years of a rebuild. That's what the money is for.
It's...
That's why you get paid all this money.
You sound like Don Draper in Mad Men.
That's how I feel right now.
But you never say thank you. That's what the money's for. I pay you money, you give me ideas.
Oh, man.
Jesus. I mean, you get to make millions, never answer for anything, have an army of defenders, and we're in year 6, and Kenny has to be all bricked up because the starting goalie was so bad, we finally got a look at one of Eiserman's blessed draft picks. Yikes. 248-539-9797. More of the calls coming up next. Paulson's audio video. We're on a Super Bowl drive, guys, so you need a Super Bowl setup. crazy technology. Paulson's has it all. They are your technology partner. They will deliver the best in home theaters, huge TVs, amazing stereo systems. Hell, football on your porch. Whatever it is, they have got you covered. The best showroom in the state. Go to paulsonsav.com. It's right in the heart of Farmington Hills. They've been doing it since 1991. It's Paulson's, your technology partner. Well, little Louis Prima. Exciting. Let's, David, I'll tell you what. We'll get to football today momentarily. I want to continue with the callers. We got a lot of people on both topics. You're a playoff truther. Did you get what you wanted? And the Wings. Cossa comes in last night, and it wasn't some 5-0 game. Comes in, it's 3-2. Dylan Larkin acknowledged that there was an energy. There was they jump-started them. And they were able to steal a 6-5 win in a shootout. Now, I'm not telling you their season's going to turn on that moment. It was the question of, guys, why not just start Cossa moving forward for a few games? See what we have. See if he can be that difference maker, that guy that sparks this team. You can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different result. You can't. And I understand totally. People want Lalone fired. Guys, they haven't fired a coach in that organization in 40 years in season. What do you want me to do? We can't keep doing those shows. So that's where we're at. Let's go to Rob, who's up next, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Merry Christmas to you, man.
Rob, same to you, buddy. ND plus 850 to win it all. Let's go.
Yeah, no, I like that. I was actually talking to Kenny a couple of things about the playoffs. That's what I wanted to talk about. The things that annoyed me, Mike, I'm just not a big Penn State fan. It irritates me that they're ranked 6th and Notre Dame 7th. And I was hoping that Notre Dame would get lucky and get the road that they have, but they don't. And I agree with you. It makes no sense to me that the number 1 seed, you get rewarded with playing most likely in Ohio State. It's just the way it's set up. I like 12 teams. I just don't like the current, how they seed.
There should be reseeding. Reseeding would have fixed a lot of this, to me.
No doubt about it. And regarding Notre Dame, I found it very interesting. I don't know if Kenny's screening calls. I know he said he wanted to comment, but did you see the futures? If Notre Dame beats Indiana, Notre Dame is favored by 2.5 at Mercedes-Benz Stadium against Georgia, which is just shocking to me. I wanted to get your take.
Well, I think it shouldn't be shocking because you have the running game. And again, I know Georgia stopped Texas, but Georgia all year you've been able to gash them. You have the running game and you have the defense, and I thought you got a really good injury report here, getting a couple of your studs back, including Cross up front. And look, I understand Gunnar Stockton pulled it off. They wouldn't let him throw a forward pass, Rob. So 2 weeks of practice, I don't think it's going to change it. I would not be mad at all about Notre Dame being favored by 2 against Georgia. I need to see if Gunnar Stockton can play football.
I wouldn't be surprised if he can. I know he was a big recruit, and it kind of reminds me of the whole back in it was either 19 or 20, I think, the Jalen Hurts when Saban pulled Hurts and put in Tua in the second half against Georgia in the national title game. It would not surprise me if Stockton was a stud. But the whole how college football is, Mike, 4 for Notre Dame, like Jadarian Price, the running back, who's he's elite. With today's environment, I don't see him. It's hard to get excited about the future because he's so young. It's hard to not say he's going to be in at Ole Miss next year or a USC or he's going to. I would think he's going to take a bag, and that's what stinks about college football right now is guys leaving for more money, and it's just a bummer.
There's just no regulation to it, and Rob, the attachment to the players, the attachment to the guys are our guys. Losing that, you lose what college football is. So
no doubt,
that's the
it's
problem.
Hard to buy in. Yeah, it is hard to buy in. Yeah,
it is. No, your game is the one I'm interested in this weekend. I mean, it's got personalities. Yeah, and I still believe your defensive front seven is going to be able to hold up and take away Indiana's running game, and you're going to make Curtis work one-dimensional. And I don't think that's a way to go win on the road. I just don't. So I think Notre Dame wins. I'm not telling you it'll be a blowout. And Signetti's a red ass. He's going to be hyper-aggressive. But that is the game I want to see. Of the 4, that's the only one. The problem? It's a Friday night. They can't even do that right. Let's go to Josh, 97.1. Josh, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Big fan of the show.
Josh.
Just want to talk on the Cossa situation a little bit.
Yes. Am I out of my mind?
No, you're not. You stole my point. I was going to say if your captain of your team is saying it, put a spark under the team's butt, get them going. Play the dude. You look at our schedule the next 4 or 5 games, and it's the Flyers twice, you got the Canadians twice, and you got the Leafs. So put him in there a couple of those games, 3 of those games. Get him some time, let him build some confidence, see if he's the real deal. And then we can start to talk about if Eiserman's on the hot seat or not, because I'm with you on the fact that I'm so tired of talking about this time thing. He's been here for 6 years, and we're still defending him. So that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah, and you know what? Look, Josh, it gives you some juice. It gives you something to watch. I don't think 4 or 5 games are going to destroy the kid if they don't go well. But what if they do?
Sure.
What if he does spark him?
if they do spark, I mean, I think you keep him up. Talbot gets healthy. I think you leave him up over Husso. But will they do that? I mean, Lalonde seems to be pretty stubborn with his coaching here and the goaltending starting role. So someone's got to step in at some point. If your own captain's saying he brought the spark last night, this is what we need. I mean, like you said, really looking at the season, not really going to be a playoff contender probably at this point. So, we'll see where it goes.
But see, Josh, on surface, I have a problem with that. It's year 6. I don't get to be a playoff team in year 6.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's ridiculous, and you'll still have people out here defending him there's no tomorrow. I'm not saying he needs to be fired yet, but I'm saying let the young guys play. Let's see if his draft picks. I mean, he traded up for Cossa, so it's like let's see if that play really made a big factor going forward, and let the young guys play. I mean, I'm so tired of giving these guys these big contracts, like you said, to Kopp, to Sherratt, to Petrie. Now, let these young guys play. Let's see if his moves were real, and then we can talk about hot seat.
I'm with you. I just want to start the parking meter. This whole endless loop thing, it's got to stop. Thanks, Josh. David, a couple of ticket texts here. What do you got?
I like the 12-team playoff, but I think something needs to be changed, and SC definitely should be in. Also, Tennessee and Ohio State that game should be in Tennessee. Someone else says on the Cossa stuff, they say it's his time in Traverse City. Why stop with the goalie? We have some veterans who need new homes. If this is what it takes for them to fill a spark, let's get a couple more young, enthusiastic skaters up here, waive or trade the dead weight.
The problem is they'll wait till the trade deadline. They're not going to do that now. Look, there's just no urgency, right? And it feels the same with the Tigers. Yesterday signing 37-year-old Alex Cobb. Reports you might be attached to Paul Goldschmidt, who's 37. I mean, I feel like I'm one step from doing who's your favorite aging has-been, 248. And it's like, Jesus. Kenny, honestly. So there's just no urgency with anything, with either property. I want urgency from the Wings. That doesn't mean desperation. It doesn't mean that you throw the baby out with the bathwater. But my goodness, you've got to show a little bit more spark here. And if Cossa can represent that now, and maybe Danielson could represent that in January, you got to try something. Because alone rolling out the same crew every night, that's not changing anything. But what do I know? 248-539-9797. We are going to get with the people next. 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Michigan kicker Dominic Zavada announced his return next season by posting, quote, "Let's go win a national championship," end quote, on social media. He set the Michigan record for most kicks over 50 yards in a season with 7, en route to earning Big Ten Kicker of the Year honors last week. Zavada accounted for 28% of Michigan's points this season. The basketball team is back on the floor at Madison Square Garden in the Jimmy V Classic. They'll face 7-2 Arkansas tonight. Hear the game on WWJ News Radio 950 at 9. For the third time since he's been with Michigan State football, Charles Brantley is entering the portal. He missed the final 3 games of the season with a leg injury. Despite that, he was still the team leader in interceptions with 3. Japanese baseball star Roki Sasaki's agent Joel Wolf was asked if a small market team could be a fit for his client. The MLB Draft Lottery is tonight as well. The Rockies have the highest odds at landing the number 1 selection. Cincinnati beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football last night. During the game, though, Joe Burrow's house was broken into. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
You know, quick note, it's fascinating. The Sasaki stuff, David. Like, I just once I would love to hear the Tigers be a part of that international show. You know what I mean? Like, Sasaki's 23.
Yeah.
He's allegedly incredible. No, it's all right. We've got Alex Cobb. We're good.
And when his agent is saying that a small market, which I get it, we're going to argue we're not.
You shut
I
your
get
dirty
it.
mouth.
But when he's saying a small or mid-market may be better for him, then pick the phone up and make the call.
Also, for my own edification, Brian Cashman got up from an interview on MLB Network mid-interview. Something's percolating. I'm just counting down until Max Fried is in pinstripes.
So it wasn't like Scott Harris having to comment on a tweet about Goldschmidt? Oh.
Well, I think Scott handled it the best he
could.
He
did. I'm not nothing wrong with what he did, but that's
like,
not what
this is why I said to you yesterday I wasn't upset about the Soto stuff, because it's not like the Yankees weren't going to spend. Now, when you save $50 million AAV over, a 15, 16-year span, yeah, like the Yankees will go out and they'll get Fried. They'll trade for Crochet. They'll bring in studs. Like, they're not going to take this lying down. Like, that's not how New York works. Like, you can't lose the back page. So Cohen, all right, King Cohen went out and got himself Soto. Good for him. Now the Yankees got to respond. But see, my problem is, and I know we're not talking about this right now, I feel like it's gotten so out of control in baseball that I wonder if it hurts people's ability in places like Detroit to care. I mean, think about it. You had this miraculous playoff run last year, and we're hearing that, like, we'll offer 1 year on a pitcher, Alex Cobb. Well, maybe they want to sign 37-year-old Paul Goldschmidt, who's gotten worse each of the last couple of years. Oh, but he was MVP 3 years ago. I don't care. Nolan Arenado, he was dreadful last year. Like, David, it's just like it's a lot like the Cossa thing is how I would land the plane. Like, the Cossa thing gives us excitement. It gives us a window into the future. And look, neither of these teams want to do anything remotely bold. I mean, I'm just convinced that, like, the offseason will be Cobb, Goldschmidt, and like a utility guy. And there I'll be watching Matt Vierling at third.
See, that's not acceptable coming off a playoff appearance.
Not to me, it's not.
We all knew how they got to the playoffs, and we knew, okay, they brought some young guys up, but now you have to get some guys to put in the actual lineup, and they could be a supplement. The young guys could be a supplement to that.
I'll read Scott Harris's comments later in the hour. I don't want to do it right now. I know we got to get to the people. We'll do that. We'll stay on task. But yeah, the comments. Hey man, he's got a job to do. He's going to do it his way. I don't have to like it. It's just it none of it makes me feel good about things at all. It feels like youth movement, more time. Golly gee, the prices are high. And what geriatric star can we bring in here? That's a bummer to me.
Well, just like a ticket text that came in, it says that now they are the Detroit AARP Tigers. First 100 people receive their own diapers.
If your offseason is bringing in a 37-year-old pitcher and a 37-year-old guy who's declining, who's going to play first base, I can't tell that ticket text that are wrong, right?
Not even, no, not right now.
Let's go to Nick, 97.1. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Mike. So I'm not going to talk about the Saturday night game. I mean, I went into that game at Penn State. I went in thinking, man, we're going to get our doors blown off in this game. I hated the fact that Ohio State blew that game against Michigan. Thanks a lot. But, actually, it wasn't actually that bad. And for a moment, just I had a glimmer of hope, like, oh, my God, the offense is actually playing well enough. We could actually win this game. Too bad our defense didn't show up. By the way, I'd like anyone who was interested in taking Abdul Carter in the first round to go back and watch that game tape. That guy was a zero. Although that might have actually just been a byproduct of Tom Allen's horrible defensive scheme. Like, he was wasting his talents, using him as a spy for Dylan Gabriel. But, I digress. Somehow we're the 6th seed and not the 7. Colorado, man, you just hate to see it. Like, I don't get it, but I don't care because
you got the easiest draw on the planet. Nick, here's the deal, and I don't know how your fan base is going to take it, brother. If James Franklin loses either of these first 2 games, I don't know how you allow him to be your head coach. You cannot lose to SMU.
My fan base acts, I often compare my own fan base to Michigan's fan base because they act like the entirety of college football is out to get them, even though the entire football landscape gives them things that they don't deserve. Oh, the refs are out to get us. Oh, we didn't pay the refs enough. Oh, it's like, man, stop. And every time that they lose a game, the Oregon game, perfect example. Every time we lose a big game, it's never the coach's fault. It's always, the PI at the end of the game after he threw that ball into double coverage. And, there was holding on every play. Like, stop. Ugh. Don't act like Michigan fans. It's sickening. So, how I think they're going to react if they lose? You really think how they're going to react? They're going to be like, well, it's not that bad, actually. SMU's a great football. Man, SMU couldn't even beat a washed-up Clemson team. Boise State, they don't even have a quarterback. Look at how their quarterback played against Oregon. 17 for 40, 140 yards. Their whole offense revolves around just give Genty the rock. So their whole game plan is to stop them.
No, but Nick, that's the point. That's the point I'm making is that these games are not – This is what people wanted.
You want to hear what I think about our chances of actually getting to the national title game is? The team I don't want to face Georgia because Kirby Smart is Satan. Not only him. Who's the coach of UConn basketball? What's his name?
Danny Hurley.
Danny Hurley. He's approaching like Danny Hurley land of I want to punch that guy in the face. Did you see the text of the SEC championship game where on one of the calls he was grabbing his neck hey ref, do you see me touching my neck? Do you see me touching my neck? I'm
I know.
You look ridiculous. But he won a game with his backup quarterback. Notre Dame, man, I'd kill to play Notre Dame. I don't want to play Georgia.
No, listen, Nick, bottom line, you've got the 2 easiest games you could ever have here. But Kirby just bothers me because I don't understand the haircut with the visor. That haircut is so egregious. And then the visor dents his skull. He takes the visor off and it's molded his hair. We got to talk to Kenny about it.
Do you remember the Dr. Pepper commercials with the vendor that had the visor on? That's exactly what he looks like.
He's morphing into Larry Culpepper.
Yes.
Yes. Listen, Kirby works the refs. I don't get mad at that. But, man, it's a little over the top. And I know what Nick's referring to. He was doing the hands to the face thing for 7 straight minutes. It's like, Kirby. They're conferencing about it. You're not enlightening them to anything. You're not helping. Just stand there with that Kirby, 1974 haircut.
That's just Kirby, though. He's animated. He gets after it a little bit.
I also don't like a grown man who goes by the name Kirby. It's a children's name. Can't take it, Kenny. You guys have championship DNA. coursing through your veins.
You know, everybody counted us out. Nobody believed in us.
Yeah. You damn well know that if Sark didn't coach like a bitch, Texas would have blown your doors off. But you know what? In a big spot, that's Sark. So you win. God.
When yours wasn't any better.
Quinn Ewers is. Well, that's part of Sark being scared.
Yeah,
he should have been putting Arch in the game, man.
Yeah.
Awful.
First time I was asking for a Manning. I really don't care about the Mannings, but I was asking for one there.
And it's not all the most popular guys, the backup quarterback. Quinn Ewers is immobile with that ankle. And I don't think his shoulder's been right since he got hurt last year. So what are we getting out of it? Are we scoring? No. Oh, but golly gee, he sure got a lot of yards. Are we scoring? No. And here's the other thing. I blame Sark for the way the defense approached things. Kwiatkowski, the DC, why are you playing off cover? This kid, they will not let him throw the football. Press everywhere, blitz, end. Nope. Going to coach scared. Good Lord. May or may not have had Texas -2.5. May or may not have had Texas -2.5.
Oh, I wouldn't even know it if I listened
David,
to you.
I'm sorry. And again, it wasn't about Kenny. And I'm not mad that Georgia won for him. I'm making a point. When Carson Beck, it was like Mortal Kombat. He got his arm ripped off and he got beaten with it at the half. You lost to a backup quarterback with that payroll. Jesus. I wish I had those problems. Oh, wait, Rutgers just scored again. Gula. Hey, Kenny, you know my problems? Try being a 16-point underdog to the Ravens Sunday.
Just run the touchdown play. That's all you have to do is run the touchdown play.
That's it. That's all. 248-539-9797. Being number one, not easy. Takes years of experience, dedication, determination. Number one mattress purchased by millions every year. It's Serta. They got the experience at 111 years making the world's most comfortable mattresses, and they are made right here in Michigan. Get a great night's rest on a great Serta mattress. Go to Serta.com and find a retailer near you. That's Serta.com. Oh, my. Okay. Let's go right to the people. We'll knock out the calls. We'll get back into the wings. Also, I want to give you some Scott Harris comments. Winter meetings are going on. We talked about Alex Cobb yesterday. I don't have to be happy with it. I'm not saying it's all they're doing this offseason. I mean, if it is, that's a disgrace. They'll do something, but the problem is the other things you're hearing about, it just doesn't feel like anything. Again, you can get excited at a name, but it's not Nolan Arenado from 3 years ago. It's a guy in his mid-30s. It's not Paul Goldschmidt from a few years ago. It's a guy age 37. Is that really what we want? I've got some Scott Harris comments, still pumping up torque. Not interested. There's more youth on the way, and then after them, there'll be more youth. Also, not interested. I don't know. It comes down to what you guys want. And I admit this. What's going on, and I can see it for what it is, okay? I can be selfish and say what I want my team to do. I can also say it damages the sport. The Juan Soto thing is bad for baseball. What the Dodgers are doing, it's bad for baseball. The Yankees, bad for baseball. It's bad because 8 out of 10 teams can't touch this stuff. They can't play that game. And forget about the Tigers. Even when Mike Illich was spending, you can't do it the way these teams are doing it now. Well, now you've got his son, who there's just no evidence is really into this. And you've hired a team president that fancies himself as a Billy Bean. We're moneyballing this puppy. We're smarter than everybody. Well, that's fine. Here's the data. 29 of the last 30 years, you need a top half payroll to win the World Series. Those are facts. Because here's what's going to happen. You guys could be pesky again next year. You face the Yankees or you face the Dodgers, whatever, you die. Okay? You have no chance of beating those teams. None. And I just don't think it should be that way in a place like Detroit. We don't need to spend the way they do in order to be a real threat to them. Because as much as I don't like the way this plan is set out, I don't deny Scott Harris's talent evaluation. I don't deny Scott Harris's intelligence. I think Scott Harris is a very smart baseball man. But that doesn't mean I have to like the application of it. This is Detroit, not Cincinnati. It's not Pittsburgh. Now, if Scott Harris were running the Pirates, we wouldn't get a choice. This is not a small market. And I'm not going to allow us to be categorized that way. So why would I want my baseball team run that way? So I'm really hoping, I can't say praying because that's more David's bit. I'm hoping they break character. I'm hoping they make a trade. I'm hoping they do something for someone who doesn't get an afternoon discount on movies. Let's go to the phones, though. We'll get the Scott Harris stuff later. Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, Mike? How are you?
I'm good, John. What's on your mind?
You know, I don't know if it's been watching Michigan's offense for 12 games. I don't know if it was the election, but I feel like I'm living in a Looney Tune with all this Illich stuff. What he's done to the Tigers and Red Wings is unbelievable. I mean, you got $1 billion pizza company. You couldn't run a Little Caesars. You're paying Javier Baez however much money we're paying him. You know, I got buddies trying to tell me, oh, you know, it's not Javi's fault. He's still the same guy he was in 2016. That might be the most ridiculous thing. Mike, I literally tell them, you know, you should call into Valenti and tell him that, see what he has to say.
Well, then they probably call me a bleep hole and go, F that guy. But that's okay. But John, truthfully, there's no data that supports that opinion. Are these guys like gummied out of their mind when they're saying this? Well, like AJ Hinch had a comment today. It was hold on here. I've got this in my notes. AJ Hinch talked about Javi Baez. Here's what he had to say. I want your take on it, John. You ready?
Yeah.
Quote, he's in between Puerto Rico and Tampa with his rehab. Our people have been down to Puerto Rico to see him. He's going step by step. It's a long rehab, and it's why we're all anxious to see how it comes out. The idea that there's even a 1% shot he's on this team next year, I think that proves your point. That's insane.
Yeah, I think we need to send him to a rehab facility and lock the doors and keep him there until his contract
lock him in a
runs out.
janitorial closet. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, come on. I mean, I know it might be ironic, but the second he stopped playing, we won 30 of 40 games, whatever it was. It's just, I can't watch
it makes
that guy
me
for
wonder,
the
is there hope for this Cossa thing, right? Like the minute we stop rolling out random goalies and we play our prized possession, what if he has that impact?
Yeah. I mean, he could. You never know. It's so frustrating because I already know we finally, waited 10 years to see playoffs in Detroit. It was awesome. And I just can already see how this Tiger season's going down. And the Red Wings, I mean, they were good. Yeah, not good, but I had hope going into this season, and they're a train wreck for now. I mean, hopefully they turn it around.
The Tiger thing, I mean, the cynic in me would say I could totally see them missing the playoffs this year and taking a step back.
Oh, me too.
I don't want to say that because, John, if you approach this offseason the right way, I could easily say you're going to win this division. And it's so frustrating because at no level do they show the urgency. I mean, think about it. Like David, is it a part of the CBA you can only sign a pitcher to a 1-year deal? No, they self-impose that. They self-impose that. And that's how you end up with Alex Cobb. And then it's like, well, do I have to sign 37-year-old bats? No. But that's what it sounds like they might do. I don't know. And I have no problem if people say, listen, let's judge them at the end of this. But I live in the real world. We got to talk about it in real time. And the winter meetings are going on right now. Here's what I'll tell you. The thing that scares me the most in all of this is that Scott Boras is at the table dealing. Many, many of his clients are signing. He knows he overplayed his hand last year. Why are we not hearing more about Tarek Skubal? The only thing we've heard is non-competitive offer. And if the AL Cy Young is truly in contract negotiations with his team, that bobblehead Passan would report it. No? I want so desperately to read an Evan Petzold report that the Tigers have countered, that the Tigers have upped their Skubal offer. Hell, let's spin the wheel and vilify Boras. But none of this feels urgent. That's what bothers me most. Let's go over to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good, Mike. Thanks for the opportunity here. First of all, a longtime Braves fan. I appreciate your disdain for Kirby's. I have no fandom for that name either. The best league around is the NFL, and they added this wild card weekend and more teams, and they've got the best parity, and we hold them up as like the best organization in sports. And then we're not willing to go through a transition period with the playoff where we might have some lopsided games, and we've distributed the talent around college football to a bunch of different teams. I mean, what was the biggest complaint a few years ago was that every game was Alabama or Georgia or LSU, and now we have 2 SEC teams in the playoff and a bevy of other teams that we're going to get to see. And so while I do appreciate the name brands of the past, that also goes with bags of cash, with, kickbacks to bowl committees and all of the other things that we glorify now as the past that were dirty. And so we have a more level playing field, and we might have to transition through some tough times and get a handle on this NIL. But the opportunity to disperse talent throughout the league is going to create a better environment for college football that we appreciate in a sport like the NFL that you don't get, and you've been criticizing with baseball and the gravity of like the weightedness of the salaries that some organizations can support and the difference in small and big markets. So I'm on completely the other end. I love the expansion. I think it's going to create more opportunities. It's going to create more talent around and spread it. And, you're not going to see video game-like scores with Georgia and Alabama anymore. You're going to have talent everywhere. I think it's a good thing.
And Kev, I'll meet you in the middle on this. What I need is, if we're going to go this direction, there's got to be guardrails. I can't exist with this because when you bring up the NFL, remember, they have a collectively bargained agreement that demands parity. Now, if you can design college football the same way, you'll have my attention. Now, I'm not telling you I want that, but I would take that before I accept the current chaos we live in.
No, and I understand that, but I'm more about the name on the uniform on the front, not the back. I go back to my Michigan State fandom when I was younger. I couldn't name 5 guys that are on those teams. I just know that I really enjoyed the football and the experience and everything else. So for me,
sure.
These guys come and go, and I don't really give a rip about their names. It's about, watching, a good football matchup, and I think we're going to get that. And hopefully, we'll get some parity this weekend. Maybe we'll get some blowouts, but I think in the long run, it's going to play really well.
Yeah, Cal, I want you to be right. I don't want bad games this weekend because Lord knows I got to watch them regardless. I'd prefer competitive ones. Unless I bet Texas laying 11.5. Then I hope they win by 50. 248-539-9797. We will get more of the people in the mix. I got the Scott Harris quotes for you later. The Cossa era began. Should it continue? It's been a hot topic all day. You're welcome. If you are the hockey elite, you are exiting your elite job, you would like to offer an elite opinion, I'm here for it. Is it totally crazy, partially crazy, or not crazy at all? Cossa should be the goalie the next few games. Give him a rip. Let's have a little fun with it. Let's see what this kid's got to offer. When Dylan Larkin says he sparked the team, you know what? F it. Can't keep rolling the same stuff out expecting a different result. Am I crazy for suggesting it? It's all there for you. If you're a business owner who needs health insurance or you purchase your own, it is time to shop for 25. Call Mike Papura, National Benefit Plans. Mike shops every health insurance plan available. He makes sure you and your employees get the best bang for your buck. And we know it because Mike's got a 30-year track record of excellence. Best in the game. He'll shop on and off the marketplace. We'll show you a variety of options, including the least expensive one guaranteed. And he will put together a corporate-style health insurance plan for you and your business. He is a free consultant for you. So a phone call to Mike Papura will save you time and hopefully headaches. Call him today, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Dan Campbell was on the morning show today and was asked who the most impressive fill-in has been. Pat O'Connor, an EMU grad, is in the middle of his first year with the Lions on the defensive line. He spent 6 in the NFL. Michigan D-tackle Mason Graham declared for the league today. Kicker Dominic Zavada is returning, though. BYU has landed the number 1 basketball recruit in the 2025 class. The 6'9" forward A.J. DeBonsa will play for former NBA assistant Kevin Young. DeBonsa says that factored into his decision, noting he was looking for the program that would best develop him for the pros. Max Fried is one of the biggest arms still available on the MLB on the MLB free agent market. Ken Rosenthal says he expects the lefty to make his decision by Thursday. The Yankees, Red Sox, and Blue Jays are reportedly on his short list. Those 3 teams also calling on Corbin Burns. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
See, this is Christmas music, David. This is Kenny in a smoking jacket. There it is.
He doesn't know what a smoking jacket is.
Have him Google it. By the way, you can tell Jeremy Otto he can stop with his update. Max Fried's a Yankee. That's the only world I'm living in. Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay.
I just want Jeremy Otto to report it until it's true. We're going to try something new here at 97.1. Just report the things I want.
You wanted to manifest it in an update? That's what the plan is now?
Yes, Kenny. I want Max Fried, and I want to hear the Yankees have traded for Kyle Tucker. You do that, it's going to be a Merry Christmas. Oh, by the way, the Tigers have signed Pee Wee Reese, who's dead. So it fits the age group they're shopping in. Kenny, let me ask you a question. If the offseason is Alex Cobb and Paul Goldschmidt, both 37 years old, both on a 1-year deal, what's your reaction?
Oh, I mean, it's disgust. But at the same time, I believe it was me, and I know he's not here, but Rico and I feel like had this conversation with you during the good vibes of the playoffs, and nobody wanted to listen to us.
Ebony and Ivory. Yeah, that's right. You guys were serving up that poo-poo platter. That's about NC State's helmets. Damn it. The pod has to be a safe space. We need a ruling for two. Once again, it was a Penn State sound effect. I quit. David, I'm going to the phones. You're not a nice person. Let's go to Randy, 97.1. Randy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, Mike?
Good, Randy. What's up?
Well, I wanted to touch on something that I heard, but I haven't heard confirmed, that Joel Quenneville possibly would want to come back and coach. And if so, do you think he would be a good fit with the Red Wings?
Well, okay. I'm going to have Kenny handle the X's and O's. Here's all I will tell you. I wouldn't personally have gone anywhere near Stan Bowman or Quenneville. However, Stan Bowman now has a job again in the league, so I'm just expecting Quenneville to as well. Look, what happened in Chicago was disgusting. The rumor has been there for a while. Kenny, feel free to step in.
Yeah.
If we set aside the disgusting situation that both Bowman and Quenneville came from, X's and O's fit right guy, right spot to take over for Lalone in your mind.
Right guy. As far as X's and O's, yes, I don't want anything to do with him. I'm with you on that. But somebody will hire him. He will be a desired coach once the next domino falls in terms of who's going to fire their next head coach. He will be a very hot commodity. He will get a job.
Okay, so my rumor is confirmed. And so obviously you got a 3-time Stanley Cup winning coach, maybe somebody that can come in and get these guys to play less than 3/4 of a hockey game in the opponent's, in our own end.
But the problem is, and I'm being sincere, I'm not being a smartass with you here.
Right.
How attractive is this job? I mean, for all of the luster of Steve Eiserman, when we look at what you get to coach, it's a bad team. They're not athletic. They've got no defensive core. All you have is the promise of a brighter tomorrow because of youth, which at best are lottery tickets. Hey, man, I start to wonder how attractive is this gig, because Eiserman has been very rigid. He's been very attentional. They don't want to sign free agents to any amount of term. That hurts your ability to get someone great, no?
Yeah, I would imagine it would, yeah. I just wanted to find out if that was even a plausible type
Yeah, it's
thing,
plausible. No, it's plausible. I would just encourage you to go, do some of the reading, refresh the materials of why Joel Quenneville has been out of the game.
I do have an answer to your question, by the way, of is this an attractive job?
Yes.
And the only reason the answer is yes for a lot of people, the NHL is filled with a lot of older gentlemen. And
Original Six.
It's exactly where I'm going with it, is all the rafters, Original Six. To some people, that has a lot of appeal. And I know to you that doesn't matter. That's all just for show. But to a lot of the old boys club that the NHL ownership
Kenny, I
groups
respect
are.
it. I mean, I'm a Celtics fan. I'm a Yankee fan. I mean, I respect tradition, and the Wings are a part of that. It's just when I separate that out, is Illich impressive as an owner? Has Eiserman been impressive as a team president, GM? And has this roster, does this roster have the juice where you'd go, am I jumping at this?
I just think any coach that's looking for a job would go, man, Original Six, that's pretty cool. That's the old boys club mentality that the NHL has.
Oh, Kenny's going to start wearing a poppy on his T-shirt. 248-539-9797. I'm sorry, that was a cheap shot. Let's go to Christian, 97.1. Christian, how you doing, buddy?
Good, Mike. How you doing, man?
Good, pal. What's on your mind?
So you've been floating around for really the past year about how, the potential moves the Tigers making shows that they're not a serious team. They're not serious about winning. I think the more scary version of that is the idea that they are serious, and this is their version of what building a winning team looks like, which to me is infinitely more scarier than the patient perspective. You know what I'm saying? I'm reading reports right now online about how I guess the Tigers are now linked. I'm sorry if you guys touched on this earlier in the show, but I'm seeing all sorts of articles. Tigers projected to sign Max Scherzer.
Oh dear God!
I know, just old and I don't know. My biggest fear is that, yeah, exactly, old and cheap, and he's, I guess, willing to sign a 1-year deal, whatever. But yeah, it's just, to me, it's infinitely scarier to think that these guys are, doing what seems like the classic Detroit sports MO and trying to be the smartest guys in the room. And yeah, to me, that's just
Christian,
so much more
let me ask you this. And I made the point yesterday. I said, look, if you went in there to interview with Chris Illich and you said, Chris, Bubby, baby, I'm going to need about a $20 million payroll. I got great relationships with agents. We're going to sign some stars. We're going to get this rolling. I don't think you were getting the job. So you, at a certain point, Scott Harris rolls in and goes, listen, I can do this 10 cents on the dollar. I love the film Moneyball.
Yeah, because that's definitely more his MO going back to the Giants days, rather than, attempting to be bold at least. So
look, I want to be surprised. I'm leaving the door open for love, Christian, but as we sit here now and you hear about the Goldschmidts and the Scherzers, and they've signed Alex Cobb, those are small market moves. I'm just waiting for them to sign Carlos Santana so I can just complete the triple play of old people.
I was going to mention him earlier, just for you.
Are there any 40-year-olds available in the sport?
Barry Bonds wants to return.
Right, exactly. Don Mattingly has been signed by the Tigers. I mean, that's just kind of like, oh, man. And I understand a level of it if you did one of these moves, because you do have young players on the horizon and you don't want to be locked in. But the way I look at things is it's just a bit different for me. You don't have anyone young that I care about at first, third, or short. You just don't. And then you could argue Colt Keith is not a second baseman long term. He'll be a high fielding percentage player, but he doesn't have great range. So look, that report that came out, we're going to get to it in the 5 o'clock. But when they're talking about Justin Henry Malloy and Colt Keith taking reps at first base, you're just robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I understand they love roster flexibility. I don't hate roster flexibility. I'm saying there needs to be more roster stability of knowing every day I go to work, 6 of the 9 spots, these are my dogs, and the other 3 will mix and match. It's just frustrating because on the other side of it, yes, there are teams like mine. The Yankees are going to go out and they're going to get Max Fried. They're going to trade for Kyle Tucker. They're going to go get Garrett Crochet, and you're going to look around and go, I got Alex Cobb? We made the playoffs last year. We'll see. We have time, and we will judge them on what they do. But I'm not feeling warm and fuzzy so far. Next time you're outside, take a moment to look at the roof. Is it ready to handle another Detroit winter? Well, you want that answer, you hire an expert. And you get that inspection, and you get it done by Victor's Home Solutions. They offer a free 21-point roof inspection. They'll check everything from the top of the roof to the attic. Then they'll show you their complete plan on how they're going to fix things with a perfect installation and back it with a 50-year leak-free guarantee. You're covered. No more wondering what's going on. Victor's, they take care of it all. Get your free 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or you can visit them online anytime at victors.com. David, can I ask you a question as Nat King Cole croons in the background?
Sure.
I mean, more or less, Nat King Cole, more or less than you throw it in the system. 248. Smooth operator. Come on.
Oh, Christmas time is a wonderful time.
Now, Nat King Cole, that's one of the, would you agree if there are 5 Christmas albums, Nat King Cole has to be one of them, right?
I think it's number one, but we don't have to argue that, but yes.
Fabulous. Unlike that Christmas booty music that Rico listens to. Ridiculous.
That Boyz II Men is really hot. I love it.
Yeah, if you're trying to have another kid.
That Temptations, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, please. Ticket text, and we'll get to the callers, and then I want to give you the Scott Harris stuff, and we got to talk about the Cossa era.
MLB, as far as I'm concerned, is dead until the league decides to implement a hard salary cap. You have 3 to 4 teams spending upwards of $2 billion per season. It's broken. That is from Steve.
Well, it's also having people like Chris Illich and Nutter Butter in Pittsburgh, whatever that guy's name is, Nutton or whatever his name is. It's about a salary floor, too. There should not be a team in Major League Baseball allowed to carry a payroll under $100 million. That's outrageous. And I agree with the ticket texter. No one should be allowed to violate, in good faith, the CBA with deferred money and nonsense. But this is why baseball doesn't get it. This is why it doesn't appeal. 2/3 of the sport start the season knowing they have no chance to win a World Series. None.
See, the players have to be willing to give up a season to fight for it. It helps them put money in their pocket. We go again with the money in your pocket.
No. David, it's called having one of the worst union reps in history. I mean, Tony Clark, are you serious?
Well, he didn't help me when he was a Tiger, and he ain't helping me now.
He ain't helping the players either.
What a joke, man. Someone says, fire Lalone. It's been 20 games. Enough is enough. That is from Charlie.
Well, Charlie, it's 28 games to be accurate. They're not doing it. They haven't fired a coach in season since the early 80s. They were giving away cars at the Olympia, from what I'm told.
Yeah, they're not going to make precedent now. They're not doing that.
Because what do we have to go on that says there's any urgency with either franchise?
Someone's texting in saying Bobby Bonilla signs a contract extension with the Detroit Tigers.
Honestly, it's in their age grouping. Abe Bagoda is going to be playing third. Peter Falk at second.
Bartolo Colon has also signed.
Yeah, exactly. Honestly, if Bartolo would have answered the call yesterday, I'm sure Scott would have brought him in.
It's just a 1-year deal, Mike. That's all. Just 1-year deal.
Yeah.
Old pitchers, 1-year deal.
1-year deals.
Oh, my Lord. Oh, man. I am 100% positive that Lalone would have been fired last night if they lost. So I'm kind of up in the air about the Cossa making an impact because it caused the coach to keep his job. That is Chad in Midland.
Yeah, Chad. I mean, Kenny, what would that have been? The 5th, 6th loss in a row?
Yeah, would have.
Yeah, he may be right. Did Sebastian Cossa hurt us?
No. Sebastian Cossa long term is better for us than Derek Lalone is bad for us.
I know that. I was just busting balls. All right, let's go to the people. We'll go to Rodney, 97.1. Rodney, how you doing, buddy?
Okay, not bad. I'm calling about this sad affair of the Wings.
Sure.
I've been a Wings fan since Olympia days, so I have a picture of me, Mickey Redmond, on the last day at Joe Louis Arena. And I watched Marcel and Mickey when they were at their prime. But anyways, I'm going.
You're a lifer, Rodney. You're a lifer. We should put your jersey in the rafters.
Well, I even skated with the Junior Red Wings during practice. So, to let you know something else.
Look at this guy. Hockey elite.
Yep, that's what it's called. But anyways, if I was watching Sports Pine Audition last night, I can't think of her last name, Helen Summers. She wrote a book called The Franchise.
Okay.
And I agreed with her when Eiserman made these moves. The season before it started, he got rid of Wallman. He let Grassmanspear go, and he traded Hornick the season before that. Most of our points, over half our points, came from the defensemen. And he got rid of Wallman for all little or nothing. And they were just talking about, she was talking about, and David Perron was a character guy. He did score about 19, 20 goals. We lost a lot of our offense, and Eiserman, the roster we have now is not as good as last year. No. And as far as Chris Ellis go for the Tigers and the Red Wings, I don't think we're ever going to have a championship as long as he's the owner. And I don't see how the Wings are going to make the playoffs, because what moves can he make now? And he's relying on these.
Well, hold on. Now, Rodney, what I'll tell you is, and this would fly in the face of how he operates, and it would fly in the face of the plan they've had. You begin to weaponize your young players. They become trade chips to bring in an impactful frontline presence or shore up that defense. Look, I'm not telling you that's what they should do. I'm just saying I hate when we say, oh, well, they can't do anything. That's just not accurate. They choose to.
I'm not saying can't, but I look at, how if a fish looks like a fish, it's a fish. And what I'm saying about Chris Illich, he's showing you what he is. He's not going to spend a lot of money in either franchise.
It doesn't seem like it. And again, the report that came out, and I appreciate it, the report that came out yesterday from Ken Rosenthal, and it was paywalled, so I can't go line for line with it, but paraphrasing, Tigers are gun shy. They don't want to make another Baez mistake. I mean, are you kidding me? That's going to just shake you to your core? We're never going to sign another big free agent? I hope the report's wrong. The problem is the other reports that came out yesterday said they're only offering 1 year of term. Cutscene. Alex Cobb, 1 year. And you're getting reports they're only signing, 1 year type guys. I mean, Arenado a few years ago, stud muffin, but you wouldn't have gotten him. There's a reason he's available. Paul Goldschmidt, he's 37. He's multiple years removed from his last good year. I hope they're wrong. But I'll give you the Scott Harris comments. We'll do the Cossa thing as well, because Kenny and I are, we're leading the train. We think Cossa should get a few starts here. Why? Because why the hell not? How about that? As we approach hour number 4. So we'll get into it. I'll give you the Scott Harris stuff. David, also, anything on Bill Bellichik? Has he come to an agreement with North Carolina?
Nothing yet. No agreement yet.
I just wanted to make sure. Also, Jeremy Otto's going to tell you Max Fried is a Yankee. Why? Because I said so. Can you have Jeremy report the Yankees have traded for Kyle Tucker? Can you do that for me?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay. I want to manifest it. I need some vibes. All right. We'll give you the Scott Harris stuff and the Cossa conversation next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. Michigan basketball is a 9 p.m. tip at Madison Square Garden tonight in the Jimmy V Classic against Arkansas. The Wolverines are favored by 3.5. Calipari's non-conference schedule does not impress Ken Pom as they have it ranked 168th in the country. On top of that, the Razorbacks have lost both of their toughest challenges to this point, to Baylor by 5 and Illinois by 13. Catch tip-off at 9 over on WWJ, News Radio 950. A.J. Hinch spoke with the media at winter meetings today. He was asked about the latest on Javier Baez. Free Press beat writer Evan Petzold says that Schoolboy Reese Olson and Alex Cobb are locks for the starting rotation, with Jackson Jobe likely to be in that mix as well. He predicts that Brant Herter would be the fifth guy right now. Today is the Lions' day off. The Wings and Pistons don't play again until Thursday either. Bill Bellichik is considering an offer to be the next head coach of North Carolina football, per The Athletic. No contract is imminent, and both sides are still not in agreement on key terms. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 97.1. Quick reset on the Cossa stuff, and then I want to give you the Scott Harris quotes. The winter meetings are going on. The Cossa thing is simple. I think he should get a few more starts here. Why? Because I got no other outs. I just don't. You can't keep doing the same thing and expect different results. And you put him into a 3-2 game last night. It wasn't 5-0. It wasn't a pressure-free environment. Dylan Larkin, your captain, said it provided a spark. And look, man, at a certain point, you got to rip the Band-Aid off. I'm not saying you start this kid as your lead dog 30 of the next 38 games. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying over the next 5 games, why not give him a shot here? Maybe he can inject some life into this team. And maybe you find the answer. And maybe we'll finally start to get real progress with the Eiserman plan. So we've asked the question, is that a totally insane opinion? Partially insane, or not insane at all? So while the Hockey Elite call at 248-539-9797, let me give you some of the Scott Harris comments. Winter meetings are going on. Tigers signed 37-year-old Alex Cobb yesterday. You're being attached to some older players, presumably one-year deals. But Scott Harris on the market. One observation is that free agent prices continue to rise at a pretty staggering rate, I would say. It's not a criticism of the players. They definitely deserve it, Harris said. But I think what we've seen in the early going is the market is off to a really fast pace, both in terms of size of the deals that are coming through and how quickly they're coming through. We're always engaged with every agent. We're engaged with all the teams on different trades, and when we find something we actually like, we'll jump on it, close quote. Now, the smartass in me wants to just respond with, what, you don't like your Cy Young Award winner? Because I'd have that done. But who the hell am I? But guys, am I wrong in saying that when I read that, the translation is, we're just not spending money? We're not going to give out term. We're not going to spend that kind of money. And, quote, when we find something we actually like, we'll jump on it. Well, actually like isn't about liking the players. Like, example. So yesterday there was a report, and mind you, they could still sign this guy. But the report was the number one pitching target for the Tigers was Walker Buehler. But they're not going to get him because he's going to require a multi-year deal, and we ended up with Cobb, right? Now, they could still do it, but they didn't do it. When we find something we actually like, we'll jump on it. Well, that's a player you like, you don't want to spend it. Okay, go with the Alex Bregman thing. Played for Hinch, World Series champion, clubhouse leader, rock of a third baseman. You don't like him? No, everything we keep reading is, well, Bregman's people want near $200 million, so the Tigers aren't going to prioritize him. That's not about liking something. That's about not wanting to spend to get what you like. That doesn't give me warm and fuzzies. But if you think I'm mistranslating or misrepresenting that, feel free to call. Here's another quote. We just haven't lined up with trades or free agents as frequently early. But I will say we always seduce ourselves into thinking the winter meetings are the finish line of the offseason. In most offseasons, it's not the halfway point. We have a long way to go. We're hopeful we're going to get something done pretty soon here, but it's been a pretty crazy market. Okay, I don't have any big issues with that. I just do think the market this year, part of being a team president of baseball ops, you got to read the market. The market is moving. This is not like last year. And I don't think you're going to be signing players in spring training, not ones of relevance. Now, here's the comment I really am interested in. It was a very young team, very athletic team. It was built to exploit matchups, and it performed pretty well, he said. Well, for 45 days it did. I think we're in the top half of most overall offensive measures. Top 10 in a lot of them. Yeah, not so much. There's still some areas where we need to get better. The first thing we have to do, all of our young players have to take a step forward, no matter where they are in their development arc. There was a youth movement that swept through Detroit last year. That youth movement is not over. There are more players coming, and then there's more players that are going to get to the big leagues this year for the first time, and another wave behind them. I feel good about the overall base of young talent we have at every level of the organization right now. Uh-oh. Is it really? Is that just the plan? And again, it doesn't make it wrong. But it's also, if you demand people like me like that, it's like demanding somebody like, the whole menu of a Chinese restaurant. No, I don't have to like everything. That's asinine. Look, I just, every part of this speaks to small market. And I can't get there. I can't. This isn't a small market. I think this is a wonderful sports town. It's one of the 5 best sports towns in America. This is a big market. Now, it's not the biggest. This isn't New York. It's not Boston. It's not L.A., but it's big. You know what else you're not? Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Tampa, Oakland. You're not any of those. And when you listen to this, guys, I want to know what you take out of these comments. Because it feels like we're just going to build through the minors. We're going to take our time. We'll sign these one-year deals. Move those players on. It's going to be good, I promise. And it's like, you made the playoffs last year. You had the most magical 45-day run in history. It doesn't feel like it moved them to do anything. Now, we could get a breaking news in 10 minutes, and maybe they do something huge. But understand, I don't expect it. I'm hoping. All I have is hope. But I want to know your reaction to those comments. Because it none of it screams urgent. None of it screams major market. None of it screams aggressive. 248-539-9797. So, the Cossa thing, is it totally crazy, partially crazy, or not at all? And this Scott Harris comments from the winter meetings, what do you take out of it? You know, today's news, you've been attached to maybe Paul Goldschmidt, 37-year-old Paul Goldschmidt. Pulled his numbers for you, too, just if you care. Because data doesn't lie. Now, his age 34 season, MVP. And then he went downhill in a big way at age 35, and then went down in a big way again at age 36. So what the hell am I expecting out of age 37? That's the problem. And no one sat here demanding they go out and make some stupid signing. Oh, go sign Soto. But why is it we can't sign a big-time third baseman? You know, why? Why is it that we settled for Alex Cobb? Like, what is that? Because you're already starting to see it, too, at least my read on the situation, David. I don't think Job's going to start the year in the majors.
I don't think so either.
So, you know, again, Job would be on an innings cap next year anyways. You know you got Skubal. You got Olsen, right? Well, you're telling me you wouldn't want a better option than Alex Cobb here to make this rotation arguably the best in the AL? That's what I don't understand in this. So I don't know. If people don't care, I'm not mad at you either, because baseball doesn't do anything to make you care. You know, the Mets and the Dodgers, the Yankees, they're all out there spending billions. You know, the Blue Jays spend a ton of money too now. I know nobody ever talks about them because they're north of the border, but they're spenders as well. They're in on Max Fried. They're in on Corbin Burns. I think it just gets to a point you want your team to do something to show you they're going for it. And none of these moves are suggestive of that. So we sit and wait and hope to be wrong. 248-539-9797. David, go ahead, buddy.
What I was going to say is the one that disturbed me the most was the young talent comment. That quote about the young talent just made me feel that they just want to move with the young talent and nothing else, because they're talking about all of it is very young, very athletic team. It was built to exploit the matchups, all of this stuff, and how the youth movement swept through Detroit, and that's great. But then it says that youth movement is not over.
Yeah, the problem I
that
have
concerns
with that
me.
The problem I have with that comment is for about 75% of the season, they were a 90-loss team.
Right.
Then they turned it on into the greatest. They had a Disney movie the last 45 games. Come on, man. To act like, that wasn't planned. A.J. Hinch himself said it's not sustainable. I mean, I think they've got the pieces here that if you added a couple of nice pieces, they could be very dangerous.
It could be.
And they choose not to. That's what I struggle with.
That's what it is. And then that comment, along with what he said on MLB Network when he says, for Joe, that we need to get the right proper ramp to get him to the lineup for next season. Well, that does scream to me, well, he's not going to start it. So then if he's not going to start the year with the
service
team,
time manipulation.
then give me someone now that can start and give me something so we can win the division.
People, I'd love to know what you take out of it. And if you don't take anything, that's okay too. And the Cossa thing is available to you. I'm not being hot take radio idiot. I'm asking, is it totally insane to say, hey, let's give this kid 4 or 5 starts here in the next 2 weeks? Let's take a peek. Team got energized when he played last night, came back and stole a game that they really needed against Buffalo. So that's what's available to you. Away we go. If your furnace isn't running right in the cold, you need reliable service. You need Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They've got you covered 24/7. Locally owned for over 40 years. They back their work with a 5-year warranty. Mastercraft, your one-stop shop for heating, AC, plumbing, and electrical. Generators, too. And if Mastercraft can't help you, can't get to you same day, they'll knock $50 off that next day service call. Ask about their winter bundle-up discount. Go to mastercraftheating.com. All right, let's get to the people. Couple of different topics in the mix. Sebastian will lead it off in the 5 o'clock. Sebastian, what's going on?
Mike, how we doing?
Good, brother. What's up?
Good. You bring up a really good point, and it's my name. Sebastian Cossa. Do we put him in that? Dylan Larkin makes a point. It gives us some spark. That's our captain. That's our future. Him, Raymond, Sider. You got to give him a chance. When Larkin says something like that, you give the guy a chance. And let me get on to my next point. You got to take Petrie out of the defense. What is he doing? I understand he's a Michigan guy, Michigan high school, MSU, whatever. But he is doing absolutely nothing. I've been to multiple games this year. I've watched every game. He's just holding them back. He's in the way of the goalie. He's never passing the puck well. And I think he's slowing the team down. I think there's other defensemen that need to get out of there as well. But guys like Sider are not looking as good as they should because they don't have as much help. So
no, and I mean, Sebastian, I
agree. I think you do give him a chance.
I'd rather dip into the minors and have a kid come up. If this is going to be a bad year, if they're just not going to make it, go. I mean, Kenny's a big Soderblom guy. I don't care. It does really call into question why Pelika wasn't brought over this offseason, why he's still in Sweden. Sebastian, everything here goes at a glacial pace, and that's what I can't stand.
It's just not well. We look like a team of children playing 16U hockey, and I know I'm stretching that. I really am. But you want to give these guys a chance? In my opinion, I'm looking at Sider, I'm looking at Raymond, I'm looking at Larkin, and I'm thinking, okay, that's the Yeiser plan. So let's build around these guys. I got no problem with goalies right now. I truly, honestly don't. But if we're going to pick one, let's stick to one, okay? And let's give these guys a chance here because our defense is just god-awful at this point. When you're getting in front of your goalie and messing him up and ruining his vision, it just sickens me inside. Like, it is so hard to watch our defense play. And shout out to Sider. Great guy, great player. I honestly think he's got a good future with us. But bring up some young guys and throw in Sebastian Cossa and net over there. If Larkin's saying it gave us a spark, you run with what your captain said. That's
short
your captain,
leash.
And you go with it.
Yeah, short leash,
4 or
couple
5
of games.
Like you said.
Yep, just something to try to see if that can be something you can pivot your season off of. And if it doesn't work, how is it any different than what hasn't worked for 28 games? I don't think it's insane, and I don't think you're going to ruin a kid in 4 or 5 starts. I just don't. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm good. How you been?
Good. What's on your mind?
Well, I want to talk baseball for a second. I'm conflicted, okay? I mean, I maybe okay, I was around before free agency came around, okay? So Kurt Flood is great, and he's also a curse, okay? I don't know, reference is lost on many. I'm sure it's not lost on you. But here we are. Juan Soto gets signed for $714 million over 15 years. Can I fix baseball for you?
Sure.
I have an idea. Okay, if you're a 3-hitter with an expectation of 40 home runs and such over a period, and injury notwithstanding, I get it, that's not fair. Okay, a pay slot. A pay slot for a 40 home run guy. I know it'll never happen.
Look, you want to do that with rookies, that's one thing. Salary slotting, that's real. You can't do that in a free market. No, what you need is a cap and a floor. None of these guys should be allowed to own baseball teams and have payrolls south of $100 million. None of them.
I agree 100%. It's these guys that are taking the TV deal money. The Royals, look, they won a World Series once. They won a lottery. We won the lottery last year. And look, this guy's going to try and, look, we made the playoffs. He's going to try and do it to us for the next 5 years because we made the playoffs by a lottery last year. And he's going to spend nothing. I tell you what, if you get me Jack Flaherty back, get me a bat that can hit me 35 home runs, fine. Like he's going to hang his hat on the Javi Baez burned us. You know,
but Kevin, understand this, and I appreciate the call, Kev, but like you want Jack Flaherty back, that's a 4 or 5 year deal. I have no evidence to suggest they're going to go 4 or 5 years on anyone. So you'll accept Alex Cobb. That's what you're going to be given. I love Walker Buehler. I'd be pumped up if they signed him. I'd defend it. It's risk-reward. The reward is he could pitch at a Cy Young caliber level. The risk, guy off 2 arm surgeries who's been hurt. And, he's entering his 30s. But Walker Buehler is going to get a multi-year deal. So you'll accept Alex Cobb. Look, that's just where it is. And I struggle with it. And I mean, even signing their own players. I am dying for a Scooble update that the Tigers have upped their offer to X. I'm not comfortable where we're sitting here, and it's like, well, they made one non-competitive offer, and you get nothing since. If you are not serious about signing Tarek Skubal, we're going to have to do some really uncomfortable shows. Now, I'm not going to make that leap yet, but I'm just saying, what are they giving you to feel great about? I mean, once again, Scott Harris out here talking about torque. I'm like, oh, my God, we got to do another year of this? Go to Kevin, 97.1. Hi, Kev. How you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, good, guys. How are you?
Excellent, buddy. What's on your mind?
Honestly, I'm just super bummed out. I feel like, every time Scott Harris talks, it's like, I mean, I get there's got to be a balance between, not showing your cards and, giving the fans something to be excited about. I just don't feel like he's balancing that line. I don't know. I'm just bummed. I just want to be at the park so bad, rooting on a competitive team, and it's just like, for what? I feel like he talks about the market being fast and all this, and they say, what team is in a better position to be in a messed up market right now? We got all the savings, we got control of all these guys. Like I just don't know. I just don't understand. It's just I'm just incredibly bummed out about it.
Yeah, listen, it's okay to be frustrated, and I am too. I think you've got to wait until the end of it to know whether you can be angry. I mean, I just sit here and look at it, and it's just, oh, my dear God, timeout. This cannot be real. David, did you just see what they paid Alex Cobb?
I have not seen that yet.
Are you kidding me? They paid Alex Cobb $15 million?
Yeah, I'm seeing it here.
And he gets $1 million bonus for 140 innings and another $1 million for 150? 16 million.
Yeah. Wow. Oh. This is unbelievable. $16 million for Alex Cobb.
15 if he doesn't get to 140.
The
if he
incentive,
gets to 140,
yes.
it's 16. Then it's 150, it's 70. How? $15 million on Alex Cobb. Are you kidding? I got to tell you something. Guardian fans are probably laughing their balls off.
I'm sure they are, yeah.
$15 million for this?
They could have spent 16 and a half for 3 years, $48 million to get O'Neal.
I don't even go there. I know, but oh, man. You know what's funny? If the Cobb thing doesn't really work, and you're sitting there with almost $40 million, well, no, excuse me, almost $30 million in Maeda and Cobb, and your total payroll's like $100. And it's just, I was prepared for $5 or $6 mil.
Yes.
15 mil? Oh, my Lord in heaven. I'm sorry, guys. I know I got off track there.
Oh, no, you're on track. That is on track.
I just saw the terms, and I'm like, you can't be serious with that. That's unbelievable. Wow. Oh, the market feels crazy. Cutscene. The guy who just paid Alex Cobb $15 million.
You made the market crazy.
No, but you partook in it in a...
That's it. That's it.
I mean, God almighty. Guy's been hurt 4 of the last 6 years. Okay. And again, it's a guy who can come in, and it's like, what? Is this another Feder deal?
But I
Jesus.
can't. While I love what Federer's done, we just can't keep relying on that. Go get real guys.
Right, or if you're going to spend the money, go get Walker Buehler.
Thank you.
Be serious about your business. $15 million for Alex Cobb. Wow. All right, well, if you want to bet on the NBA, FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, has got you covered. More ways to play than any other sportsbook. They've got the first bets, right? First dunk, first three, first to 15. They got the time capsule stuff, same game parlays, you name it, they got it. Bet 5, get $150 in bonus bets if that first bet wins. Just go to FanDuel.com/ticket. Your chance to score $150 in bonus bets. It's 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. The Free Press reporting that police body cam footage from the Ohio State-Michigan flag planting incident shows a taser placed on the lower back of a Michigan player. Another threatened players with a taser as well in an effort to separate the brawl. An investigation currently underway. Alex Cobb has passed his physical. Per John Heyman, the terms are 1 year for $15 million. He can receive an additional $1 million if he throws 140 innings and $2 million if he hits 150. Cobb last reached 151 in 2023. The Giants have also officially announced that shortstop Willie Adames is joining them in a 7-year, $182 million deal. Pistons coach J.B. Bickerstaff says Asar Thompson is working his way back and the team is using the off days as best as they can with everyone on the team. He finished saying Thompson is improving, but they're still taking it day by day. After 15 years as the leader of Kentucky basketball, John Calipari now at Arkansas, and his Razorbacks will face Michigan at the Jimmy V Classic. Dusty May weighs in on what they'll see tonight. Hear the game over on WWJ News Radio 950 at 9. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Everybody knows Hungry Howie's famous for flavor and flavored crusts. Well, right now, super deal in December. You spend $25 on hungryhowies.com. They throw in a free Howie bread. That's it. That's all. $25 or more. They throw in a free Howie bread. All online orders at hungryhowies.com. No better thing for football, quite honestly. You're a Lions fan. You got busy holiday weeks. Let Hungry Howie's make it easier. Spend the $25. Get the free Howie bread. And relax. Watch college football playoff. Settle in. Again, $25 gets you more Hungry Howies this week for a limited time. Grab that free Howie bread. Pair it with your favorite flavor crust pizza when you order online today at Hungry Howie's. David, you can't expect me to interrupt Marshmallow World. I mean, come on. This is Kenny. 6 bourbons deep, smoking jacket, sitting next to his tree. Come on. I see it in an alternative universe, Kenneth. David, the Ticket Text Lions review coming up in a few minutes. Rico returning tomorrow. David, what do you have?
Guardians fan here. Have fun with that messy Cobb salad at that price.
Jesus.
Wow.
I did you know what? I'm not going to share it. I received a text from someone in baseball. I will tell you that the reaction was not positive today.
There's a lot of ha-ha-ha's, I believe, probably.
Yeah, I'll leave it alone. You know what? Nobody cares.
I'm officially done with the Tigers. Someone texted in.
Not. No, you're not. They're going to be competitive. You're not done. You can disagree with how your team is being run or want different things. You're not done with your team. They just made the playoffs, for Christ's sakes. Come on. Now, if you're an A's fan, you can tick a text in and say, I'm done.
Max Fried, and this is breaking news, real breaking news, not the Ticket Text breaking news. Max Fried and the Yankees are in agreement, 8 years, yes. $218 million.
Yes. See what happens when you're willing to spend money, people? Cheers. Up next, we trade for Kyle Tucker.
So I have a fake breaking news. The Tigers signed Paul Goldschmidt to 2 years, $100 million.
No, you stop it right now. No, I'll be interested to see what they do. But yeah, no, Fried for me, perfect. Perfect number 2 behind Cole.
Yeah, that is a perfect number 2. Wow.
It is. It would have been the perfect number 2 behind Skubal.
It would have been nice to have.
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's lots of things that are nice to have in the open market, but whatever. It doesn't matter.
$15 million for Cobb. Are you kidding me? He doesn't care about the Wings or the Tigers. That is now a fact.
Yeah, but hold on. You can't have it both ways. You can't say he doesn't care and he won't spend, and then on the other side of it, make fun of something he spent too much on. This is Scott Harris. Just like Scott. Listen, I hope you're comfortable having $30 million of Cobb and Maeda. A third of your payroll is Cobb and Maeda.
You sound like Kenny when he was talking to me during the break. He says, well, they spent, didn't they?
God, that laugh is sinister.
I'm gonna send him his meme just because of it all over again. All over again because of what he did to me during the break.
I know. Yikes. All right, Wojo's got Lions review coming up.
Yeah, Mike.
Buddy. What's up? Yeah.
Can you let us sign one of these players? Do you have to take them all?
Man, I didn't sign Soto. Leave me alone.
You signed Fried guy.
Yeah, we're going to trade for Kyle Tucker, and we're going to trade for Garrett Crochet. Anything else?
I remember last year or this year in the playoffs, like Alex Cobb was the guy that, if Cleveland could just get him back and get him on form, they'd be on their way.
Yeah, and he was a dumpster fire.
And he was injured and a dumpster fire. Yes, he was.
What do you make of it, though? Because it's not like they got him cheap, Bob. He could very easily, by pitching 150 mediocre innings, be a $17 million pitcher.
Okay, well, basically the Flaherty deal, right, more or less, was that 12 or 14 or whatever. I think they just believe that they can rehabilitate pitchers and flip them or try to keep them, but they haven't kept them yet. The only one they kept is when they had to, Maeda. So,
which, again, he inexplicably gave a second year to. But
I know.
I think the hard part, Bob, is a third of your payroll is $30 million of Maeda and Cobb.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Don't forget Baez, too. Mm-hmm. He's still on there.
I pretend that doesn't exist. So Lions review next.
Yes, indeed. We're going to review. You know what? And it's fascinating. I know it was almost a week ago, the Packers game, but the debate nationally about whether or not Dan Campbell is reckless or righteous or whatever is absolutely flabbergasting to me.
I agree.
It's like aliens have landed in. These NFL dorks don't know how to handle it. Like, no, you can't do it that way. No.
That's what Trailblazers face. I did a big topic yesterday that maybe Dan Campbell's changing football.
I believe I said that too. I said maybe it's like Steph Curry changed 3-point shooting in basketball in general. Maybe the Campbell thing. And it's a change, I think, that had to happen from the analytic standpoint. That's my thought.
Agree.
Mm-hmm.
Woji Poo is up next
Woo-hoo!
with Lions review. Talk to you guys
indeed.
tomorrow. Good night, everybody.